Thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin, and today I am joined by friend and colleague in Ireland, Janie O'Sullivan. Hi, Jerry.
Hi, Natalie. Thank you for asking me.
Oh, it's my pleasure. So the American Bar Association's Section for Dispute Resolution has created a series of not heavy conversations with resolutionists around the world called Idle Chat. And so, Jerry, what I've done is draft about 120 questions that I've written here on these little cards, and we'll just give them a quick shuffle.
Okay, so anything could happen.
Anything can happen. It's an anything can happen kind of a chat.
Wonderful.
All right, here we go. Jerry, are you handy in the kitchen by any chance?
I hate cooking. I'm very handy at washing up, and if somebody someday invents a pink pill for breakfast and a nice, maybe a kind of a bluish turquoise one for lunchtime and a nice green mellow one for the evening, I will be buying them and selling my fridge.
Just have meal replacement.
Absolutely. Give me more time to do lots of other things and not have to think, what am I going to cook? I absolutely hate cooking. Sorry, Natalie, to that question, I think it's not going to help anybody with anything.
Absolutely fair. Absolutely fair. Jerry, if I said to you, we're having a talent show this evening, what would you be performing in our talent show?
I would probably not come. The first thing I'd say is I can't sing. And I remember being about age 6 and in primary school, national school, and the whole of the school were out singing in rows, and there was a nun walking from one through each row like this to everybody, and she stopped here to my friend Mary Cullen, and she said, "It would be better if you stopped." And I thought, oh my goodness, that's the most terrible thing to say to anyone. And then she came to me and she said, "It would be better if you stopped too." And I thought, oh my God. I never opened my mouth again until I had a motorbike when I was about 20. I had a motorbike in Dublin and it had a broken exhaust. And I used to sing around the streets of Dublin. So I would probably tell that story, and that would be my party piece.
That's an excellent story to tell. I like your storytelling capabilities. Let's see, Jerry. What do you know now that you wish you had known in your 20s?
Oh my God, everything. Everything. How the mind works, how people are, what causes conflict, what helps. Everything. And I think I might have made different choices then regarding my career. I have asked myself so many times, what would things have been like if I have the knowledge that I have now when I was 20 or in my 20s? And each time I just wonder at the capacity and the capability of what it could have been like. It would have been amazing. However, it's really nice to learn these things when you've come to an elder age as well, because you get to appreciate the comparison between what it was like when you didn't know those things and what it's like when you now know them. And the difference in my life has been so much better quality, I suppose, because of what I've learned along the route. Yeah. But I would have made many, many different life choices.
I think that's probably true for a lot of us. But if you weren't a mediator, what would you be?
I would be an international war correspondent. I'm very clear about that.
That's an answer.
That's what I would be. Yeah, yeah. And I'd have got, stuck right in there. I probably wouldn't have got a job from anyone. I'd have to have been freelance, I think, because I wouldn't have stuck to the rules. I'd have just got in there deep and dirty with whatever was going on and talking to people who were the decision makers, and even more importantly, talking to people who had been impacted by whatever conflict it was that was happening at that time. And I spent a lot of time volunteering in Palestine, and I think that has really And then done advocacy work afterwards. I would have written articles about what I'd seen and experienced while I was on the ground, and I made a documentary on the arrests and abuses of Palestinian children. And I wondered about all of that, and I thought, well, you know, making this documentary, I thought, I'm not a filmmaker. I don't know how to turn a camera on and off for the assessments for mediators, you know, when they're looking for their certification. But I realized it was very similar to the work that I was doing previously, which was facilitating groups and writing reports and doing evaluations of projects and making that film. The mode was different, but all of the thinking behind who do you want to ask a question of and for what reason, what do you want to get from it, all of that fitted into what I did before. So I suppose I won't say I've had experience as a war correspondent as such, but I've certainly had experience of being in difficult, intense situations and writing about them. So long answer to what I originally gave as a very short question. I'd be a war correspondent, yeah.
No, that's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Next question. What would you consider to be fine or okay in small numbers, but terrifying in large numbers?
I'm not sure. Not a lot of things terrify me, except getting injured if I'm windsurfing. That really does terrify me. But it's not that terrifies me. It's the outcome. Is, damn it, I can't, you know,
Right.
walk or do something like that.
Quick to my mind comes, you know, snakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, one snake is.
Yeah, but too many. I don't think I'd even like one snake, to be honest. I was somebody. Now this is a different answer to your question, to what maybe would have been a different question. But somebody asked me once, do I prefer the company of men or women? And I said I like the company of women on a one-to-one basis. I really do enjoy chatting with a woman on a one-to-one basis, and I like the company of men in larger groups. Neither, I'm not saying that being in a larger group of women scares me or being with just one man scares me, but it's kind of the kind of thing that came to my mind when you asked the question. Yeah.
Very interesting. All right. Very interesting. Jerry, what sport could you play the longest in a televised game without anyone discovering that you're not a professional athlete?
I'm not too sure of the question. Are you asking what sport I would be good enough so that nobody would think I wasn't professional?
Yeah, what sport could you play and not be called out for being not a professional athlete?
I'm not sure because I keep getting injured. I played a huge amount of tennis for years and years, and I just loved it. I wasn't terrific. I just loved the speed of it. And then I moved on to surfing and then windsurfing, and its injury keeps stopping me. I actually don't know how to answer that question, Natalie. I'm sorry.
Well, that's all right. Don't worry about it. Jerry, what always cheers you up?
Oh, chatting. Chatting. And I'd add a bit more is I've discovered what absolutely gives me joy is my little grandson, and I have another grandson coming. He's due tomorrow. I don't know with my other son who is in Ireland, based in Ireland. But yeah, chatting. I love a good conversation. I absolutely love a good conversation, Natalie. I could talk all night long, and hence I have what my consultant told me was a repetitive strain injury in my throat. I said, what? And I said, how do I cure that? And he said, stop talking. And I said, everyone I know is going to roar laughing when they hear that prescription for a cure, because it's never going to happen. But yeah, I just love chatting. I love getting to know people. I love to know what makes them tick. I'm just really, really interested in people, and I love a good chat. Yeah.
Well, congratulations on your next grandson. That's going to be fantastic, because I know how much you love babies. All right. Burning question. Coffee or tea?
Neither. I have the weirdest drink ever. It's what I call, well, it's got many names that people have christened it over the years, like silver tea and tea with no tea. So it's actually the same as a cup of tea with a drop of milk without the tea bag.
Silver
Weird.
tea, I've never heard of that. Okay.
I'm not surprised.
If it makes you happy, I think that's fantastic. Jerry, do you have a good luck charm?
No. I've never
No
thought
good
of
luck
having one.
charms.
No.
No? Okay.
That's a lovely question.
Do you happen to know what is the last photograph that you took on your phone?
Off the top of my head, I know it was a thing, not a person. Can I check? I know. I had my phone upgraded yesterday, and oh, actually, yes, it was something I saw on LinkedIn, and it was on Twitter. The question asked was, is it acceptable to use the expression "reach out" in the workplace? You know that question, when you say the phrase, I decided I would reach out to her. Okay, so and then there's a whole map of, so are you a member of the Four Tops? Do you remember the Four Tops used to sing that song, you know, reach out and I'll be there? And then depending whether you get a yes or no in the graphic, there are other kind of little boxes of things which are extremely funny. And I took that photograph because I thought, that's class. I really like it. Yeah.
All right. That's a good one. Jerry, is there any word that you regularly misspell?
That I misspell? Mediation. Every time I like mediate, rather, every time I'm typing, it's meditate. So I've actually put, you know, you got your spell, I don't know what it's called. It's not called spell check, but you can put in a word that, you know, if you write these letters, then this long thing comes up or whatever. So I put that into that place in my computer. Put in, if I ever write mediate, put it. If I ever write meditate, put in mediate. It's quite ridiculous, yeah.
Those shortcuts are sometimes really necessary. Yeah. And Jerry, I'll ask you the same question that I ask everyone as the last question. What do you love most about the resolution industry?
Oh, just the incredible change at the end. Not every time does each party give the other a hug. In fact, I'd probably say only maybe 15 or 20% of the time. But that realization that in someone's face when they realize, oh my God, I got it all wrong, or I didn't have enough information, or now I can see. Also, that's why you did what you did. It's when a paradigm shift has occurred, either in stages along the way or at the very end. And then to see that change and to think that it was affected by merely asking a few questions. Yeah, which is what probably brought me to write a book on mediation questions, because I could began to see the huge impact of asking specific questions that would create a paradigm shift in how people think. That's what I love about mediation, when I see that, experience that moment. And I have cried at the end of mediations. I have cried with the parties. When I say I haven't, when I say I've cried with them, what I mean is there would be a few tears, you know, escaping down one side of my face, if I saw that they were being really emotional themselves about where they had come to after their discussions. Yeah.
That is something to be very proud of. Well, Jerry, thank you so much for joining me in an idle chat for the American Bar Association's section for dispute resolution. It was great getting to know you a little bit better.
Thank you, Natalie.
Hello, thanks very much for joining me for another idle chat in the series for the American Bar Association section for dispute resolution. I get to talk to a colleague in Florence, Italy. Federico, how are you, sir?
Very well, thank you. How are you, Natalie?
I'm doing very well. Thanks very much for volunteering to play idle chat with me.
My pleasure.
All right. So Federico, you've seen these videos before, so you know how the game works. We'll give the cards a shuffle, and then we get started. Federico, do you have a favorite word
Wow. I have several of them. I would say one is probably the first thing I can be able to pick up is relationship.
Very good choice, my friend. Very good choice. Federico, when was the last time that you spent more than 9 hours sleeping?
I guess too long ago.
Because you can't remember?
Nope.
That is too long ago.
Yeah,
that is too long ago. Sir, this next question for some families can create conflict. So as a professional mediator, I ask your advice. Which is the proper way to hang a roll of toilet paper, with the end going forward or the end going back against the wall?
the former.
The end goes against the wall.
Probably yes.
Right. All right. We'll see in the comments to the video if you're right or wrong. Federico, what is the most amazing physical feat you've been able to manage thus far?
Can I ask you to elaborate a little more about this question, please?
Well, so for example, for me, the most amazing physical feat that I've ever accomplished was figuring out how to use a lever and move these enormous granite stones that are outside my house, so that I didn't have to break my back and still be able to move the stones. That was the most amazing physical thing that I've been able to accomplish, is to move a 1-ton stone all by myself.
Oh wow! Okay, thanks for this very nice suggestion. Well, I remember once I was attending my first private pilot lesson. It was live. Have to be up with small planes, just on my hometown Florence in Italy, and I was really struggling not to have difficulties with my stomach, because that was the first time I was there. So I did really all that I could in order to avoid to have problems with my stomach when I was still over this small airplane, and I succeeded. And I like to remember that, because that was really the first time I had to face something very hard in my life. But I succeeded. That's enough.
I applaud you, sir. You're right. That is a tremendous physical feat.
Yeah.
Federico, what is the best holiday in your house? If I came to visit you, what holiday should I come to visit?
Well, again, my first reaction would be on Easter, because on Easter time I usually be away of my house. So you will be free to do whatever you want while I'm not here. No, to be more precise, I would probably say instead yes, probably Christmas Eve, because everyone is here, and we like to have fun, and very often friends of ours come to our house, have a drink together, and exchange ideas and views and whatever. So it's nice. So by the way, my house, it's in the hills of Florence, and we have plenty of space outside. So with even this very warm winter, we are able to also to enjoy the surroundings of the greens that are around our house. So I would say yes, that period of time, Christmas Eve would be the best.
Very nice. It sounds beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Federico, you don't have to tell me the truth if you prefer not to, but the next card wants to know whether or not you're a good dancer.
I'm not. And my wife always remembers me that because she would like to dance and she probably is a very good athlete, but I'm definitely a terrible dancer, believe me.
Oh, I'm sorry for you and I'm sorry for your wife.
Nobody's perfect.
You know, but true love triumphs.
Yeah.
Federico, do you play any musical instruments?
I used to when I was in in the elementary school. Okay, it was called the claviet. It was a way to just play a very small piano with assistance of your breath. I was good at that because I think I have a good musical ear that I inherited by my mother, I would say.
That's an instrument that I've never played. Is it difficult?
Not quite. Once you know how to, I mean, what are the typical, let's say the basic rules, then you have just to breathe. That's it. Just blow into the pipe and move your fingers. And that's it. That's pretty simple. Yes.
I think I could manage that. Federico, what is your favorite dessert, or what is the best dessert?
Oh, too many of them. I really like desserts. So, and especially since I'm here in Italy, there are so many choices that you can have, and you can also change why. Well, there are many of them. Probably the first time that would came into my mind, it would be the tiramisu. Yeah, it is gorgeous, especially the one that used to make my mother. But I try to do once or twice a year a tiramisu with my wife because we both like that. So it's heavy, you know, and you have to employ good quality mascarpone cheese.
This is true, but I would agree with you.
If you have the good ingredients, it's gorgeous, believe me.
Yes, absolutely. Tiramisu is one of my favorites. You're so correct in that. And Federico, tell me a little bit about your practice and what you love most about the resolution industry.
Well, I have been into the lawyering practice for, again, quite a long time. I started officially in 1997 as an attorney at law. And since then, I embraced the ADR movement in way back in 1999. I was at that time one of the few people in Italy who was able not only to be trained into mediation, but also to practice. Thanks to the local Chamber of Commerce, who at that time was probably one of the few mediation providers in the country. So since then, I probably, yes, I would say that I developed a sort of love for ADR in general and for mediation in particular, which is why now I'm, let's say, quite a seasoned kind of mediator, both as a practitioner and as a trainer. Yes.
Excellent. Well, Federico, thank you so much for setting aside some of your busy schedule to have an idle chat with me. It was lovely getting to know you a bit.
Thank you very much. It was a good opportunity to share my thoughts. Hopefully that will not be too boring or too strange for you, but I was very happy to be part of that. And thank you very much for Natalie for inviting me, and of course, kudos for your initiative.
Well, thank you so much, sir. The American Bar Association Section for Dispute Resolution is a group of just really lovely human beings, and it's always nice to meet my colleagues. So thank you.
Thank you, Natalie.
All right, take care and enjoy Florence. Appreciate it for all its beauty.
Thank you. The same to you.
Thanks.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin,
I appreciate that you've joined me for another in the series of idle chat videos for the American Bar Association's Section for Dispute Resolution. Today, I'm thrilled to be able to talk to not just a colleague, but a friend. And I want to introduce you to Elliot Herland. Hello. Hi, how are you, Elliot?
Natalie, it's always good to see you.
Thanks for joining me for an idle chat. I know that you've seen some of the other videos, so I don't have to explain the rules to you. But for anyone who has yet to see a program, I've got about 120 sort of not serious questions on these cards. We're going to give them a shuffle. We are going to promise to Elliot that no mediators will be harmed in the recording of this video.
Thank you.
Well, you're welcome. And then we will get busy with our idle chat. All right. First question, Elliot.
Mm-hmm.
What is your favorite app on your smartphone?
Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes.
I have no idea what that is. What does the Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes app do for you?
It's a game, and I play it, and I spend money on it. It's terrible. It's an addiction, but I love to collect these tunes. That's what us players call them, and then build them up in power, galactic power, GP, and then you're in these guilds. There's 50 in a guild from all over the world. I've got people in Spain and people, I mean, all over. And we play other guilds and battle. But anyway, that's probably my favorite app. My second favorite app would be anything that is a map that tells me where I'm going. Because as an Eagle Scout, I used a compass, and without a compass, I am lost. So that map app, whichever one happens to come up on my car, I love that one. Helps me get where I'm going.
What a fantastic range of interactive apps. Fascinating. Fascinating. Elliot, next question feeds right into this. How many hours per day do you spend online?
Boy. Well, let's see, there's 24.
For most of us.
And then I have to subtract the amount of time I sleep. Golly, I have no idea. A lot.
A lot of hours, yeah. Probably like most of us.
But I do like to walk. So I'll spend at least an hour walking every day. And then my sleeping, and then my eating and family. I mean, all right, let's guess on average 4 hours.
It's better than the national average for Americans. So not bad.
Well, I guess that's good then.
Not bad. All right, excellent. Next question. What is the most beautiful beach you've ever visited?
Well, you know, Cocoa Beach in Florida, my parents had a condo there, and it was right on the beach, and I could take my kids out there and build sand castles and swim along the shore. It might not be the most exotic place like Fiji or Tahiti or even Cabo, but it was my home away from home. So that beach in Cocoa Beach, that was my most beautiful beach, because that's family. That's a part of my family.
Nice, very nice, very nice. Elliot, Die Hard, a Christmas movie or not?
Sure, why not?
You're not a fan? Not a fan of the Die Hard series?
I must admit that I haven't watched any of them.
So your opinion that it's a Christmas movie is baseless. Baseless.
I have many baseless opinions. Just ask anyone.
Next question.
Yes.
I know you are a big fan of. I know you're a curious cat, and you like to read. You like research and seeking out answers, and you're always looking for more information. When you do that, what's your favorite medium? Audiobook, ebook, paperback, or hardcover?
Audiobook. Audiobook with a person who has a magnificent voice that is good to listen to. For instance, I listened to Al Franken read his book, and it was fun hearing him read the book with his voice that he wrote, but his voice is Al Franken. Okay, now there's a book called Buddha's Brain, and the person who reads the book, I don't recall the gentleman's name, but he's got this rich, full voice that just captures your brain and really helps you focus on what the topic is. And Buddha's Brain is a really awesome book. So it's a good voice. Good.
Elliot, mayonnaise or Miracle Whip?
I gotta say, I'm not a big fan of white creamy things on my sandwich. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm splitting the dilemma. But that's what mediators do.
That's fine. Let's switch it up. Apples or oranges?
Oh boy. Well, apples, you know, I want to bite them, and oranges, I want to slice them and then kind of squeeze the juice out of them and then eat what's inside. So they're totally different experiences, and I don't think that I can pick one over the other unless, does my life depend on it?
Absolutely not.
Oh,
You can have both if you want.
I want it. I want the bananas too.
Elliot, this is a good question. I know that you are a bit of a Renaissance man, but for the public record, sir, what is your secret talent?
I can't tell you.
Well, it's just between you and I.
But it's a secret. That's what my secret talent is. I'm able to keep secrets.
Which in 2021 with social media is astonishing. Good on you. Next, wow. Talk about a segue. Here's the next question. It reads, if you could know the truth behind every conspiracy theory, but you would die if you hinted that you knew that truth, would you want to know it?
Just a second. I've got my magic 8-ball. Would I want to know it? Ask me later. All right. Would I want to know it?
It depends.
All signs point to yes. Would I want to say it, right? Would I want to say it?
Would you want to know the truth behind every I have to read it off the card. If you could know the truth behind every conspiracy theory, but you would die if you hinted to anyone else that you knew that truth, would you still want to know it?
Risking death. Ooh. I doubt it.
8-ball or not? Pass.
I often ask my 8-ball if a case is going to settle.
And does it ever read, it depends?
All signs point to yes.
All signs point to yes, as it should be. All right. Do you have a least favorite smell?
Oh gosh. Yes. Limburger cheese. It's really nasty. And I remember my parents who are from Romania, they would eat some really nasty smelling cheese. And my sister and I would run around the house saying, Limburger cheese poisoning, Limburger cheese poisoning. Yes, Sharon and I, we did not like the smell of Limburger cheese.
You know, yeah, yeah, I'd be on that team right with you. That's harsh. That's a harsh one. All right, Elliot, if heaven exists, what does it look like?
I think it looks like a grassy field with wildflowers, a blue sky with just a few fair weather clouds. And in the distance, there would be a hill with a single tree on it.
Very Robert Frost. Very Robert Frost. Elliot, speaking of authors, what is the best book?
I gotta say, I really love Buddha's Brain. I really do.
Now I have to buy it. Now I have to buy it. What is your favorite way to get some exercise?
Walking.
Walking. All right.
Walking. I walk nearly every day, and I have personal record walks. That's where I'm just trying to go walk, not run, as fast as I can. Then I also have content walks, and that's where I will go around and take pictures as I'm walking, and I'm in no hurry. I'm just taking pictures. And then I have clarity walks, and a clarity walk is where I'm not really paying attention to anything around me. I'm not even paying attention to exactly where I'm going. And it's kind of ironic, I've actually gotten lost during a clarity walk. But I try to clear my head. So it's like a walking meditation is what it is.
That sounds lovely. That sounds lovely. Elliot Herland, how many instruments do you play?
Well, I play the piano. I play the trombone. I play the bass guitar. I recently picked up a harmonica, and I'm trying to learn how to play the harmonica. I think that's about it. Of course, there's that thing we did in grade school, the flute of some.
The recorder.
Yes, the recorder. I can do that. I could do that. Oh, and I can play a djembe. Love to play a djembe. A drum circle would be great fun.
All right. We'll have to get a band together.
Get the band back together.
Get the band back together. And Elliot, I will ask you the same question I ask all of our colleagues as the last question, and that is, tell me a little bit about what you love most about the work that we do in the resolution industry.
Peace. That's what I like. I like to help people find their own way to a resolution where they can have peace. Not necessarily what they wanted, but what they really wanted is peace. So if I can get them to that space, then what they get matters a whole lot less than getting beyond the dispute.
That's a good get.
Amen.
That's a good get. All right.
Move on with our lives.
Exactly. And then I would, if you've got an extra minute, like to hear a little plug for the work that you do with the ABA's DR section.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm with a group of people that are focusing on providing a benefit, a value to students and early career outreach. So people who are interested in the ADR practice. Some of them are students, but there are also people of all ages, retiring judges, retiring lawyers, and you don't have to be a judge or a lawyer to be a mediator. You can be anybody that's willing to learn how to be a peacemaker. So that's what this committee does.
Excellent. Well, I would encourage everyone to join the American Bar Association. It is open to non-lawyers as well as lawyers, and to join the dispute resolution section. We are a lovely, lovely group of humans and would be more than happy to help anyone who joins and support you in your endeavors.
Should you join the ABA? All signs point to yes.
Perfect way to end an idle chat with my friend Elliot Herland. Elliot, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for the invitation. I really enjoyed it.
All right, fantastic. Talk to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin, and this is another in the series of Idle Chat videos for the American Bar Association's Section 4 Dispute Resolution. And today I get to talk to someone in the Pacific Northwest of the US, Emily Martin. How are you, Emily?
I'm very, very good. How are you?
Good. Good, good, good. The Pacific Northwest is a pretty place to work. Good for you.
It is gorgeous.
So, Emily, in Idle Chat, I've put together, I don't know, 120 plus random questions on these little cards, and I shuffle the cards, and then we just answer and talk about the questions that come up. We do our best not to harm any mediators during the filming of the Idle Chat video series, but no promises can be made. So here we go. First question. Do you, Emily, remember the first concert that you attended?
I do remember the first concert. It was like a Wizard of Oz concert. I think it was like the music of the Wizard of Oz, and it was in Kansas City, Missouri. And it was at the Botanical Garden, and the somehow I remember the paths were either painted gold or specially gold to acknowledge Wizard of Oz, or just the fact that they always had something yellow there. So it was something about the Wizard of Oz. It was something about Kansas, and I was probably 3 years old, so my memory is all a little mixed up about it.
All right, the Wizard of Oz is a great story. Great story. Emily, in your opinion, what is the best flavor of ice cream?
Chocolate, definitely chocolate. I grew up
Just
in Hershey,
hands down, no question about
I
it.
grew up in Hershey, Pennsylvania. Chocolate's a food group. It's an important thing to have in your life as much as you can. So I appreciate Hershey.
You know, on the food pyramid, chocolate right at the bottom. It's got the big space.
That's what we learned in health class.
That's how I remember it. All right, Emily, what movie can you watch over and over without ever getting tired of watching it?
You know, I haven't watched it in a while because I tend to watch more TV shows over and over again. But La Femme Nikita for many years was the go-to movie that I used to watch all the time. It was back when I had a VCR tape, and I haven't figured out how to rewatch it lately.
And are you talking about the original French version
Yes,
or the
the
American
French.
version with Bridget? Oh,
Oh no, definitely the French version.
all right. Good girl. Good girl. All right. Emily, if you were able to do any other profession, not in the resolution industry, what kind of work do you think you'd be doing?
Well, I spend a lot of time with animals these days, so I kind of think it would be fun to spend more time with animals. Have a pet store or something like that. But actually, no, what I would want to have is I'd want to open a coffee shop in town, but I want it to have a theme. I've been thinking about this, but I'd want it to be a Ukrainian Easter egg themed coffee shop. So people could come to the coffee and I would have a lot of eggs on display and I could give classes, or we could just have hang out and create Ukrainian Easter eggs, because that's a tradition I grew up doing, and I grew up doing it with community, and it would be really fun to have a space. So if I didn't have to worry about anything else in the world, that would be a really fun space to create.
You know, I love those Ukrainian Easter eggs. They are so labor intensive though. I mean, you can spend dozens and dozens of hours on a single egg. They are incredible pieces of artwork. I love them. Love them. Gorgeous.
And sometimes just the act of creation, even if you're not trying to be the most complex and the most sophisticated design, and just it's sort of meditative just to sit there and doodle on an egg. And so there's a wide range, but I feel like it makes the world a better place, and it's fun to create, and it's a great craft for people to learn and pick up. And there's a legend that talks about how important it is for eggs to be made to keep evil at bay. So just a shout out to anyone who ever thought about learning how to write eggs. It's a great thing to do.
Emily, is there anything that you simply cannot live without?
I don't know. I mean, I guess my whole life, like I never knew what I wanted to be when I grew up, but I knew I wanted to return to the Northwest. So I guess I have lived on the East Coast, and I probably could survive, but I've designed my life accordingly so that I came back. I lived here as a kid, and then I went back east, and then I came back west. So I think being on the West Coast has always been important to me, because it was something that meant a lot when I was growing up.
All right, so it's just something you can't live without, being in the PNW.
Yeah.
I can appreciate that. Emily, do you eat food that is past its expiration date if it still smells and looks fine?
I think it totally depends. I think there has been time during this pandemic where there's been some pasta, and I check and see like how long does pasta last when it's dry. And it is hard to go to the grocery store when you have some food that's still around, even if it's slightly there. But anything questionable, I definitely do a Google search before I figure out how firm is that guidance, and like I think honey might have to have an expiration date, but there are some things that never really go bad. So I try to.
Yeah, Twinkies and the honey bear, you're good to go. Emily, cats or dogs?
Oh my gosh. I do have a cat now. I got a cat last year, so I feel some loyalties back to cats, but I'm definitely a dog person. So
a dog person who loves cats.
Yeah.
You can have both.
Yeah.
You can have both. Emily, what is the coldest you've ever been?
So about 10 years ago, I was rowing near UW, University of Washington, and there's a floating bridge that connects Seattle to the east side where Bellevue and Redmond is. And we were, my father and I were out in two different sculls, and we were rowing together, and we were out through the Montlake Cut near the 520 bridge, and I fell in the water. And my dad came over, and he was trying to tell me how to get back in the boat, and some people came over, and I got back in the boat, but The Pacific Northwest actually can be really dangerous if you fall in the water. And what happens is you sort of can quickly, your just body kind of shuts down, like even, you know, like, and I had a moment where I'm like, well, I can't do it. I was so cold in that water. But luckily there was lots of people around and it only lasted for just a second. And I got back in the boat and I got home and I took a really long bath and it took a couple hours to warm up. But that was definitely the cold and scary moment.
Hypothermic counts as cold. Yeah, absolutely. Emily, at what game have you spent hours and hours and hours playing?
Oh my gosh, yes. I gotta confess, I'm not a true gamer, but I went to a mediation conference in Washington State, the Northwest Dispute Resolution Conference years ago, and I met a mediator from Canada named Sharon Sutherland, and she was starting this game jam. And so it ended up like I went to this game jam, we started working on projects together, and we created a game. So I've spent hours playing Zombie Fight or Flight, because it's the game that me and a bunch of mediators, a bunch of friends, we created. We hired an artist, we kickstarted, and it's a collaborative zombie fighting game where you work together to survive, and you either all die or you all live together. And we've actually used the game in a negotiation course. It was negotiation skills for the zombie apocalypse, and it was really interesting to see litigators trying to think about how am I going to play this game, and is it really, how does a cooperative game really work? Because people are so programmed to think about winning, and trying to switch the frame and do that was pretty interesting. And then with that team, there's a second game I ended up playing. A bunch, again, a lot of mediators and a lot of people in the dispute resolution community in the Vancouver area, and then I'm a little bit south. We play the greatest scavenger hunt the world has ever seen together. So it's the same crew of people, but we compete in that, and we have taken that very seriously for several years now. So I have spent weeks and weeks and weeks playing that game.
Love both of those. Both of those.
And the scavenger hunt is now called Gish. So if anybody out there has ever heard of it, it's called Gish. And so it is an international amazing game that gamifies goodness, and it's a ton of fun.
Okay, wow. I will follow up with you on the zombie game. Now I got some ideas. All right, let's get to the next one. Miss Emily, what did you eat for breakfast today?
So today I was at SeaTac Airport because my grandma came to visit, and I took her back to the airport, but I was able to get a special pass to take her right to the gate. And she and I had gone on a trip together, so I had flown a couple days ago, but now it was her turn to take the final leg back home. So I really haven't flown since the pandemic began, and my secret favorite thing at the SeaTac Airport is to get a breakfast burrito. So I went to my favorite spot to get a breakfast burrito, and I picked it up and I took it to the parking garage so I could take my mask off there and be away from everybody and enjoy a food I haven't had in a really long time because of the pandemic.
Oh, you're making me hungry. Making me hungry. Emily, ketchup or mustard?
Mustard.
Mustard. All right. All right. And then I will ask you the same last question that I ask all of my guests on Idle Chat. And that is, what do you love most about the resolution industry?
I love the moment when you've been working with people and they've been struggling, but then they found the solution and they're ready to move on. And that moment lasts so short, because as soon as they get there, they don't need you anymore. So it's time to say goodbye. But it's the happy dance moment. It's the moment that you've been working with and you've been trying to help people, and they found what they needed, and you could tell they're happy too. And that's that makes me happy.
As it should. Emily, thank you so much for joining me for an Idle Chat. I really appreciate your time and letting me get to know you a little bit better.
Thanks so much. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. I look forward to staying in touch and playing a zombie game with you.
Wonderful. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin. Welcome to the video series Idle Chat. I have the privilege and pleasure of talking today with a friend and colleague, Liz. Hi, Liz, how are you?
Hi, Natalie, I'm doing well, thanks.
Good, 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 good. So for people who have yet to meet you, can you give a real brief who you are, what you do, where you are, kind of an introduction?
Sure. Well, I currently work as an organizational ombuds, and I'm here in beautiful Boulder, Colorado. So I work at the University of Colorado Boulder. So yeah, I've been doing ombuds work now for about 14 years. I am also a licensed attorney, farm girl at heart. Grew up back in New England on a horse and cattle farm. So yeah, done lots of different things in my life.
Very nice. So the series is Idle Chat, but I have a question that maybe is not that idle or chatty. I'm not really sure. What exactly is an ombudswoman, ombudsman, ombudsperson, ombudsbuddy? Well, I don't know what.
You can use any of them. They are all, this day and age, they are pretty much all used interchangeably. The official term is ombudsman. It is a Swedish term that has been around since the 1700s. And over time, as the profession has evolved, what we call ourselves has evolved as well. So you'll find that while many classical and public sector ombuds still use the full term ombudsman, many of us in the organizational ombuds world have moved to shorten it, make it a little easier to say for one, and just use ombuds, which also addresses some of the gender questions that have come up. And there's a whole debate out there. Some people will say the term ombudsman is in and of itself gender neutral, others disagree. So ombuds resolves that issue. But you'll also hear ombudsperson, ombudswoman. So there's quite a few variations, but the term is used interchangeably. However, there are different models of ombuds. So kind of have to dig a little deeper to find out what kind of ombuds are you if you were to meet an ombuds.
All right. I didn't know it was a Swedish word. You learn something new every day.
Yes, yes.
Well, thank you for that. All right. Liz, are you ready for Idle Chat?
I'm ready for Idle Chat.
All right. So I've got a load of questions here. So we're going to shuffle the deck. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. All right. What is your least favorite household chore, Miss Ombuds?
Ooh, making dinner.
Because
I just don't like it. I'm not a big cook to begin with, but I just feel like at that time of day, I'm more of a morning person, right? So I like to get up, enjoy my morning, have my coffee, my breakfast, get on with my day. By dinner time, I'm pretty much, worn out. And, the last thing I want to do is have to figure out what to make for dinner. Now, I know people will say, well, you could plan ahead and you could do menu planning. And I've tried that, but it's just my least favorite thing to worry about or think about.
that's fair. But you have somebody else in your house that is okay making dinner.
Well, that's a relative term. Okay, it depends on how you define okay with making dinner. So my husband will step up and make dinner, and I do participate. I do help. It's just my least favorite thing to do.
Just not your thing. That's fair.
Yeah.
That is fair. All right. Next burning question. Have you ever cut your own hair?
Gosh, that's a great question. I'm trying to think back to my younger years. I think if I maybe did it when I wasn't supposed to. I don't know that I ever did. I don't think so. Definitely not as an adult.
Good for you for resisting.
And I'm getting my hair done tomorrow. So like I was just saying, so I'm excited about that.
Funny. What is your favorite spectator sport, please?
Oh, wow. I like lots of spectator sports. I would say basketball. I really enjoy watching basketball because it's fast paced. There's always fun entertainment, usually good music in the background, lots of energy from the audience. Usually at halftime, I like to watch whatever the performance is at halftime. And if you're there live, of course, they usually will throw things, into the audience. So it's always fun to try to catch whatever they're throwing.
Right, participate. I have to admit, I
Yeah.
liked basketball better in the 70s and early 80s when the shorts were shorter. You know,
Yeah, that's true. The uniforms have changed quite a bit. Yeah.
I like the old Larry Bird, Carl the Mailman Malone. Yeah,
It's true. I never thought about that. That's right. Yeah. Now that I'm thinking back. Yeah, you're right.
it was aesthetically pleasing. All right, Miss Liz, what is your favorite app on your phone? What's your go-to app? What's
Oh my gosh.
your-
Can I look? Can I
your
cheat?
apps? Yeah.
I mean, I'm a social media addict, right? So LinkedIn is one of my, first go-tos. But other than that, I'm just looking. I mean, usually I'm always trying to plan my next trip. So, Southwest and Airbnb are probably right up there with LinkedIn.
I would not have guessed that. All right, Southwest and Airbnb. You haven't been able to use them a whole lot during COVID, but you'll get good use out of them.
Oh, yeah, no, I continue using them. Yes. Mhm.
You're just a dreamer, my friend. Just a dreamer. That's funny. That's funny. And I guess related to that, how many hours do you think you spend each day online?
Oh my gosh. So when you say online, are we talking like screen time, like on like doing Zoom calls and doing
Yeah.
computer work as
Yeah.
well as phone?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, this is gonna be embarrassing to admit this, but it's a lot. I mean, it's probably more than half my day.
Half as in 12 hours?
Yeah,
I wonder what the national average is for America.
I don't know. I mean, I know the phone will tell you how many hours you've used it, right? But then when I think about that and I think about my work day, I mean, because I pretty much sit here on my computer doing, especially during COVID, right? Doing video calls. I'm pretty much on my laptop from 6 in the morning until dinner. And then I usually will then play on my phone after dinner.
That's a big chunk.
That's a lot of time.
Big
I'm
chunk.
sorry. I'm actually embarrassed. I'm actually ashamed of myself.
I'm going to say you're more than you think you are. Your next question.
Okay.
Move away from the embarrassing subjects.
Okay.
When was the last time you had more than 9 hours of sleep?
Oh, actually, I track my sleep, so this really shouldn't be hard for me to guess. But I would say I think the last time I saw my tracker tell me it was more than 9 was last week. I was on a family vacation so I go to bed early. I get up early, but I go to bed early. And so last week we were on a family vacation. And so I went to bed normal time, but slept in. So I think I ended up getting like 10 and a half hours of sleep.
That feels good.
It did feel good. It was nice.
Really good. All right. Changing topics just a little bit. What outdoor activity would you like to try that you have never previously tried?
That I've never previously tried. Snowshoeing.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
And I can't even explain why I haven't. Like I live here in the mountains, and I love I love downhill skiing. I love hiking. It just seems like it's kind of a combination. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's like a combination of the two. Like you're out walking around hiking, but you have devices on your feet.
Yeah.
So I think I need to try it. Yeah.
Snowshoeing. That needs to be on your next app, is searching for a Southwest flight to a snowy environment so that you can learn how to snowshoe.
I like it.
Let's see. Do you ever eat food that is past its expiration date, but when you look at it and you smell it, it seems to be just fine? Do you push those FDA encouraged limits ever?
No, actually, that's really funny that you're asking me this question, because I was just having this conversation with my husband literally less than a day ago, because he does do what you just described. Like he might look if he thinks of it, but as long as it smells and looks okay, he'll just eat whatever's in the fridge. And I'm constantly going through, judging everything, right? Like taking everything out, like what's the date? And if it's past, I just like start chucking things. the other thing that I don't know, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this now. Like the other thing that is questionable is, expiration dates may be a week away, but if that food has been opened, in my mind, that expiration date is no longer valid. Like within a few days of that being open, like it needs to be eaten or thrown away. So I don't know. I'm kind of a stickler on that. I don't push the GI envelope.
Right. I think
Mm-mm.
that you'd have to look up the rules and regulations for your country, because some of those foods have a best if used by date, not necessarily
Yes.
an expiration date. Best if sold by date, not necessarily a best, an expiration date. And so I leave it up to my better judgment on almost all of those things. So I look at it and I smell it and I look at the dates, and then, I just use my better judgment, because some of those
You're
dates
brave.
are put there by the manufacturer to encourage more frequent purchasing, not
And
necessarily.
I get that. Yeah.
Not necessarily because the food item is on its way out.
Sure. No, I think that's valid. And you're probably right. They're probably very conservative in their dates. But yeah, no, if I see that date, even if it's a best sell by or a best use by date, if it's past, I'm usually like.
Right. Now, I do admit, if it's something that has been in a picnic basket in the trunk of the car all the way back from the beach, when we get home, it's gone. It's finished. It has seen better days. We're done.
I think that's smart.
So yeah. All right. Oh, this is a really good question. Now,
Okay.
let's get into the serious stuff. Die Hard. Is it a Christmas movie or not?
Oh my gosh.
Pressure's on. Pressure's on.
I'm going to go with no.
Fair enough, but why? I mean, it has Christmas in the movie.
I know. And I haven't, so admittedly, I haven't seen Die Hard in a long time, but I do recall that it's based around Christmas. But when I think it's just more of a perception. Like when I think of Die Hard, I think of the movie genre, if you will. I don't think Christmas movie. When I think of Hallmark, I think Christmas movie. Like the Hallmark movies or whatever they're called, the Lifetime.
It's film. Film is an art, and art is open to your own perception, your own opinion. So, not a Christmas movie. That's how it is. It's just not a Christmas movie for you.
You know what? If I watched it again, and I might feel differently. You'll probably talk me into it. I'm kind of, I'm not really committed to this answer.
You're sitting on the fence now. All right. Next question, ma'am. What is your favorite city?
Wow, that is really hard.
Do you have more than one favorite city?
I mean, I don't know. I like so many places that I've traveled to or visited. I don't know that I have like oh my gosh, that's my favorite. I don't know that I've ever really thought about it.
How about this? How about what is your favorite city in the winter?
Probably Steamboat Springs.
Good answer.
Because I love to go skiing there in the winter.
Good answer. All right. I like that one.
Okay. Thanks for narrowing it.
Well, do what I can. What is or rather, who is your favorite cartoon or comic book character?
So I have an answer coming to mind, but I feel like it needs an explanation. So I'm going to go with Donald Duck. And I know that probably sounds super random, and it is. And the reason I say that is because my 9-year-old son is obsessed with Donald Duck. And we got him one of those like Donald Duck, like hand puppet things. And he, with YouTube videos, has mastered how to talk like Donald Duck. And it's adorable. He goes around with his puppet and does Donald Duck.
That is pretty
It's really cute.
That is pretty doggone. Oh my gosh. That's pretty cute. All right. Next to the last question, excuse me, next to the last question, what do you like most about yourself?
I like my resilience. I feel like I have a positive stance on most things in life, and that I believe, and I don't know, I'm not a psychiatrist, but I think that really helps me maintain an even keel regardless of whether things are going really well or whether things are really not going so well. I can maintain some equilibrium regardless and carry on. And my attitude is, you know, kind of, it's a cliche, but, you know, this will pass. It's kind of, you know, just do what you got to do to get through it and move on.
Right. Well, one of the things I like most about you is that every time we talk to each other, I'm always happy when we finish with the phone call. I always feel better for having chatted to you than not. So
well, that's wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. And we're almost out of time, but one last question. What do you love most about being an ALMS buddy?
An ALM buddy? Oh, gosh, there's so many things I love about it. I love that every day is different. So, you know, I never know what's going to end up, you know, on my plate that day, as far as, for instance, that we call them visitors, people who come to us for consultations or for help. And we may end up, our services vary. We may end up doing coaching. We may end up doing mediation. We may end up intervening in some way, whatever the case may be. We do lots of different things. But I don't know until I actually get on the Zoom call or in the meeting room or on the phone, whatever the format is, what that person, who that person is, what their concerns are, what they want to talk about, what their goals are, what they want out of any given situation. So every conversation is unique and very different. And of course, then the result of, you know, next steps varies and is always very different. So I really enjoy that part of it.
I can see how that would be appealing and perfect for your personality.
Thank you.
So, well, Elizabeth, thank you for spending a little time in idle chat with me. I appreciate it. Wish you nothing but the best, and I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. Speak soon.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin, and this is another in the series of idle chat videos for the American Bar Association's Section for Dispute Resolution. Today, I'm talking to a colleague who is British, living in Germany. Hi, Duncan, how are you?
Hi, Natalie. I'm very well, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Sure, it's a very international sense we have in today's idle chat. We've got an American living in France, a Brit living in Germany.
Yeah, that's true. Well, it's the world is a much bigger and smaller place than it used to be. You know, borders it's great to be able to move around so easily, and that's also a benefit of a career in international arbitration, that you can that it's open to you to live and work in many more places.
Exactly right. And because of technology, here we are.
Exactly.
Here we are. So Duncan, I know that you've watched other of the videos for Idle Chat, but I've got my handy dandy cards here and we will give them a shuffle.
Okay.
And see what it is that you and I will get to talk about today. Are you nervous?
I am. I feel like I should be doing a drum roll or something.
Maybe we can edit in a drum.
Okay, yeah, we can add that in post, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Duncan, if you were hired to show tourists what it's like where you live, what would you be showing them?
Tourists, well, I feel that that's a bit of a lowball question, actually, because so I live in Munich, which is probably one of Germany's most attractive cities for tourists, because there's so much that you can see and do here. So in Munich, I would say no visit to Munich would be complete without a visit to the historic center with all its beautiful architecture, and of course some of the old traditional beer halls, like the Hofbräuhaus, which is particularly popular. And depending on what time of the year you're coming, of course, the Oktoberfest takes place, well, normally every year. Unfortunately, it's been it hasn't taken place for the past few years for obvious reasons. But that's a really good opportunity to see kind of the beating heart of Munich and the spirit of the city. Everybody comes out wearing the traditional costume, the lederhosen, or the dirndl, so the traditional kind of these leather dungarees, or the dress. And to drink the traditional the liter steins of beer, known in Germany as the Mass, and also a trip to Munich would not be complete without a visit to the beautiful countryside. So if you go down a bit more south from Munich, you'll reach the beautiful Bavarian Alps. And it's actually really very close. So I think that you can get to some of the places at the foothills of the Alps, you can get to even with 45 minutes on the train. And in the summer, it's really nice there to go hiking. There are many different trails that you can do with absolutely fantastic views, with panoramas of the mountains or of the lakes and the valleys below. And in the winter, you can, of course, go skiing. And it's even possible you can even do a skiing day trip where you load your skis in the car in the morning, you drive out to the mountains, try and beat the traffic, you reach the slopes, you ski a bit, you pack everything in the car, and you go home all in a day's work. So there's a lot to see and do in Munich, both in the winter and the summer.
Yeah, Munich is a beautiful place. If you're watching this video and you haven't visited Munich, it really is one of the more beautiful cities on the planet. You should definitely go. All right. Duncan, upon what topic could you spend hours and hours talking?
Oh, that's a good one. Let me think. Topic that I could spend hours talking about. I would say, well, probably music. It's one of my most long-standing hobbies. So I'm quite a keen guitarist. I've played the guitar, both the acoustic and the electric guitar, from a young age. I think I first picked up a guitar and started playing it properly when I was around 11. And when I was still at high school, I even played a different time in my life. I had long hair down to my shoulders. I wore a lot of black. I played the electric guitar in a heavy metal band. And nowadays I've obviously got a job as a lawyer. I've cut my hair, but the musician in me still remains. And I try to play the guitar as much as time allows now. But I'm a huge fan of rock music from the 70s, from the 80s, and so on. And I could spend hours talking about that, like famous guitarists and bands and the guitar in general and music and so on. So it's still something that I'm quite passionate about.
So if I was going to force you to choose, do you choose Jeff Beck or Joe Bonamassa?
Oh, that's a difficult question. I'd go for Joe Bonamassa. I've seen him play live in concert before, and I think it's absolutely fantastic. And I also remember some years ago in Stockholm, I saw his band Black Country Communion, and I think just the style that they play, the blues style, and the way that he can just improvise and that they play off each other, it's fantastic. So I would say Joe. I've been a big fan of Joe Bonamassa for quite some time. Yeah, but Jeff Beck is obviously a wonderful guitarist too.
He is very good, but yeah, I got to be on Team Joe. I'm with you. I'm with you, my friend. All right, Duncan, are you a fan of sport?
Of sport, I can't say that I am, which may be strange coming from an Englishman living in Germany. That I'm not. I'm outing myself here as not such a big fan of the beautiful game, by which I mean football or soccer. I do like playing sports on occasion. But I can't say that I'm a big fan of watching organized sport. Although that being said, when it comes to the big games, for instance, the Euro Cup that recently took place, or the World Cup, I like to get into watching those because it's a nice experience in Germany as well, because they do a lot of public viewings. So you can go to a beer garden, or you can go to a park, and they'll have a big screen up where you can sit there on the grass and watch the football with friends, and that's always quite a nice social experience. So I'd say I do watch it, and I do enjoy it when it's an exciting game and there's goals being scored. I think it's quite exciting. But otherwise, I can't say that I support any particular sports team.
All right, fair enough. As an American, I find it painful to watch. Duncan, if you could have an all expenses paid trip to see any monument on the planet, where would you go?
Any monument on the planet? Well, that's a good question. Monument on the planet.
Or anything remarkable, 7 wonders of the world to pretty much anything on the, let's put anything on the UNESCO list.
Anything on the UNESCO list? Well, honestly, I'll just tell you what first sprung to my mind. So actually two things. Firstly, I'd really like to go and see the ruins at Petra, because I think those are, I've never been obviously, and they look wonderful and historically incredibly interesting. So I'd really love to go and see those. And also the second first thing that sprang to my mind were the pyramids in Egypt. And it might be quite a typical answer, but I think ancient Egypt is absolutely fascinating. And I think the pyramids are also absolutely fascinating, just from a historical, like, architectural perspective. So I really love to go and see them up close. And the Sphinx as well, for instance, in Egypt. I think all of this architecture is absolutely wonderful, and I'd really love to see it up close.
Oh, I agree. I agree. Duncan, do you have a green thumb?
A green thumb? What do you mean by that?
So a green thumb in American idiomatic phrasing means that you're quite good at growing plants, from, you know, gardening to house plants.
Oh, okay.
Are you a greenhouse kind of a guy?
I think, well, in the UK, I think we'd say green fingers rather than a green thumb. But I would, well, I don't know whether I'm particularly talented at keeping plants, but I would love to have the opportunity to do that more. I mean, so what we have done, my wife and I, is that we've grown vegetables on our balcony or on our windowsill. So once we grew some peppers, like some chili peppers, which turned out very well actually. And we tried to grow tomatoes, which was more of a failed experiment. But we have plants at home, and we try to take care of them as well as we can. But I think it can be difficult in an apartment to keep plants that require a lot of light. So I think that during the summer it's no problem, and at home at the moment. So one of my most recent projects was this. I have this beautiful thing. It's called an Australian lemon leaf plant, and if you rub your fingers against the leaves and then smell your fingers, and it really does smell like lemon. But otherwise, the plant itself doesn't have any particular scent. You can only smell the lemon if you've rubbed your fingers against the leaves. But it requires an awful lot of light. And so during the summer, when you could just put it on the windowsill or move it around the apartment where it got a lot of light, then it really sprang up. It grew so much, and it was really nice to see that. And you get a certain feeling of achievement as well, thinking like, wow, I've managed to make this plant grow just by watering it and giving it light. But I'm a bit afraid now, as it goes into winter and the days draw in a bit, that it's not going to have such a good time. But generally, I like plants. Yeah.
All right. Excellent. Well, I'll have to look for the lemon plant that you're talking about. That's one of my favorite scents. I like it a lot.
That's very fresh. And apparently the leaves you can also use in cooking and cocktails. I haven't tried yet, but that's what the guy at the plant shop told me when I first bought it, that apparently you can make margaritas from the leaves, but I haven't tried that yet.
All right.
But
All
maybe if all
right.
the leaves are going to fall off anyway during the winter, then it's something to definitely try whilst I still can.
Duncan, the next question, you know, may or may not have some political backlash to it. What is your opinion, sir, for the person who's flying in the middle seat on an airplane? Does that person get both armrests, or just one or the other, or neither armrest?
Oh, that is a very politically controversial question. I should be careful what I say to this one. Let me think. Well, I don't think that they should get no armrest, because you always have the far left armrest, and then you have, say, two armrests in the middle. So that would be the right armrest of the chair closest to the window, and the left armrest of the middle seat. And then, of course, on the other side, you have another armrest, and then you have the far right armrest. I mean, I think I've always proceeded on the basis that, of course, like the left armrest belongs to the, say, well, if you're on the left-hand side of the plane, the left-hand armrest is your armrest, and then the middle two armrests you should just share, really. Because, for instance, I think what I normally do is I say, if it's on the left-hand side of the plane, then I would tuck my elbow into the back of the armrest, and then the person in the middle could then have the front part of the armrest for their left arm. And I think that seems to have worked. But it's definitely always, but I think, you know, if it's not implicit, then you should probably talk to your neighbor about it and decide how you're going to share the armrests. You know, maybe you can just come up with some kind of ad hoc rule, because I think the most annoying thing is that obviously if you have one idea and they have another idea, and you're kind of, you know, you're too polite to say anything or to really speak up about it, then you're just going to spend the entire flight sitting there stewing that you don't have at least, say, 1.5 armrests.
So every flight then we need to propose has a middle seat mediator that goes around and organizes what kind of program each row is going to work with.
Yeah, exactly. I think that would be the most sensible option.
So I think it's a mediator's answer. I think it always depends.
Yeah, that's true. That is, I mean, but it's, I think it's clear that we, the airlines definitely need more guidance. So I think after this, I'll try and call United to see whether they like this idea of having an in-flight mediator for armrest disputes.
Brilliant. Brilliant. You let me know when you've got that business up and going. I will back you 100%.
Definitely, I will.
100%. Duncan, if you never needed to sleep again, what would you do with the extra time?
I would probably do all the things that I don't have time for nowadays. I think I would read more, because I really like reading, just everything. I mean, obviously not just law books or something, but I like novels, I like nonfiction, I like all of this. I have a huge reading list that I never get around to, because you just have so many other commitments. And I think, you know, you want to just be able to sit down and read your book sometimes. But there are always things coming up that stop you from doing that. And as time goes on, the progress in the current book that you're reading doesn't really increase, but you always come across new books that you want to read, and so your reading list gets bigger, and it's just a very unhappy situation. So I would say if I didn't have to sleep, then I'd spend the time, say, reading, listening to music, things like that.
Wait. Yep. Duncan, I'll ask you the same question I ask everyone on the Idle Chat series for the last question, and that is, what do you love most about the resolution industry and the work that we do?
Good question. And the first thing that springs to my mind is that it's so incredibly diverse. I think I haven't encountered another, say, area of law or even just a community of legal professionals that is as diverse and, say, international as the dispute resolution community. And I think that makes our work incredibly interesting, because it means that you get to, because I think one thing that I like about the practice of law in general, or one of my most favorite things, is that or about dispute resolution is that it involves people. It's a people-driven business, because behind every dispute, behind every conflict, there's obviously people. Even if it's with a company, somewhere along the line, there's going to be somebody who's upset about what's happening. And I think that makes it, it allows you to, you get invested a lot more personally in it, I think, and you get to work with so many fascinating people from all over the world. I mean, just look at the two of us we're talking now, and we met through the dispute resolution community. Like, otherwise we probably never would have encountered each other, but we did. So that's one of my most favorite thing, is that it's you get to meet and work with the most diverse international range of people. And I know that that's, or I'm sure that's not the case with every area of law or with every, say, community of legal professionals. And it's something that I'm very grateful about, working in this particular area. And it's what keeps me interested as well.
Yeah.
Because you're always meeting the most interesting people.
We really are. We are so lucky in that way. First, our industry colleagues are just the loveliest people. Just the loveliest people.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Yeah, but then we, add to that all of our clients and the parties and the expert witnesses and, everyone else who's involved in our industry. And you're right, it does make for a really rich, beautiful tapestry of humanity.
A rich, beautiful tapestry of humanity. That's a really nice way to put it.
So, well, I want to thank you for your time. Really appreciate you meeting me.
Thanks again for having me.
Chat. Yeah, it was lovely to get to know you a little bit, and I hope that we can see each other face to face when COVID-19 is no longer an issue.
So do I.
All right. Well, you take care, and let's stay in touch.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin. I really appreciate you joining me for an idle chat, another in the series for the American Bar Association's section of dispute resolution. And today I get to talk to friend and colleague Doug Mintz. Hi, Doug. How are you?
Good morning. I've been better, but I'm doing okay.
Right. Well, so just to prove to everybody that you are my bravest idle chat participant, can you raise your arm and show everybody what we're dealing with today?
How's that?
That is gruesome.
Yep. Dislocated elbow from playing in a state cup tournament for an over 50 team soccer team.
Well, I really appreciate you holding up your end of the idle chat bargain. You've gone above and beyond, my friend.
Well, how could I disappoint you?
Aren't you sweet? All right, well, let's chat, shall we? Doug, first question on the cards. What is the best sandwich?
The best sandwich is a Marvin at the Sandwich.
What is a Marvin?
Chicken cutlet with barbecue sauce, cheddar cheese, coleslaw, and it's delicious.
I would put that on my menu too. Next card, sir, are you an early bird or a night owl?
I used to be a night owl, but one of the signs of age is that now I'm an early bird.
Happens to us all. All right, next card. Are you given to quoting movies?
Yes, I probably am.
What's one of your favorite movie quotes?
That's the problem with answering that question, truthfully. Of course, I can't remember. Life is like a box of chocolate.
There you go. There you go. And far less violent than my favorite, which is take the cannoli and leave the gun from The Godfather.
You talking to me?
It's time to go to the mattresses. All right, sir, this one is a bit divisive. I don't know how this is going to work out. If it's something that we just need to keep between you and I, or you want to decline answering, I can understand. Ketchup or mustard?
Ketchup.
No hesitation, just going right for the ketchup.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Mustard every once in a while on a hot dog, but mostly ketchup.
Fair enough. All right. Next card. Let's imagine you and I that the zombie apocalypse is coming. Which 3 people do you want on your team?
My wife, and actually my 2 sons. Well, actually, I want a 4th, my father-in-law. He's the toughest of them all.
Take the father-in-law. Good choice. Leave the cannoli, take the father-in-law.
Right, exactly.
All right. Doug, do you happen to remember your first car?
Yes,
What was your first car? Tell me about it.
my first car was a Corvair that my parents bought me before they knew that they were death traps. I was probably 17 or 18 years old. It was first summer back from University of Michigan. And my father actually kept it when I went back to school. So a little scary.
Little scary, but still, it was a nice car at the time.
Right.
Nice car.
Until Ralph Nader figured out it was a death trap.
Well, you know, details, details.
Right.
You lived. All right. Now, Die Hard, the film. Is this something that you would consider a Christmas movie or not?
No, because I've never seen it.
There you go. Not a Christmas movie.
Right.
Fair enough. Absolutely fair enough.
I do know Bruce Willis was in it, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give you partial, yeah. I would like to say I'm going to give you partial credit for that because there are no right or wrong answers in the idle chat,
It just shows that it really are.
but that was kind of the wrong answer, yeah. I mean, you know. All right. Doug, what do you like most about the place where you grew up?
The water. I grew up on Long Island Sound. I grew up in a city, Norwalk. Its diversity, its inclusiveness, and just was a wonderful place to grow up.
Very nice. Very nice. Do you, sir, ever miss working in service, in government service?
I did almost 27 years, and I think that was enough. I still think of doing mediations as a public service. So I don't think I've left. The only difference is that people pay me separately as opposed to the government paying me.
All right. I like that answer. Let's see. Next question. Have you ever cut your own hair?
No.
Good choice. I've tried it. It ends badly.
Right. No.
Ends badly. Doug, what always cheers you up?
Chocolate. Give me chocolate. It makes me happy.
I could be on Team Chocolate. No hesitation whatsoever. And then last question, the same question that I posed to all of our guests for the ABA's DR section members is, what do you love most about the work we do in the resolution industry?
Helping people resolve their disputes really makes me feel like I'm accomplishing something and helping people and still serving the public and still fulfilling my obligations to society.
Very good answer. That one you get full credit for.
Oh yeah, thank you. I get a C.
All A's, Doug Mintz, all A's. Thanks so much for joining me for an idle chat. It's always a pleasure to talk to you.
Natalie, thank you so much, and I really appreciate everything you do for all of us.
Oh, well, it's my pleasure, and I really appreciate you being here in light of your broken wing. So heal fast, my friend.
I'll fly soon.
There you go. Good answer. All right. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Hello, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin. Thanks for watching one in a series of Idle Chat videos for the American Bar Association's Section for Dispute Resolution. Today, I get to talk to a colleague in New York. This is Aurora Paradises. Hello, Aurora.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for having me.
Oh, it's absolutely my pleasure. I'm so glad you could join me for an Idle Chat.
Likewise.
So, Aurora, I've got this magical little deck of cards. It's about 120 questions. We'll kind of randomize it by shuffling the deck a little bit. See what cards come up. And you understand that this is not cutting-edge journalism, but on the other end of it, I promise that no mediators will be harmed in the filming of this video. So, what do you know now that you wish you had known 20 years ago?
There is so much. I think that if I could speak to my younger self, I would say, don't take yourself too seriously, and learn to laugh a little bit about your faux pas, because not only do you grow from them, but on reflection, they often are quite funny if you really think through all of the nuances. So I would say, don't take yourself too seriously and learn to laugh.
That's really good advice. What would be one or a couple of your favorite things to cook or bake?
Oh, wow. Well, I love flan. You know, my family's originally from Puerto Rico, and so I make a delicious flan in the dessert arena. And then, of course, I would have to revert to something that my mother taught me how to make, although it's not typically considered a Latinx dish, a lasagna, but the secret ingredient is in her recipe are raisins, and people wonder, well, why raisins? And so I actually often wondered, she didn't have an answer for me, but historically in the Caribbean islands, it was not atypical to include fruit in the preparation of food, because it actually showed status and that you were not so impoverished. And so I believe that's why that recipe was passed down from my grandmother and perhaps her grandmother all the way to my mother to me, to incorporate raisins. And people are always surprised, why are raisins in lasagna? Well, it's the family recipe. And I believe historically, the rationale is what I just sort of offered.
Isn't that interesting? I would never have thought that to be the case, but I can understand it. I can see why that would be. Yeah, I can see that. Can you think of anything that is better when it's broken than as a whole?
That's interesting. You know, I don't mean to get philosophical, but sometimes when an individual is fractured, let's say internally, versus a tangential thing, an object, that's where a lot of soul searching happens and a lot of reflection occurs, so that on their journey to becoming whole, they're actually become greater than their parts when all of those pieces were sort of broken. And so I would say, absent the discovery of that process, you actually are better, if you will, when you're broken, because then you couldn't get to your better self. And so, you know, that was my immediate thought. I don't know if you were looking for an object.
I wasn't looking for anything in particular, and I think that perspective has value. I think it was Hemingway who said that we're stronger at the broken places.
And
right?
he's my favorite author, interestingly enough, and I don't think you knew that. So
I did not know that. Aurora, What is the hardest that you've ever worked?
Oh, that's easy, I think. Law school. It was my 4th degree, and I thought, oh, I've done this before. It certainly is going to be a piece of cake. Well, it was everything but. And I don't think that it had to do with, the timing. It was simply a totally different educational process than I had ever experienced. Understanding that I've received a bachelor's, I received a master's and a doctorate degree, and law school was my last. And so, putting that into context, for me to say that it was most difficult, I think that the Socratic method is something that, maybe added to that, but it was also a discipline that really needed to be incorporated. And I happen to be a disciplined person, but it really needed to be stringent in order to be successful. And so that was rough.
But worth it?
But definitely worth it. Definitely worth it. And, it's definitely doable for all of those thinking about it.
All right. Well, that's, the final word of encouragement is always appreciated. Aurora, what game have you spent the most hours playing, do you think?
Interestingly enough, Hangman.
That's old school. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't mean to date myself, but I love words, and I love just the idea of that competition. And so I even taught it to my children when they were very young. So Hangman, definitely.
Hangman. That wasn't even on my top 10 list. Hangman. That is a good game. I absolutely agree with you. Absolutely agree with you. Aurora, what is the oldest thing that you own?
Boy, I would probably have to say some of my mother's old dishes. I can see them in photos stemming back to when I was 8 or 9 years old. And so I would definitely have to say that some of her old, and she collected, just to put it into context, she collected dishes. It was her thing. And so I have some of those.
That's fun.
Yeah.
That's fun. Those are, I like those kinds of little treasures. Let's imagine, Aurora, that you could take an all expenses paid vacation to visit any monument anywhere on the planet. Which monument do you think you'd like to visit?
That's a difficult one, because I know those that I've seen already that I wouldn't mind seeing again. I always say that I'd want to, sort of complete my list of the 7 wonders of the world. I don't know if you would count those as monuments, but I've seen 3, so I'd like to, complete the set with the additional 4. And don't ask me to name them all.
No, but I love your sense of making the list and checking stuff off. That makes my little heart and soul happy. All right. Aurora, if you were in a talent show, what would you be performing?
Well, I'd be singing. Once upon a time, it was actually an aspiration to be a singer. But it was sort of decided for me that I should choose a safer profession. So, but I'd be singing. What I'd be singing, probably something old school, something Whitney Houston, Mariah Carey. I know I'm putting myself at sort of a high expectation there, but I'd practice and maybe do it.
I think if you really wanted it, you could do it. Absolutely. I think you could. And I would come watch your talent show.
Well, thank you.
Absolutely. Aurora, what kind of nap do you find most satisfying?
Oh, a nap on a rainy day is what I enjoy. I think the background noise of the rain, it's just, you know, sort of the perfect time in my mind to take a nap, even if it's in the middle of the day. And that probably would be the only time I could take a nap in the middle of the day. And so snuggled with a nice, you know, warm quilt and, oh, you're making me sleepy.
But I love the picture that I love the picture you've got going on. And I would absolutely agree. Absolutely. Aurora, do you have a favorite sandwich?
I'd have to say a Cubano. Cubano's a nice sandwich. There's a lot of, you know, a lot of different things going on in terms of meat and cheese and different dressings and the secret ingredient garlic, you know, again, from my Latinx background.
Yeah, Cubano is good, especially if you get it off the taco truck and the sauces are dripping down your elbows. And yeah, excellent, good choice. What do you find scarier, snakes or spiders?
Snakes, without a doubt.
No hesitation on, wow, okay.
No hesitation. I think probably because there are more foreign to me. I mean, in New York, unless you're living further north, you know, you typically don't run into snakes. And even then, it's not the venomous type. And, you know, I just am not a fan, even no disrespect. Please do not call Natalie about advocating for snakes. I think that those people who love them should continue to love them, but I'm just not a fan.
I will agree with you entirely. Just hard pass, hard pass. And the final question, Aurora, what is it that you love? 1, 2, 10 things. What do you love most about the resolution industry?
I think that for me, it's a way to help people that maybe otherwise would not have access to the legal arena in terms of help. So certainly you know, especially since the conversation is a little bit louder these days with diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, I think that that's something that the resolution space helps to filter just by being in an equitable direction. And I think the other thing is that it affords people the opportunity to resolve issues in a manner in which they would like them resolved versus having a fact finder via either a judge or jury decide the fate of the parties. The parties get to decide the fate by and large, certainly in the mediation space. They create the rules and they decide to abide by those rules. I think the other piece is really just helping people to come to a definite conclusion about a dispute. Sometimes if you are in the main judiciary system where many cases do belong, you know, I just want to sort of create that caveat, but sometimes mediation is a better space because the emotionally charged issues can be resolved along with the legal issues. And so really filtering through that process, which is dynamic and has a psychosocial component for the parties to, again, come up with their own resolution, both internally as well as, you know, sort of by rule binding that they create themselves. And I think lastly, it's just the trust that people put in you to be an expert in helping resolve their issue. I think that it is a privilege and it is something that in terms of the space creates an accountability toward clients that really have a large stake in your expertise and helping them come to resolution about what it is that they're disputing.
Yeah, I think all of those are so key to what our industry provides for people. Well, Aurora, it has been absolutely lovely talking with you during this idle chat. I really appreciate your time. I wish all good things for you and hope that you'll stay in touch.
Thank you so much. Thank you again for having me, Natalie. Thanks again to the Bar Association and specifically to the alternate dispute resolution section.
Welcome to Idle Chat. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin, and I am pleased to be talking today, idly or otherwise, always happy to talk to a colleague and friend, Deborah. Hi, Deborah, how are you?
I'm great, Natalie. Always happy to be idly chatting with many people.
Excellent. So, Deborah, in Idle Chat, I have comprised a list of about 120 questions that are in-depth, cutting-edge journalistic inquiries. And I am just going to shuffle the deck of questions here, and then we will get started. All
The
right.
card's marked, I have to ask.
Can you see the barcode on the back? Absolutely. If I were smart enough to mark cards, I wouldn't be doing this. All right, the first question, what is your favorite thing to cook or bake?
Oh, wow. I don't do well with favorites because 10 different things come to mind, but I'll use one that I used at a holiday event to rave reviews. I make a bittersweet chocolate hazelnut torte at Christmas time, and it is decadent beyond words, but worth every ounce and every calorie.
Sounds lovely. Oh, that sounds good. That sounds really good. So do you like being in the kitchen? You're quite handy in the kitchen?
I do like being in the kitchen, but I consider kitchen work and cooking to be a team sport. So I'm not particularly fond of, oh, let me go into the kitchen and whip up a dinner for 8 people all on my own. But, you know, as a team sport, I really do enjoy working with fresh foods. I'm a farm to table nut and putting together fun things.
Oh, goodness. What habit do you have now that you wish you had started much earlier in life?
What habit do I have now that I wish I'd started earlier? Probably meditating. It's a calming, centering, gains some focus and perspective. And I think, gosh, if I'd just done that when I was, you know, younger, way back when, it would have helped me in a number of ways.
Miss Deborah, what artist or band do you always recommend when someone asks you for a music recommendation?
Let's see. U2 has been my sort of legacy life. Springsteen would be up there as well. So those always kind of things are hard for me though, because I do kind of tailor it to the individual.
Right. And have you seen either of those bands in concert?
I have. I've seen them, Springsteen several times, U2 only once, but yes.
Look at you, rock and roller.
Hey, why wouldn't you?
Well
Life
done.
is short, man. Go see your bands. You can always
There you
do
go.
it.
Sure, Brooks Brothers, rock and roll, side by side. I like it.
Absolutely.
What is the hardest you've ever worked?
So back in the day, I'm so old that when I did securities law and public offerings, we went to the financial printers in person. None of this remote business. I mean, you literally packed up and went to the printers, and we had this deal that had to file, and we were up without sleep for like 3 nights in a row. It was ridiculous, probably not even that productive, but that's what we did. And I remember falling asleep while I was speaking. It was ridiculous. That was the hardest I've ever worked.
Oh my gosh, you fell asleep mid-sentence.
Right. Which just, remember what I said about not being terribly productive? It's kind of like, really? Come on.
I mean, 3 days, that's enormous.
Isn't that silly? But true story, I'm going hiking in the North Carolina mountains on Friday with one of those clients. So it's fun how those relationships survive and endure.
Well, probably because they felt so sorry for you after you fell asleep in the middle of a speech. No kidding. They owe you a debt. Holy moly. Next question. What game have you spent the most hours playing, do you think?
Hearts, no question. In college, we played Hearts nonstop.
So if I've got a game of Hearts coming up, you're the ringer I want to invite over.
Absolutely. I'll
All
be
right.
there.
Now I know. Now I know.
You got it.
Deborah on the list for the Hearts.
Yeah.
All right. Imagine that you are moving to another country and you can only have one carry-on. What are you going to pack with you?
Well, there's my computer. There's a few books. I guess these days I wouldn't take photos because they would be digitized. You know, I remember when I was in my teens and traveling overseas, I was desperate for Dr. Pepper because it wasn't so readily available then, right? You know, now you can get pretty much anything anywhere. So I'm not coming up really high with anything. I'd love to be in different new places and sample the local stuff. So I'd probably be traveling pretty light.
All right. Passport and a credit card. That's really all you need.
Exactly.
A smartphone. Yeah, you don't have to pack maps. You don't have to pack itineraries, phone books, photo albums, reading material. It's all on your iPhone now.
Yeah. And just enough clothes to go shopping in, right? Start over.
And depending where you land, not even that's necessary sometimes. What was cool when you were young, but is definitely not cool now?
Bell-bottom pants and big hair.
I spent hours doing embroidery and applique on my bell-bottom jeans so that mine were different than everybody else's. And you had to have them just long enough so that in your stacked clogs, the bottom hit the pavement so they get all frayed.
Frayed on the bottom. Now, I as I uttered those words, I thought, what if they've come back in style and I don't know? Always a risk with me. You know, I wear what I want to wear. Style, schmile.
You know, I wasn't cool then. I'm not cool now. I don't think I was ever cool in the middle. So yeah, I'm not the person that you should ask for that.
Well, that goes double for me.
I have one style. I don't know. All right, last question. What do you love most about the resolution industry?
So again, I never do just the one. So the two things I like the most, one is I enjoy the work because whether it's being an arbitrator or a mediator, it's really helping other people solve their own problems. And I really enjoy that part of the work. And the other is the community. I have made such friendships just in the several years that I've been doing this, and it truly is a tribe. And hats off to the ABA, the dispute resolution section, and wider in particular for creating just this really great community of people. I miss convening in person, but I'm thrilled and grateful for the fun cocktail hours and Zoom calls we have together.
Yeah, I will absolutely agree. The resolution industry, we are some good folks.
We are.
We are some good folks. So, Deborah, if people want to reach out to you, do you have a website that they can find you?
Absolutely. HiltonADR.com. Very
And
unique.
And it's not Hilton like the hotel.
It is not. It's Hilton with a Y. Some people let the Y throw them and they think it has to be pronounced differently, but it's actually the old English spelling. So HYLTONADR.com.
Perfect. Thank you so much for having a little idle chat with me. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you. What a great day to do it. Thanks so much.
Thanks. Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin. I really appreciate you joining me today for another in the series of idle chats with ABA Dispute Resolution Section members. Today I get to talk to colleague and fellow member in New York, Dan Burstein. Hi, Dan, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course, it's my pleasure. How are things there in New York?
Things in New York are pretty good, all things considered. So yeah, how about you? How are things where you are?
Normandy, France, you know, it's always nice to be in Normandy, even in the middle of a worldwide pandemic. It's still really pretty here. So, well, Dan, I wanted to chat with you a little bit about the work you do before we start our idle chat. Can you tell me a little bit about mental health communication and the work that you do, because it is different than some of our colleagues?
Sure. So the work that I do is focused on helping people have better conversations about mental health. And that's very relevant, especially now in the time of the pandemic, because a lot of people are having mental health problems more than ever before in the statistics. And so it's very relevant to a lot of different types of communities. Mental health communication is just the skills we use to have better interactions, including conflict resolution around mental health. And so the work that I do is about bringing conflict resolution best practices to any kind of interactions about mental health. And so that includes being sensitive about the language we use when we talk about mental health, but it also includes having plans to address challenging behaviors in a way where you're not stigmatizing someone's mental health problem, and having ways to be accessible to people who may or may not have mental health needs, without, again, singling anyone out and using assumptions or paternalism or stigma related to mental health. So to sum it up, you know, my work with mental health communication is very broadly applicable. It includes everything from how to have good communication to actual conflict resolution processes. And it's relevant for all kinds of mental health stakeholders, because all of us have mental health, so we all are mental health stakeholders.
Perfect. And so the work you do, is it with corporations, communities, governmental associations and organizations? Who are your primary clients?
I have a very diverse reach. So I work with, my answer to that is yes. So there's a lot of people will come to me for direct mediation or coaching services, and those will be companies or agencies. And I also do trainings. My goal is to have a large scale impact and give a lot of people resources. So I've worked on a lot of projects that are self-sustaining online grant funded programs that provide resources for families and family organizations, libraries, housing providers. Really it's very, very broadly applicable, because again, mental health is a topic that affects all of us, and people who have mental health needs are very, very common, because 1 in 5 of us will have a diagnosable mental health problem each year. But all of us will have a bad day at some point. And so, mental health is relevant for everyone. And it's important to, know how to have these conversations and also handle these situations without inadvertently scapegoating mental illness or stigmatizing certain people. So a lot of different people are interested. And my goal is always to reach as many as possible.
I like that. I like that a lot. Very commendable work that you're doing and impressive work that you're doing. And I'll share with you that one of the reasons that we initiated the Idle Chat series was to be sure that our dispute resolution section was reaching out to members in a way that is a little bit more lighthearted. Because after we've all been inside our dining rooms or our back offices for so many months, it's important for us to connect and make sure that, you know, our colleagues are doing well, and to kind of, you know, lighten the mood a little bit. We need a little bit of levity during these strange days. So, well, if it's all right with you, we'll move on to the questions and idly chat with one another.
Great. Yeah, of course.
All right. Dan, first question is, what movie or what movie quote do you use most often in your day-to-day life?
Okay, great. So, first I'll preface by saying I have bipolar disorder. So part of the reason I do the work that I do is it comes from my personal experience and seeing how difficult it was for me to communicate about my own mental health problem. And the quote that I have is a quote from the book A Beautiful Mind, which became, you know, the movie A Beautiful Mind with Russell Crowe, about John Nash, who's a brilliant mathematician and Nobel Prize winner who lives with schizophrenia. And the quote is, one of his colleagues asked him, how can someone as brilliant as you believe in all these you know, ideas like aliens and things like that? And John Nash turned back to him and said, because the ideas about the supernatural beings came to me the same way as the ideas about mathematics did, so I took them seriously. And so I always really loved that quote. I was very lost when I discovered it, and I had experienced my first major mental health problem. I had a manic episode, and I had to take time off college. And during my episode, I had thought I was going to travel through time to fix it, so my parents never got divorced. And people were surprised, you know, how I could have believed these ideas. And part of it was I hadn't slept for 4 days, but part of it was you know, this idea that, you know, the idea came to me the same as any other idea. So why would I doubt it? So I really love that quote. And it's always been the quote that speaks to me the most, and that I always try to share whenever I can. Even in idle chats like this one, I like to, you know, it is my favorite quote. So
here's my next question. What is it that you know now that you wish you had known 20 years ago?
So the thing that I know now, and I always try to tell people that I wish I knew 20 years ago, is that, you know, everybody is on the same spectrum of mental health, meaning everybody has good days and bad days. And so if someone's doing something that's upsetting to me, they might have their own struggles that I don't realize. And so, you know, I really learned that through my personal experience of dealing with my mental health problems and understanding, you know, a lot more because of the work I do. A lot of people confide in me and tell me about what they're going through, and you'd be surprised privately what people are managing and dealing with and struggling. And so when I was younger, I definitely had a lot more trouble, and I still have to work on this all the time, thinking, well, is somebody trying to hurt me? Is someone, you know, if I'm hurt, if I'm bothered by something, is that because the other person's a villain? Or is it possible that they're going through something, or they have a perspective I don't understand? So that's the thing that I really, I wish I could tell myself or teach myself when I was younger is, you know, other people might be doing something that bothers you, but it's not necessarily because they're trying to hurt you or because it's on purpose. And even if someone's trying to hurt you, they might have something going on that, not to say it's okay to get hurt, but you know, you don't know someone's circumstances. And so I think that's very important, especially in the times we're in now with all the divisiveness, to remember that, you know, people really aren't villains.
Yeah, boy, is that a good lesson. Boy, is that a good lesson. That's a fantastic example. I like that one. I'll do my best to try and use that one more in my day-to-day as well, because that's a powerful lesson. All right, Dan, I know that you are a fan of games. What game do you spend the most time playing, do you think?
So I play a game with myself, I guess, all the time. And I like to sort things. So sometimes it'll be counting change or sorting my papers. I have a lot of piles of papers of what I have to do. I have, you know, at times I've had like a bag of marbles that I would sort. And it helps me to not take anything too seriously, because, you know, keeping things in motion. So I even have a bulletin board where I put the projects I'm doing and I move them around. You know, I really feel a lot of relaxation from organizing things into some kind of structure that, you know, but also not clinging to one way things are organized. So I do a lot of reorganizing, moving things around, and it helps me stay calm, and it also helps me not be rigid. So.
All right, good answer. Good answer. I like that game too. All right. All right, Dan, next question. Which do you prefer more, cats or dogs?
That's interesting, because I would have said dogs, and I was obsessed with dogs. And I even, when I got bar mitzvahed, I had a dog themed bar mitzvah. It was Daniel's bark mitzvah. But now I have a cat, because when I met my wife, she had a cat. And he is an incredible cat. And he even talks to us because he meows, but it's like we're having a conversation sometimes, although maybe we're imagining it. But now I'm confused, so I can't even answer that question. You know, I think that a cat, you have to earn it, right? You have to earn. You can't just expect them to come as readily as a dog. So I think that when I think I'm worthy, maybe I'm more of a cat person, and when I'm needy, maybe I'm more of a dog person.
I never heard of a preference being defined like that, but I kind of like it. I kind of like it. So if I asked you, what is the last photograph that you took on your phone?
Yeah, so the last photograph on my phone, we take a lot of pictures of Theo, is our cat. So, you know, all the time, you know, every time he sits in a different way, it's very cute, but he also will find his way into different places. You know, he really is very mischievous sometimes, and whenever he does something like that, first we take a picture and then we correct it.
Because why not? Because why not? Life is short. All right, Dan, when was the last time that you had more than 9 hours of sleep?
The last time I had more than 9 hours of sleep was probably a few months ago, and every few months, if I have sleep problems, I have a medicine that I take that helps me get more sleep. So so when I take that medicine, I have to sleep a long time afterwards, because if I get woken up, I'll be very hungover and irritable and messed up that next day. And so periodically, you know, I have to watch my sleep. And when I have poor sleep, I'll take this medicine. You know, that's just another part of, you know, living with the bipolar disorder. One of the most important things for me is to make sure I'm getting sleep. And I mentioned briefly earlier that I hadn't slept 4 days, and that's when I got sick, you know, one other time. So I'm very careful to watch my sleep. And a few times a year, sometimes, you know, more times a year than others, I take this medicine to make sure I sleep.
All right. All right. Well, I'm a big believer in the 8 hours program.
Yeah, normally I get 8 hours, no problem.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Here is my last question for you, Dan. It could be one thing or many things, but what is it that you love most about the work that you do in the resolution industry?
What I love most about the work in the conflict resolution industry is that this is a field that, by our principles, we believe in giving people choices, and we believe in being fair. And it's hard to always do that, and we're all people, so we all make mistakes, but I really love that that's the focus, that that's the beginning of any interaction, is how do we do this in a way that gives that person choices, and how do we do this in a way that is fair? And that, you know, in that end, you know, I do my mental health work, but I also try to do work with best practices in our field, because I think we are the place where fairness lives and where choices live. And we really have an opportunity to, you know, improve how everybody learns how to be fair and honor choices. And when someone comes for a conflict resolution process, they can see that modeled by the mediator, that choices are important, and that we're really trying to make sure people feel like it's a fair situation, as fair as possible. So that's what I love the most about this work, is that we're all coming together in service of these two core values that I see as the main ones, the fairness and choice, even if we also all have work to do ourselves to get better at doing.
Right. But, you know, when everybody helps everybody else, it just gets better and better.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Yeah. So if someone were interested in working with mental health mediation, if someone were curious about how your services can apply to their situation, or they just need more information, more resources, what's the best way for people to reach out and connect with you?
So the best way someone can connect with me, I'll say my email address. I always am open to questions from anyone. It's dan@mhmediate.com. That's MHMEDIATE. And you can go to www.mhmediate.com as well, and you can fill out a form there. But the best thing to do is email me directly, dan@mhmediate.com, and tell me what you're interested in, because I do a lot of different kinds of work. So if you go to the mhmediate.com website, you'll see a lot about trainings for challenging behaviors, dealing with those in a fair way. But there's a lot of different projects I'm involved in, and I'm always interested to hear from people. And any kind of question, any kind of inquiry, I'll always be glad to get it and glad to interact. I feel like I learn the most from hearing from others. So
as do the rest of us. Well, I will encourage anyone watching this film, or this video rather, if you've got questions, if you've got challenges, please reach out to someone, if not Dan, to someone, so that your specific needs for mental health concerns or questions can be met. But definitely reach out to Dan if your company, your church, your community, your governmental association, if you need help designing a program, Dan's your guy. Thanks very much for watching, and thank you, Dan, for your time.
thank you.
Hello, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. Welcome to another series of Idle Chat for the American Bar Association's Section for Dispute Resolution. Today, I'm having an absolute blast talking to an old friend. And when I say old, I mean like 2.5 decades ago, we started working together in the ADR industry. This is Leonard Levy. Hi, Len, how are you?
I'm great. How are you doing, Natalie?
I'm doing really well. I'm so happy to chat with you.
Same here.
So Len, Idle Chat is really truly that. So I've got about 120 completely innocuous questions here. And so we'll give the cards a quick shuffle and start our Idle Chat. This is just for fun. This is not cutting edge journalism at all, not even close. All right. Len, our first absolutely not in-depth question is, which do you prefer, mayonnaise or Miracle Whip?
Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise.
Absolutely fair. And you like mayonnaise all the time, Miracle Whip never, 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 or mayonnaise in some cases, Miracle Whip in others?
I tend to go with the more natural product, or what I perceive to be the more natural product. Mayonnaise, the one time I really hesitate to use mayonnaise at all, though, as a matter of fact, I won't, is on French fries. I will not do that.
Sorry to all the Canadians who are watching.
Yes, sorry. Borrowing a phrase from, borrowing a thought from Pulp Fiction, I think.
We all have to have our priorities. Got to set the line somewhere.
Right.
French fries. All right. Len, how many hours per day do you think you spend online?
Well, the accurate answer is way too many. I probably spend between 5 to 6 hours online in one form or another, either emails or doing research or writing articles. And that's the writing articles part is the part that takes the most time, I think.
Right. We're all online a lot, especially during the pandemic. It seems to have doubled nearly.
Not to mention, by the way, Zoom mediation and Zoom teaching, which does consume some time too.
It does. I'd say the bulk of my time is spent online now. Len, what is the most interesting building that you've either seen or actually had the privilege of being inside?
Wow, the most interesting building. I would have to say the Sears Tower in Chicago. And the reason was that it gave me the opportunity to do something that scares the living daylights out of me, and that is to stand in a plexiglass enclosure with the plexiglass below your feet as well, so that you are suspended 100 stories or more above the street. That one, just thinking about it, makes my palms sweat. But that, for that reason, was a very interesting building.
You know, I have the utmost faith in engineers, and I'm still going to go ahead and take a hard pass. That just that just sounds like no thanks. No, good for you. I'm so glad you were able to, get up there and walk on it and look down.
Right.
Right. All the power to you, but oh man, I don't think that's for me. Now, Len, I know for a fact that you're a big fan of books and reading and knowledge and research, etc. But what's your favorite medium? Are you an ebook, a paperback, a hardback? What's your preference?
I like hardcover books. I really prefer, I mean, soft cover is fine too, but there's something about a new book that has just come out that gives you, and it doesn't matter what type of book. It doesn't have to be, it can be fiction. It could be a book in the mediation world. It could be anything, but there's something about a hardcover book. It's like somebody has put effort not just to write this book, but to get this book into a form that is lasting. And that's what I prefer, hardcover books.
Hardcover. All right. Good to know. Now I know what to send you. All right. Len, what was the best thing that has happened to you today?
The best thing that happened to me today was, I think, our conversation, Natalie, to be quite honest with you, just being able to catch up and learn about the cultural differences in France and between France and the United States, and that actually is the best thing that's happened to me today. Thank you. True
very
answer.
Sweet. All
True
right.
answer.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. I'll have to say it's the best thing that's happened to me today as well. So I like that.
Thank you.
Connecting with old friends is always a good thing.
Right.
Oh, now here's one, Len. I don't know. You can answer it or not. What do you like most about yourself?
Ooh. You know, that's a go against the grain question, because I really find that I'm not comfortable talking about myself per se. I enjoy talking about my experiences, but I think if I were to directly answer that question, it is that I feel I can connect with virtually anyone who has any willingness to connect with me.
Do you know, I was going to say the exact same thing about you. What I like most about you is that you're willing to have a true dialogue, a sincere, authentic give and take with anyone. And I find that to be an admirable quality.
Thank you.
I like that about you too. All right. Len, if you have a secret talent, what is it?
Okay, well, that one actually is pretty easy. My secret talent is that I know how to sound the shofar on the Jewish high holidays, and also that I can play tunes on the shofar. I have entertained friends and relatives at birthdays by playing happy birthday to them on the shofar.
I would pay good money to see that. And I've got a birthday coming up. You're hired, my friend.
Okay, you've got it.
You're hired. All right. Len, who is your favorite cartoon or comic book character?
Well, let's see. Cartoon or comic book character? I would have to say that Superman, because Superman is really someone who has had to get things under control. He was born with superpowers. Well, he was not when he was on his planet of Krypton, but when he came to the world, he had superpowers. And his entire life was learning to be responsible with those superpowers, as opposed to figuring out, like so many people who, you know, so many of the characters that have come up, figuring out how to do things with the superpowers. There's a control element there, that a self-control element. And I think that's an admirable quality in Superman.
I'll be on Team Superman. I'm a big fan. Big fan. I like that one. Len, what outdoor activity haven't you tried yet, but you would like to?
Ooh, well, let's see. At my age, the outdoor activities, things like rock climbing, things of that nature, that's not going to happen. The outdoor activity, I think that I would like that I have tried once actually, but I would like to try again, is surfing. I would really like to surf. I don't need 100-foot waves. I just want to stand up on a board and ride it in.
You know, you're in LA. I hear that,
I
you
know.
know, surfing is maybe a thing there, and you could give it a shot.
I've heard that. Yes, I've heard that too. Yes.
Of course, it could be just rumor. I don't know. I don't know. Len, can you do the Vulcan hand greeting?
I can.
Look at that. All right.
Okay.
Way to go, recessive genes.
Right.
All right.
But by the way, I will tell you something about the Vulcan hand gesture, which Leonard Nimoy actually came up with. It is a variation on a Jewish blessing, and I'm sorry, but I don't remember the blessing, but I think it might be the part of the Yivarechecha, which is may the Lord bless you and keep you and keep you safe. And I think that's where that came from.
I had no idea, but that would be right on line with what I know about Leonard Nimoy. Yeah, and live long and prosper.
Right.
It's a nice paraphrase of the Jewish prayer.
Right.
Yeah, we were in Froman's in Santa Monica a million years ago, 25 years ago maybe, and Leonard Nimoy and his son sat down in the booth right behind us. And my daughter, who was really little at the time, said far too loudly, "Mommy, that's Leonard Nimoy." I said, "Yes." She said, "Do you think he knows who he is?" And Leonard Nimoy, to his great credit, really slowly, I felt the booth move behind me, turned around, and his arm was on the back of the booth. And he whispered back and he said, "I do." And I had so much fun becoming me. And her eyes got really big, and he stopped and talked to her and answered all of her questions. And he was just lovely, absolutely lovely. And the better part of that whole interaction was the pride on his son's face at this interaction between his dad and a little girl, just a little girl in, Jewish Delhi.
Right.
And he was so pleased that his father was that guy. He was just a mensch, just a good guy.
That is
that interaction stayed with us for, all these years. And she was really sad when he passed away. And she called and said, "Mommy, do you remember that time in Froman's Delhi?" And, yeah, I do. Leonard Nimoy. Yeah, he's a good guy.
right.
All right. Len, is there anything that you can think of that everyone on the planet might be able to agree about?
I think that, this may not be accurate, but everyone can agree that their families are important, and the most important thing, and being able to benefit your family is the highest priority. Now, I say that everyone can agree on that, but there are those, unfortunately, who wouldn't necessarily agree to that for a variety of reasons.
Yeah, or for whatever reason can't actually fulfill it. But I think you're right. That's a really lovely sentiment too. All right, Len, last question in the idle chat. Tell me about your work. Tell me what you love most about the resolution industry. Tell me about, because I know that you're passionate about the resolution industry. Tell me a little bit about why, or what's the drive, what's the great appeal?
The great appeal to me about mediating cases is that it provides an opportunity for people to truly resolve conflict, to put things that are toxic in their life behind them, and to realize, and they may not realize before going into the mediation session, what their true interests are. There are situations, and many mediators will approach things as, so long as I can settle the lawsuit, that's what we're striving for. But I think we're striving for more. I think we're really striving to resolve conflict, and that is beyond settling the lawsuit. And I'll give you a quick example. I mediated a case a number of years ago involving two songwriters, and the songwriters had written a theme for a TV show that was very successful for many years, had gone off the air. They had a disagreement about various things, supposedly didn't like each other, and their group had split apart, and there's nothing really to argue about until the TV show was picked up on syndication. And then they had these royalties to fight about. Okay. So we mediated, and we've spent the day, and for not a lot of money involved, in resolving the lawsuit. Nobody left after the mediation was over. And that's curious, because people generally, we settle it by And sensing that there might be something else, I asked one of the parties when the last time was that he had spoken to his former partner. And the attorney nearly jumped out of his chair, saying, "These guys can't be together. It'll be terrible." And I said, "Well, would you like to talk to him if he's willing to?" And we did. He said yes. And so I set up and did the same conversation in the other room. The two of them got together. They stood, and this is just with me and the two of them in the room. They looked at each other, didn't say a word, and then hugged. And as I left the room, they were talking about having a barbecue and getting their families together and things of that nature. That to me is resolution. And if we can achieve that, we can actually enrich lives beyond just getting rid of the lawsuit, which of course has great value, but getting it truly behind them is really, I think, what we need to strive for.
Wow. Yeah. And that is a real gift, isn't it? That's, yeah, that's really valuable stuff. Well, Len, it has been a real pleasure for me to idly chat with you. I love talking to you about all of these different kinds of fascinating things. But for Idle Chat, I want to just say thank you so much, and I look forward to staying in touch.
Thank you, Natalie. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk with you, to catch up with you, and we'll do this more. We have to.
There
you take
go.
care. Have a great day.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, and I appreciate that you're joining me for another in the series of Idle Chats for the American Bar Association's Section 4 Dispute Resolution. Today, I get to talk to our colleague, Caroline. How are you, Caroline?
I'm doing fantastic. It is 6 o'clock in the morning, and I'm having my wonderful coffee. So
that was a good choice. And I really appreciate that you got the memo for us to coordinate our outfits today.
Yeah. I love it. It was nice to see. We're like twinsies. It was natural.
That's all right. You know, it works for me. I feel quite at home with you. So Caroline, I don't know if you had an opportunity to watch the other Idle Chat videos, but I've put a bunch of, really, I'm going to go say that these are really intelligent questions on these cards. We're going to shuffle them up and I'll ask you some questions and we'll learn a little bit more about you. While I'm doing this, why don't you tell me where you are geographically?
So I am in Los Angeles. Yes, born and raised. And I think I shared with you before this that I was prior military. I was Navy, and now I'm back home and working for the great city of Los Angeles, and helping others, victims of crime.
Very nice. I had the great privilege and pleasure of living in the land of no socks and Botox for about 16 years. It was great. Good food, nice people, good weather. Way to go, LA. All right, Caroline, do you have a secret talent?
A secret talent. Well, if it's a secret, it won't be secret anymore.
It's just between you and I promise I won't tell anybody.
A secret talent. Well, I think maybe I can sing well. I think nice. I can sing well, and I never really thought about it. But one time I was singing and one of my Navy compadres said, "Wow, you have a nice voice," but you don't really think about that. And then later, maybe my sister's wedding, we were out and about and we're doing karaoke and such, and they're like, "You can sing." So I think maybe that's my secret that I didn't even know, but maybe I should just go ahead and chalk that up as a secret talent.
We need to get you on a talent show, my friend. All right. You know, when you drop your first album, I'll buy it.
No, not anytime soon.
All right. Miss Caroline, what do you suppose is the most interesting building you've ever seen?
Ooh, interesting building. Oh, I don't know if it's interesting. Well, it is definitely interesting. So my sister's an architect, actually acoustical engineer, architect. She's kind of extraordinaire. And so she's introduced us to a lot of architecture. And so I kind of like look at things in her eyes sometimes. So I love all sorts of architecture. I think the most interesting, I love tech, which I don't think will speak to the more traditional architecture. But it was a museum in Switzerland. Oh my goodness, I can't remember it right now. And I went inside and there were these pillars or these flat slabs. And when you approached it, a person came on and you can touch their hand and then they just started speaking. And I mean, architecturally, it was beautiful, visually pleasing. And it was also like very intriguing. I mean, it was kind of like a mind spell, I want to say, because you felt enchanted by this whole entire place and everything that was going on. So I can't remember, my goodness. I visited in 2017. But yeah, it was a really awesome place. I want to say, I remember there being like the Red Cross. I think that's, I can't remember.
Now
Man.
I'm curious as all get out, and I need to go find it because I can just drive there and go for a visit.
Yeah, I'll email you.
Goodness. Well, and you know, isn't it remarkable when architecture moves something in you, when architecture speaks to your humanity and your curiosity and creates that space for you.
Absolutely.
Good answer, really good answer.
Thanks.
Caroline, what do you like most about yourself?
Ooh, what do I like most about myself? Well, I think I love that I love helping people. I know that sounds kind of cliche, but I don't know, I've always wanted to be of service. I actually wanted to be a nun when I was in high school, but that shortly well, it was a brief moment in time. My mom was like, no, you're going to get married one day and I'm going to have grandchildren. And I was like, okay. She's pretty serious about it.
So your mother intervened and said, not the nunnery, and your mind directly went to the Navy.
Yeah, so because, well, what happened was I wanted to join the Peace Corps, and my mom was like, you're going to get yourself an education. And my mom's beautiful. She's awesome. I make her sound strict, but she's not that strict. She's strict, but she's, you know, she cares about her daughters. She loves her daughters. So yeah, that's actually why I partially went to the Navy, was because I wanted to serve. I wanted to travel all around the world, and but I really wanted to be independent. So, you know, I'm of 4 children and the youngest. So that's why I joined. And then I also wanted to be independent, which I think I became all of those things that I wanted to do.
There you go. You made it. And by the way, on behalf of everybody watching, thank you for your service.
Oh, well, thank you.
All right, let's move on. Are you a person who likes to read?
You know, yes and no. I used to read a lot of horror stories growing up. And I don't know, the literature that you get in school, I wasn't like a big fan of, so I didn't like it. And now that I'm an adult, I just seem to be working all the time. But if I could, I always say I would love to just sit by a cold winter day window, having my hot tea and like reading. I always say that, but never get that.
But that answers my question. I was going to ask you, what's your preferred medium? Ebook, audiobook, hardcover, or paperback?
That's all I have. Ebook.
Ebook. No, it's 2021. That's how we roll, right? Let's see. Caroline.
Yes.
Inquiring minds want to know, what is your favorite app on your phone?
Oh, Duolingo. Boom.
What language are you studying?
So I'm brushing up on my Spanish. And I have French on there because at one time I'm actually partially French descent. And I'm a little plethora of things. But yeah, I grew up in a Spanish household, and so that's what I'm doing right now.
Bonne idée. J'adore cette let's see. Let's imagine, Caroline, that an epic feast is held in your honor.
Oh boy.
What would be right across the table?
Oh, right across the table?
Yeah,
oh,
what are we eating?
Okay, well, I hope there's dancing, because
yeah, it's a feast.
It's a feast. I want to hear music, live music while there's dancing, and hopefully everyone else starts dancing. I get to dance afterwards. That's what I hope is happening. I'm all about the fun.
All about the fun. And so what would we be eating? Are we eating empanadas? Are we eating foie gras? Are we eating
oh man, what
barbecue?
are we eating?
What's on the table?
I don't know about you. Have you ever seen the Harry Potter series?
Sure.
Okay, well, if this is just like magical land, I would love for, whatever you want is in front of you. So if there are plates and, stands for cakes, everything, whatever you imagine, I hope will just appear.
Manifest right in front of you.
Exactly. I just hope it just manifests in front of you, and that the table was full and everyone was coming to enjoy. That's kind of how I see it. That would be the best.
That would be a phenomenal experience. That is, and possibly the best answer to that question I've ever heard. Well done, okay. Caroline. Excellent. So Caroline, I'm going to ask you the same question I ask everyone as the last question, and that is, what is it that you love most about the resolution industry?
What do I not love about it? I love EDR. It is the heart of me, actually. And I think that the people that work here, that talk about it, I see it in their heart too. And I think we are very passionate people. I think we are intelligent people. I am very humbled by the people in this industry, and I love learning from them. And I think that, exactly, what is there not to love? I think that what we do is very hard and complicated sometimes. And I think it exerts a lot of energy. I think that I did a podcast on Judge de Blasi, and he was talking about the athleticism that we have. And I, agree with him that it's a mental athleticism, staying in with the parties, sticking with the dispute, making sure that there's neutrality. I mean, we can go on and on and on about it, but at the end of the day, it's heart. It's heart. I mean, in any type of ADR that you're in, it's heart. So yeah, that's what I love. I love that we're here to help and serve at the end of the day. Yeah.
You have a really good heart, my friend Caroline. Thank you so much for spending some time with me. I really appreciate it. And thanks for recording an idle chat. It was a lot of fun getting to know you a bit better.
Well, thank you for having me. It was such a pleasure. Thanks, Natalie.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the link and joining one more in the series of Idle Chat videos for the American Bar Association's Section for Dispute Resolution. And today from Venice, California is our colleague, Margaret Levy. Hi, Margaret.
Hi,
How are you today?
I'm doing great.
Excellent. How are things on the west side?
Things are moving along. Things are moving along. Yes.
Good, 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 good. So Margaret, I appreciate that you signed up to play Idle Chat with me. I have written up about 120 random questions on these little cards. And so we'll give them a shuffle and then we'll get started talking together idly. I don't know, nothing serious. There's no mediators will be harmed in the making of this video, I promise. We'll get these sorted out. All right. All right, we are organized and ready to go. Margaret, first question. Have you ever cut your own hair?
Only pieces in the front. No, it would be a dangerous exercise for me to do that.
You're a lot
Who
smarter.
knows what that would look like?
Well, it would look a lot like this probably. All right, Margaret, if you were given an unlimited budget to open a new museum, what kind of museum would you open?
Oh, easy. That would be contemporary art.
Okay, and who's your favorite contemporary artist or artists?
I have many, but it ranges from, well, most of them are California, a lot of California artists. David Hockney would be my favorite. Oh my goodness, Richard Diebenkorn would be one of my favorites. Peter Alexander, Tony Berlant. I have lots.
Next question. Margaret, what song do you feel compelled to sing along to, even though you don't know all the words?
Oh boy, that's a tough one. What's Love Got to Do with It? Tina Turner.
Ooh, rock and roll anthem. Like it a lot. All right. Miss Margaret, coffee or tea?
Neither.
Neither? How in the world do you cope with mediating anything if you're not heavily caffeinated?
Yeah, I was gonna say no caffeine for me. Just water. Yeah, neither coffee or tea.
Oh
Herbal tea occasionally, but no coffee.
Oh, I have no idea what a world without caffeine would look like. Can't imagine.
My mediations are so stimulating that I don't need them. See.
Great answer. I like that. So stimulating. All right, Margaret. Now this one's a little bit divisive. I will warn you up front.
Okay.
Is it okay?
More divisive than coffee or tea, even?
Oh, substantially, substantially. The question on this card is it okay to put pineapple on pizza?
No, it's a terrible idea. I don't even like chicken on pizza. I'm like a very traditional, you know, like pepperoni or mushrooms or black olives or typical pizza stuff, but no, it's not okay to put pineapple on pizza. Yeah,
well, I won't
sorry.
call California Pizza Kitchen with your address then.
No.
All right. Let's see. Miss Margaret, if heaven exists, what does it look like?
Oh, well, it's very green and there are lots of plants and animals, some of which have become extinct here, but they're there. And certainly disease-free, COVID-free, cancer-free. A lot of happy people.
Right. Any art?
I don't know about art. More nature than art, I think.
More nature than art. All
Yeah.
right.
Mhm.
All right. Okay. Margaret, if you had to choose another profession, so not mediation, but if you had to choose to do something else, what would you do?
I always wanted to be a veterinarian. However, I can't stand the sight of blood, so I would not have been very good at that. But something involving animals, animal rescue, animal training, you know, that sort of thing.
Oh, so you're just a good person all around, helping humans as a
Absolutely.
mediator, helping animals in your alternate universe. Let's see. When was the last time you stayed up all night?
Probably the last time that I had food poisoning. So it wasn't by choice.
That's terrible. Sorry.
But on a happier note, I would say the last time I stayed up all night was when I went to a very avant-garde musical performance where you slept outside near City Hall in Grand Park in Los Angeles, and a composer by the name of Max Richter played his composition Sleep all night. And I may have dozed off a couple of times, but was awake most of the night.
Wow, that's a good all-nighter. That's a good all-nighter. All right. Let's see, Margaret, is there any movie that you can just watch over and over and over and never tire of?
There are a few. I would say Chinatown is one of my favorites. Dr. Zhivago is a favorite. I'm sure I'm going to think of other ones later, but those are two that come to my mind.
Right. And that's a good, I mean, Omar Sharif, he's just downright dreamy.
Right. I could look at him for a long time. Yeah.
That wouldn't hurt my feelings at all. But then you've got Jack Nicholson, who's so edgy, and Faye Dunaway, who's so beautiful and vulnerable in Chinatown.
Right.
Those are good choices.
Right.
Good choices. I like those a lot. Let's see. Margaret, if you were hired to show tourists around the west side of LA or Venice in particular, what would you be showing them?
Well, I'm not hired to do it, but I do it often whenever anybody comes to visit. So the Venice canals, probably number one. The boardwalk in Venice is another one. The beach, of course, is a key one. The walk streets in Venice also. To some degree, Marina del Rey, parks, things like that. Burton Chase Park, the sea lions there. And I often take them whale watching, although they're usually out of Santa Barbara.
Right. All good things. I'm going to come visit you. That's a good list. That's a good list. I like that list. Miss Margaret, what is the most recent show that you've binge watched? Because we're all, in this COVID thing and we're binge watching all different kinds of series and films. What's the most current one you've binge watched?
White Lotus.
I don't know anything about a White Lotus.
Oh, well, you must watch it. You must watch it. It's completely trashy. It's a satire. It was wonderful. And I believe they are going to do a season 2, but with different characters. So White Lotus would be one. Bosch is another, which is a detective mystery story based on the Michael Connelly, Harry Bosch novels. those are the two I would think of. Those are my most recent binge watches.
All right, well, I will take those under advisement. I'm always looking for something good to watch. Let's see. Oh, do you have a least favorite household chore?
Sure, cleaning the bathrooms would be the least favorite. Yeah, easily.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not surprisingly, that one's kind of top on most people's lists.
Right, I would think so. Yeah, yeah.
That one's not
I
hard.
actually enjoy doing dishes and doing laundry, things like that. Not a problem, but cleaning bathrooms or cleaning floors, nah. Mm-mm.
Pass, hard pass. That's all right. We've all got to have our priorities. That's all right. And then lastly, Margaret, what do you really, really love about working in the resolution industry?
You know, I love the variety of it because every case is different and the personalities, both of the parties and the counsel, are different. So it really is stimulating, challenging. I particularly love the satisfaction I get from settling a case and feeling that I've helped people, you know, move on with their lives and put a dispute behind them. So I find it really fulfilling.
Yeah, yeah, I will agree. It is very fulfilling work. What kinds of cases do you hear?
A lot of the cases that I mediate involve life insurance or health insurance, disability insurance, long-term care insurance. I mediate class actions involving retirement plans, pension and profit sharing plans. And then every once in a while, just some, you know, it could be a real estate dispute, it could be any kind of contract dispute, but a lot of the cases involve insurance because that was my primary area of practice when I was litigating.
All right. Well, Margaret, is there a way, if somebody wanted to know more about you or your practice, is there a way for them to get in touch with you? Have you got a website or something we can lead them to?
I do. And I can be reached at Maggie Levy at adrservices.com.
All right, excellent. Well, thank you so much for spending a little bit of time with me today and chatting idly. I really appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, thanks very much for clicking on the video link and joining us for another in the series of Idle Chat for the American Bar Association's Section for Dispute Resolution. Today I'm talking with a colleague in Kenya, Africa. Hello, Kennedy, how are you?
I'm fine, Natalie. Thank you for having me.
Of course, it's my pleasure. And tell me a little bit, you're on the east coast of Kenya, correct?
Yeah, east coast of Kenya, a place called Malindi, 2 hours from Mombasa.
Okay, fantastic.
Mombasa is a second biggest city of Kenya.
And is it a thriving environment for mediation and arbitration, or is it coming slowly through your area?
Arbitration as caught on is mainstream, just as litigation, but mediation is coming on slowly. And the courts have embraced mediation. I'm actually on the panel of the court annex mediation. So the courts have embraced mediation. I mean, the challenge remains with the legal fraternity to come on board. And there's a lot of awareness about mediation among the public. So one of our key stakeholders that we want to get on board are the advocates.
Well, we can do that. We can have conversations with those folks and help out, because the mediation that you and your colleagues provide to the citizens of Kenya is an imperative access to justice.
Sure it is.
It is. All right, well, Kennedy, I have drafted about 120 different questions on these cards, not one of them any degree of seriousness. And so I'll just give them a shuffle here. We'll mix up the questions, and then you and I will have an idle chat.
That's interesting.
Are you ready?
Oh, yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Kennedy, what game have you spent the most hours playing?
Well, football or soccer. I mean, let's call it football. Yeah, soccer is different. Yeah.
And what position do you play?
I play number 11. That's left wing on the flanks.
All right. All right. I will admit to you, that is not my sport. I'm not a runner. No. If you see me running, you need to follow because there's something really bad happening. I don't run.
In another life, I'm a very good athlete. I do the half marathons too.
Wow. Okay.
Do the half marathons, the 20 kilometer, mainly sponsored by corporations for maybe the Heart Foundation or any other charity activity.
Yeah, you and I are on opposite ends of the spectrum for sport. Yeah.
What is it about?
Well, so my preference is downhill skiing, where gravity does all the work.
I thought so because if you're in France, then I think skiing is a great sport there.
Yeah, it's very popular in France, and where I grew up in the Rocky Mountains of the United States, everyone skis. And but it doesn't take that much work on your part. Gravity does all of the work for you. So, all right. Who's your favorite musician or band, or even just a single song, so that when someone says, "Hey Kennedy, what should I listen to? What should I add to my musical repertoire?" What kind of advice do you give them?
I'm a bit old school, and I love a range of music, but an artist, but ABBA stands out for me, and I love the song Fernando.
I like ABBA. I like their music, and I really admire their sense of fashion.
Now that they're making this tour, I mean, yeah. So that immediately caught my attention. Yeah, I've loved ABBA for the longest time.
Kennedy, next question. If you built a hotel that had a theme, what kind of theme would you use in your hotel?
Wow, that's a hard one. I love murals. I love all sorts of murals. The hotels that I go to, I really take time to look at the murals that are done the lobby, and what kind of theme? I would pick a theme from the great safaris that happen around my circuit.
That would be really nice. Yeah.
Pictures of the big five. We call them the big five animals: lions, buffaloes, the giraffes, and yeah.
All right, so you'd have safari murals.
Safari murals, yeah.
I think that would be really beautiful.
Yeah.
That would be really beautiful and apropos. Oh, Kennedy, you don't have to answer this one if you don't want to. You might get in trouble at home. What is your least favorite chore to do around your house?
Wow. Sometimes we argue a lot with my spouse about whose turn it is to do the dishes. So that's my least favorite. and yeah, that's when my conflict resolution skills come in handy. I mean, we just have to find the middle ground. The dishes have to be done, and we have to share cows. But that's the least that interests me. around
The one that is interesting to you the least. And do your mediator skills bring you out on top more often than not, or do you still have to do your fair share?
Well, I have to do my fair share.
You know,
You see,
my friend,
the mediation skills would just they bring me back to reality that, hey, look, there must be a middle way. So you have to do what you have to do at the time you agree.
Yeah, it
So
is a
I'm
universal
glad
truth
that
for all of us.
because it grounds me. My mediation skills grounds me in every sort of argument that I have going, either with my spouse, the kids, friends outside.
For sure, for sure. And there's no way around some of those things. Absolutely right. All right. Where, my friend, is your favorite place to take a walk?
In the world, or where, or how?
Absolutely your choice. Do you like downtown Mombasa with all the hustle and the bustle? Do you like walking in nature, on the beach? What's your preference?
On the beach, I have an affinity with the beach. When I was in Malibu, that's 2019, the beach was one of my favorites. I know when I just wanted time away from school. Yeah, so the beach is my best place for nature walk.
The beach. All right. And you know, I lived on the west side of Los Angeles for 16 years. Santa Monica,
Okay.
Pacific Palisades,
Yeah,
Malibu.
Santa Monica. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that is a beautiful stretch of real estate.
Right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Kennedy, what is the best thing that has happened to you today?
Today, I think just slating this conversation with you, I think that's the best thing. That's a highlight of today.
Oh, thank you.
I don't chat, and I like the way it's going. I thought you're going to ask me all sorts of things, mediation and arbitration, but I like the direction it's taking.
Well, we can talk about mediation and arbitration, but you know, it's a little more fun to get to know each other.
I like the way it's coming out because you shuffle the cards, and so you can't kind of prepare for the next question. It's just out of the blue, sort of.
Yeah. It's fun.
And so I like it. It's
Good.
not what I expected, but I like it. So it's a highlight for me.
Good. I'm glad that you like the idle chat. My next question is, what do you like most about yourself?
What do I like most about myself? I just like me, and I think I like wow, goodness. What do I like most about me? I just like me. It comes in a package, I would say. I like what I've achieved. I like how I plan my day, and yeah, and I could go on and on.
Which is, I mean, it's a great subject. I think you're just a good human being, someone that's easy to like.
Okay.
So, let's see. Is there anything that was common for you to have or observe when you were a child that your children think is strange or odd or is no longer common? What major thing has changed from the time that you were a child until now?
Oh my goodness. That's a hard one, Natalie. So what has changed that my children wouldn't like in me?
No, not in you necessarily, but in the world. So what was common when you and I were children, I think, is something like we spent more time playing outside because we didn't have computers and we didn't have the internet and we didn't have smartphones. And our children would think that it's strange to exist in a world without a smartphone.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I get it. In my time, you know, sure, televisions were rare, and no, storybooks were very common. So you could pick a storybook off the library and read it within a short time possible, exchange it with another friend, right? But my kids nowadays, they hardly love to turn the pages. They would rather, everything is on the smartphone or on the tablet. And when I get them to try to read the, for example, the Asterix, the magazines that, you know, I mean, all sorts of cartoon magazines, they're not into that. So they find that very strange that I belabor that point upon them.
I hadn't thought about comic
You
books,
know,
but yeah.
I just bought them a hard copy of the Tintin series from an old Indian bookshop. But they find it very hard to turn the pages. They'd rather watch, just Google and watch it on screen.
Think that is absolutely right. I think you're right. That is an enormous change in just one generation, isn't it?
It is.
It is. And I miss bookstores. I do. I miss bookstores. All right. Kennedy, are you handy in the kitchen?
Am I?
Are you handy in the kitchen? Yeah. Are you good at baking and cooking and preparing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you prefer baking or cooking?
Cooking.
Cooking. And what do you like to cook?
I love pan-fried lamb chops, roast potatoes, and I love to do the pasta too.
I'm coming to your house for dinner. That sounds really, really good.
You're welcome.
That sounds really, really good. Let's get one more. Here's a good question for you, Kennedy.
Okay.
What activity or what person or what thought always makes you happier? What cheers you up?
It cheers me up, a good conversation. When I'm having a good conversation with a friend or a new person, and just get to know them, what they're thinking, what they're feeling. I think that stands out for me.
That's lovely. You just like the connectivity?
The connectivity, you're right.
Yeah, it is important, isn't it? To have other humans. Yeah, I think so. And Kennedy, my last question, it's the same for everyone who's on Idle Chat, is tell me something or tell me what it is that you love most about the resolution industry. What do you love most about what we do?
You know, what I love most about the industry is, you know, when I get two parties to agree or to resolve their dispute, I don't know, and they take credit for it, working hard to make sure they, you know, resolve their issues. And I just walk away, you know, knowing that, I mean, they're happy, they can live with the resolutions. That makes me happy.
That is a very good thing, my friend. Well, Kennedy, thank you so much for joining me for an Idle Chat all the way from the east coast of Kenya. It was absolutely my pleasure to get to know you a little bit better.
My pleasure too, Natalie. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. I hope to stay in touch. Thanks everyone for watching. Hello, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin. Welcome to another in the series of idle chats for the American Bar Association's Section 4 dispute resolution. Today I'm talking to a colleague in Madrid, Spain. I'd like for you all to meet Denise Eniez. Hi Denise, how are you?
Hi, hello Natalie, nice to meet you.
Well, Denise, thank you very much for joining me for an idle chat. As you know, I've drafted about 120 questions here that are not really deep thinking or political or religious or any other thing. They really truly are just idle. So we'll give the cards a shuffle.
Okay.
And then you and I will start a conversation. Okay. Denise, if you had to eat just one food for the rest of your life, what would you eat?
Oh, definitely pasta. I could eat every day in my life pasta. Like I love it. I think that is my Italian heritage that I don't know. I could eat every day of my life. I never get bored about that.
Okay, and you just the pasta, or do you put some sauce or something else on the pasta to go with it?
Yes, tomato sausage it will be perfect. All the days of my life, I could eat that.
Just pasta.
No problem.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, excellent. Denise, if you could no longer be a member of the legal and resolution industry, what other job would you have?
Oh, I thought about that a lot of times, and I definitely work in the fashion industry. I have a fashion blog for corporate trends, so it's like my hobby, and I put all my creative skills there, so I would like to do that.
Well, that is a service that I desperately need. I will have to find your fashion blog, because
Okay.
that is not my métier, not my strong suit at all. All right, let's see. Denise, if you were hired to show tourists around Madrid or Spain or Europe,
okay,
what would you show them? Where would you take your tourists?
Okay, well, I should. Well, it's an interesting question. I should guide them through the city center. I like that. Perhaps I made a special tour regarding museums and art galleries. I really like that. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, Madrid is a beautiful city. There's no shortage of fascinating things to show people in your neighborhood, for sure.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. Denise, what does your perfect day look like?
Oh, my perfect day. It will be like, I'm a very sport person, so I would like to go to make some sport activity. I prefer team activity, like, well, a football match. I used to play with my friends in Argentina. And then, well, perhaps we have a lunch together, and then some time with my family, definitely. Yes.
That is a good day.
Yes.
That is a good day. Do you have a preference between coffee or tea?
Oh, definitely coffee. Coffee. I love coffee, and I like an addict. Like, it's my drug. Like, I can't start my day without a cup of coffee or two.
I feel you. I feel you on that one. I feel you on that one. All right. Denise, you were saying earlier how much you enjoy the museums in Madrid. If I gave you an unlimited budget, what kind of museum would you build?
What kind of museum? Okay, I would like to make a mix between contemporary art and perhaps more traditional art, like Renaissance or something like that, because well, I like the variety of arts, and you can enjoy both together. And perhaps a shared space for fashion law, and yes, like the Fashion Industry Institute in New York, that I really enjoyed to visit that place, that museum. Yeah.
What do you like most about yourself?
Well, I think that the best thing I have is perseveration. Like, I really like to pursue things until I can make things happen. So I really like to pursue my goals, and until it happened. When I was a child, I used to perform in the math Olympic team. It's a little bit weird, but what I enjoy most about that activity was like, I have a complex problem in front of me, and they prize your creativity to solve the problem. It's not to use a formula and that's it. You can stay there and spend hours and hours like searching the solution, and I like that. And I think that my professional career is involved with that, like very connected with that, like complex dispute resolution is really related. So I think I like that.
Yeah, and we know that when we talk to our clients, one of the things they appreciate most in their mediators is perseverance. So good on you.
Thank you.
Good on you. Now, Denise, how many languages do you speak?
Well, I speak Spanish and English. Well, I went to a German school, and I used to speak German, but I'm not related or in touch with the language. So I almost lost everything I had learned in my previous years, like in primary and second and high school. Yeah.
Yeah, it happens to all of us, for sure. If there were another language that you could add to your repertoire, what language would you like to add next?
Portuguese. Yes.
Ooh, Portuguese is difficult.
Not for the Spanish speakers, like it's really similar, and I think that is a great value for my, well,
yeah, that would be a really good one.
I'm here living in Madrid, so I think it will be a good value for my profile. Yeah.
I think you're right. There's so many irregular verbs though. Oh.
Yes.
Portuguese, good choice. Denise, do you happen to remember the last photograph that you took?
Well, yes, yesterday I have a meeting with the alumni of my LLM, and we take a picture all together. It was really nice.
That's fun. And where did you get your LLM?
In University Torquato di Tella in Argentina. I'm pursuing a LLM in tax law.
Very impressive. All right. What do you like most about the place that you grew up?
Well, I love Argentina, and I grew up in Quilmes City, is near Buenos Aires. I don't know, I love the place because, well, I used to play hockey, so I have the club where all of my friends. I really enjoy to play golf, so I spend time there with my father. And I don't know, my father's house is like, my parents' house is like a very nice place that I enjoy to spend time together there. So I have like very places where I have a lot of feelings connected with the places. So I will say that is, well, the hockey club, the golf club, and my parents' house. Yes.
Nice childhood. Do you get to go back and visit very often?
Well, I come to Madrid in May, so I'm thinking to go for the, well, Christmas and New Year's. So I can spend the parties with them. Yes.
It's a bit early still in the day, but I wonder if you could tell me what is the best thing that has happened to you today?
Well, it's 10 a.m., but I think that I could say, well, I woke up with a really nice message of one of my best friends that she's getting married. So she called me yesterday, and well, I was sleeping. So she wrote it to me and she sent me a video telling me the story. So it was a really nice thing.
That's a fantastic way to start your day. Excellent. Yes. Excellent. Getting married. Good for her. It's always nice to have a love story.
A love story, yes, and all the things regarding the wedding and the party. And well, I love weddings, so I will help her in the distance, but with the dress and all the preparations. So I like it. I love it.
So much fun. Those celebrations are so important to us, aren't they?
Yes.
Denise, what is the oldest thing that you own?
The oldest thing I own, okay. I think it would be a pair of earrings that my grandmother gave to me when I had my 15th birthday, and it was from her grandmother, I think. So it's like a very special piece of jewelry that I leave it in Argentina with my parents because I was afraid to bring it with me.
That's it. Yeah, what a fantastic heirloom to have inherited. Very nice, very nice. All right, and Denise, the last question is, what do you love most about the resolution industry and the work that we do?
Well, I think it is connected with, I was telling before, like I love solving problems, and I used to, well, I choose law because I think that is the way to solve the law gives me the tools to solve complex problems, and in a creative and innovative way, because I told you I like art and I like being creative, and I think that you have a lot of different ways to solve a problem, but you have to find it, and you must be creative to find a really appealing solution for your clients and to convince the judge or the tribunal. So I love to solve problems, and it's my passion, and I'm not ashamed to say that. So I like what I do, and I feel passionate about what I do. Yes.
Beautiful. Beautiful answer. What? Yeah, and it's obvious that you're passionate about it. Your body language and your words give you away, my friend. Well,
okay.
Denise, thank you so much for joining me for an idle chat. It was a great pleasure to get to know you a little bit, and I hope to talk to you again soon.
Yes, me too. Nice to meet you, Natalie.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the link. Welcome to Idle Chat. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome Jean Lawler, a friend and colleague of mine, to the program. Hi, Jean.
Hi, Natalie. Great to see you as always.
Nice to see you too. Thanks very much for signing up to idly chat with me.
Any chat with you is good, whether it's idle chat or not.
Well, thanks. So listen, Jean, the way this works is that I have drafted about 120 questions. This is not cutting edge journalism. These are really not deep thinker kinds of questions, but they are a lot of fun. So what I'll do is shuffle the deck and we'll get started with some idle chats. Are you ready?
Can't wait.
All right, here we go. Shuffling, shuffling, just like the song says. All right, here we go. All right, so first question, Jean Lawler, is what technology are you eager to get your hands on?
Oh. Well, right now, I am looking forward to being able to fine tune how I do these various videos and things with different features in them and not just the basic zoom. So that's one of them, if that even makes any sense to you.
It does,
Actually,
yeah.
I would love an autonomous vehicle too. I guess that's technology. Yeah.
Jean Lawler, what is your favorite word?
Favorite word. I have phrases probably that I use a lot, like meant to be, carpe diem, things like that probably.
All right, that works.
Meant to be might be a real regular one.
And meant to be like the Yiddish word beschert, or meant to be like that's just what our destiny has foretold?
You know, when you get a close-up parking space at a store or whatever, I have apparently said this so many times. My kids will say, "Oh, Mom, what do you say? Meant to be," you know, or just something, you know, odd and off like that. All kinds of ways to use that phrase.
I agree. I like both. They're both positive. That counts. All right, now this one. It's a little divisive.
Okay.
But which is the correct way to hang toilet paper? Over or under?
Over.
Over.
We had this discussion years ago in our family, and people went back, and when I say our family, I mean my in-laws, all on the Lawler side of the family, and we have a very large family. So anyway, ultimately, it was my sister-in-law Phyllis whose word came down. Phyllis said over, always over, so we always do. So we used to know it's become a habit now. Always over.
Always over. You know, as long as there's one rule and we all follow it, I think that works. All right, next question. What might be better broken than whole?
Oh, wow. That's an interesting question. I mean, do you think of it in the temporal or do you think of it in the physical? I would think something that you can then share. The more people you can share something, whatever it is that's broken, and I'm thinking of it as non-physical probably. I don't know what it would be. I mean, it wouldn't be your broken heart or a broken whatever, but something that can be greater than its parts, that can make a difference for more people than just one, whatever that might be when it's broken into pieces.
Right. Well, you're a much deeper thinker than I was. When I wrote the question, I was thinking about chocolate covered toffee.
Oh, well, chocolate chip cookies come to mind then too. Yeah.
I like your perspective on it, but yeah.
It's still early here, you know.
All right, next question. What movie can you watch over and over without ever getting tired of seeing it?
Oh gosh. There are several of those. Love Actually. That's a good one. There are scenes in it, you know, there are things in it that make you crazy where you just want to go shake somebody and say, wait, you know, wake up, come on, you know, what, this is so good, you know, or whatever. But, you know, in terms of their lives, where you,
right.
But Emma Thompson in that scene in the bedroom with, after she's opened that gift, oh my gosh, that's heartbreaking. But then when you've got, oh gosh, the prime minister, as he goes around and they think, you know, those kids ask if he's singing us, if he's a caroler or whatever. Can't be beat, all of that, yeah.
All right, Jean Lawler, next question. When you get old, years and years and years from now,
right?
When you get old, what do you think your children will ask you to tell stories about?
Oh my goodness. You know, I used to make up stories out of my head for them at night. I mean, we'd read stories, of course, but then I would ask, do you want me to make up a story out of my head? Oh, yes, 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 or whatever, you know, for a little one trying to go to sleep or whatever. And so I'm not saying that they'll remember that we did that so much, but I think that they do. But I have no idea what they will ask me to tell them stories about, maybe about traveling or just when they were kids or something like that, when their parents were kids, you know, the
Right.
grandkids. I don't know. I think summer vacations. I mean, we brought our kids in the summer. We would go water skiing and rent houseboats every summer. And so they grew up doing that. And now their kids are starting to do that. And those trips were amazing trips. And in the winter, we introduced them to snow skiing as well, and, you know, did that. And then, I don't know, skiing maybe too, or just not even the sport as much as the trips and the adventures.
Right. Yeah, the good family stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with those stories.
Yeah.
Jean Lawler, what is your favorite sandwich?
Ham, probably a ham sandwich.
Just a piece of bread and a piece of ham and another piece of bread? That's it?
No, ham and provolone cheese, a little mayonnaise on it, and sourdough bread.
Now you get, there you go. There you go. That's a good ham sandwich. What is your favorite city?
Well, I love Los Angeles where I live. There's so much here, but I love London. I really like London a lot. I mean, there's so many beautiful places in this world. I just love to travel. And so when you say city, I think big, you know, and if that's what you're asking, I would go London and Los Angeles probably.
All right. And when people come to visit you in Los Angeles and they want you to be the tour guide, what do you show them?
We're just getting ready for some friends to actually come for the first time in, you know, a long time now. Well, we usually go to the beach. We go down to Manhattan Beach and, you know, find some place to eat, breakfast, lunch, whatever, go down there. If I'm really doing a tour, we'll do the Pretty Woman tour, you know, go up to Beverly Hills, is what I call it, the Pretty Woman tour. And then usually they want to see Venice Beach, so go down there, and that is definitely not a Pretty Woman tour, but it's a tour and it's interesting. And the Getty, I haven't been to the Getty in ages though. The Hollywood Bowl, if there's a concert on that night or something. Depending on who it is, a Dodger game, if they're in town, something like that. If they're golfers, my husband will take them out to play golf. We'll probably meet for dinner after that, you know, just different things. So
Well,
whatever they want.
I need to come visit you. You sound like a really good tour guide. I like all the things on that list.
Yeah, anytime. Would love it. Yeah, that'd be great.
Careful now. I'll say yes.
Yeah.
Jean Lawler, Die Hard. Is this a Christmas movie or not a Christmas movie?
It depends on what you think of as a Christmas movie, but yeah, I'd say it's a variation on a theme of a Christmas movie, you know, and you can't beat Bruce Willis, you know, coming down your chimney for the Christmas tree right there. And yeah, they filmed that in Century City, I think, didn't they?
I don't know.
Anyway, yeah.
I don't know.
I would say it's a Christmas movie. It always plays. It's just a real variation on the theme.
Yippee-ki-yay. That sounds like a Christmas card greeting to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah. This one now, we're getting into the deep end now.
Okay.
Do you eat food that is past its expiration date if it still smells and looks fine?
Occasionally, it depends on what it is and what the label actually said. If it says, you know, throw away after X date, or in similar words, then no. If it's refrigerated, probably no. If it's dried, maybe, yeah.
So that's a mediator's answer. It depends.
It depends. There you go.
It depends. All right. So, and last question. What do you love most about the work that you do in the resolution industry?
I just love being able to help people resolve their disputes and get on with their lives. You know, it just seems like it's well, being a peacemaker, I guess, would be another way of saying it. When you have discord and drama going on in your life, well, some of it, well, it of course is part of life. And while drama can be exciting as well, depending on what the drama is about, you know, if you're stuck in a lawsuit or in something like that, you know, just in discord, I guess would be another way to say it, for so long that it just negatively infects you and affects your life and those around you. So anyway, I tried cases and was in litigation for so many years, which most of them end up getting settled before they go to trial anyway. And it's just really nice being able to help people to sit in the other seat, sit in the middle seat as a mediator and help people take some control over their lives again and move on.
All right. Well, Jean Lawler, thanks so much for playing Idle Chat with me. I really appreciate your time, and it's always fun to talk to you.
It's always great to talk to you, Natalie. Thanks for these very idle questions, but very thought-provoking too.
You're welcome. You're
All
welcome.
right.
All right. If people want to reach you, I know that you've got a website, lawleradr.com. If you've got more questions for Jean, feel free to reach out. Thanks, Jean.
Sounds good.
You feeling sassy back?
Absolutely. Every time with you.
Oh, that makes me the bad influence. Hello. Thanks very much for clicking on the link and joining me for another in the series of Idle Chats for the American Bar Association's section for dispute resolution. I'm talking to my friend in Florida today. This is Eileen. Eileen, say hello to everybody.
Hi, pleasure to be here, Natalie.
Excellent. So Eileen, you know that I've put together about 120 questions for us to go through, maybe 10 of them over the next 10 minutes, but I'm going to give them a shuffle and then we'll have an idle chat. Okay with you?
Great.
All right, here we go. Shuffle up some questions for us. See what we get. All right. Let's see. All right, Miss Eileen, our first question, do you have any secret talents?
Wow. Well, I have many talents. I guess my secret talent is I'm a very intuitive person. And, you know, when I coach, I'm, you know, like to get people to really transform. So the hidden talent is to always, you know, have this really deep understanding of people and listening. So I think, yeah, that's what I would say.
Excellent. That's a really good secret talent. I like that one very much. All right. Next question. What is the most beautiful beach you've ever visited?
Yeah, well, I grew up in Panama. So there's a place called San Blas, which is a set of islands off the coast of Panama, and it's just absolutely good, you know, gorgeous. It's tropical paradise. So if you haven't been there, put it on your bucket list.
That's the place to go, huh? That's the one to beat. All right, we're all headed to Panama now. All right. Now, this one is a thinker maybe. If you had the opportunity to know the truth behind every conspiracy theory, but you would die if you hinted that you knew the truth to anyone else, would you want to know?
I would die, like physically.
Yeah.
Perish.
Yeah, you can't reveal the truth. So it's for your eyes only. You could know the answer to every conspiracy theory on the planet, but you can't share it with anybody.
Oh boy.
Want to know it?
I guess depends. If I was on my dying bed, then maybe, and I have nothing to lose, then okay. But yeah, it's not worth the risk to, leave family members to discover some truth. I think that's probably not important enough.
All right. I think that's a good mediator's answer. It depends. And secondly, I agree. It's just not worth it. Now, in your opinion, which one of these is scarier? Snakes or spiders?
Oh boy, definitely for me, snakes. I grew up in Panama, so I've seen huge boa constrictors, and there's a snake called a fer-de-lance, and that can kill you instantly. So yeah, I'm not into the snakes at all.
Yeah, I'm on Team Snake with you. Okay, hard pass. Hard pass. Do you have a favorite sandwich?
I think the classic BLT. If you go to a clubhouse or even a club sandwich, I think the BLT or a club sandwich, those are always good.
Can't go wrong. Yeah.
Nope.
Can't go wrong. Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. Now this one really gets to the meat of things. What kind of nap do you find to be most satisfying?
A regular one every day for about a half an hour, a little siesta. I always think it's good just to kind of try to lay down and just relax a little bit each day. So I love naps.
I'm a big fan of the nap. Now, the location is important though. Hammocks, beach, poolside, Barca lounger, sofa, back to the bed, lots of different choices. What's your preferred location?
Oh, definitely beach, out in the fresh air, the breeze. That's the perfect spot.
Best nap there is. Absolutely right on that. Next question. What food do you crave most often?
Wow. Crave. I don't know. I guess I love salads now. So I feel like a really crunchy, healthy salad is something that I've gotten used to. If I don't eat that and I just eat like meats and heavy stuff, then I am really craving something light and healthy.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I like food, obviously. Let's see. Here we go. I know that you speak a couple of different languages, but what language would you like to learn next?
I mean, it would be interesting to learn like Mandarin. I know it's very difficult, but basically that's what they say. The Chinese are taking over. So I think they make an attempt to really learn English, right? To work internationally, particularly Asian cultures. And we probably don't do enough to go into their culture. And I think, that would just be interesting to, especially from a history and fascination with that culture. I'm not an Asian expert at all. So I don't know. I just think that would be interesting.
I think you're right. And I think that my answer would be exactly the same. I think you're onto something there. Eileen, do you have a good luck charm?
A good luck charm. I probably used to, but well, actually, the funny thing is I'm wearing it here. Maybe you can hear it.
I can't see the little, what each little piece is.
It's a friend of mine. She was in China actually very long time, and she gave me this, and it's like a little charm bracelet, and it has these little bells on it, and I just wear it when I feel like being happy, and so maybe that's my good luck charm bracelet.
Right. Well, it's really pretty, and I like the little Tinkerbell sounds. That's nice. It's a happy sound.
Yeah, so I got my little bells on me. So maybe that's my good luck charm.
All right. Well, you have to test it out. Go buy a lottery ticket. Tell me how it works out. Let's see. We already got that one. Do you have a favorite spectator sport?
When I was in college, I loved to go to basketball games because, you know, they're running up and down the court nonstop. And, you know, I was in the old days a cheerleader, believe it or not. And, you know, football is just so boring. I mean, you know, people jump on each other and I don't know, it's just boring. So I don't know, basketball, because, you know, you got to maneuver, it's fast. I think that watching that live is fun.
A lot of action. It's a good one, basketball. Now, this is a really good question. What do you like most about yourself?
I like that I'm open-minded, fun, very global, international personality. That's just always seeking to understand others and bring out the best in others. So I guess that would be I like that, you know, I try to be a good friend to others and treat them as I would like to be treated. So, so I just kind of go with that daily motto, just, you know, treat others as you would like to be treated. And then hopefully you'll have a good, positive aurora of people around you with that.
Right. Well, that happens to be one of the things I like about you most too. So that's the right answer in my opinion. And then finally, Eileen, what do you like about or love most about the resolution industry?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pursuing my PhD in conflict resolution. So, you know, of course that, you know, that's theory side, but I really am a practitioner. So I think, you know, if you help people get beyond a difficult dispute or whatever it is they're facing in the workplace or private life, and you help them come out of it, you know, with hopefully a peaceful way, I think that's a good thing. And of course, to walk clients through that difficult ups and downs of conflicts is normal. And I think, you know, that's important, and especially the branding of our industry. I think we do so great work and in all different industries. And I think that I really hope that we're more recognized as essentials for, you know, for all working environments. So, you know, with that said, I hope that conflict resolution practitioners are really in every field and kind of like a core element for the way we do business and operate.
All right, excellent. Eileen, thanks so much for playing Idle Chat with me. I really appreciate your time and the thoughtfulness with which you answered all of my, you know, somewhat mundane questions, but it was fun. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, that was great. That was funny. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. If you enjoyed this Idle Chat series, be sure that you hit the subscribe, like, and notification buttons so that you can keep in touch with the Bar Association's section for dispute resolution. Again, my name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin. This is my colleague, Eileen. Thank you all for watching. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin. Welcome to another in the series of Idle Chat for the American Bar Association's section for dispute resolution, chair of the ABA dispute resolution section. Everyone, this is David Larson. How are you, David?
Fine, thank you.
Good, good. So you've agreed to play Idle Chat with me, correct?
Correct.
All right. So on these cards, about 120 various questions have been drafted. None of them intellectually challenging, but we'll give them a shuffle here. and see what we'll be talking about for the next few minutes.
So do I now guess the card?
like Johnny Carson? Sure. If you can guess what this card reads, I'll give you $1,000.
I'm pretty sure I can't.
All right. David, what game have you spent the most hours playing, do you think?
These days I don't have a lot of time to play games. But growing up, we used to spend a lot of time as a family playing Monopoly.
It's a classic. Classic. David, in your opinion, which is scarier, snakes or spiders?
I think snakes.
I'm gonna agree with you. I'm team snake. Absolutely. All right. Let's imagine that it is the middle of the night and you hear an unexpected sound. What do you do? Are you the kind of person that jumps up to go see what the sound is? Are you hiding under the bed? Do you call 911? What's your immediate response to a bump in the night?
Yeah, I'm probably someone that gets up and starts to explore. Maybe not the best thing. We're just talking about digital devices, and I have mine right at hand. So I would probably have it in my hand as I started down the hallway, ready to call 911. But I think my first step would be driven by a little bit of curiosity to start down that hallway.
Go see what it is, yeah.
See what it is.
That's what I would do too. Let's see. Do you have a habit now that you wish you had developed much earlier in life?
You know, I'm getting a little better at paying attention to things as they come up, as opposed to saying, I'll get back to this later. You know, I'm kind of a classic procrastinator in terms of, I'll get back to it. You know, then unfortunately that pile grows. So I've got 25 things to get back to. So I'm trying to be a little better about, as things come in, responding to them as quickly as possible.
That's an admirable quality. Yeah, that's a good strategy, a good game to play with yourself. I like it very much. Are you a big believer in taking naps by any chance?
I don't believe I've ever taken a nap in my life.
Okay, well then the next question would mean nothing to you because it was, what kind of nap do you find to be most satisfying?
I've sobered once I'm up. You know, and you know, people in my family can nap and all my friends can nap. I have never been able to nap, and I don't know if that's because, no, I started wearing contact lenses. I played sports early on, you know, and I used to wear glasses, and contact lenses are so much better for sports. And in the old days, there were only those hard lenses, and you did not want to go to sleep with hard lenses in. And you didn't want to take them out and go through that whole thing. At least I didn't want to. So I don't know if that's why naps were kind of adverse to me. But even when I was younger, it's like when I'm up, and I'm pretty much up for the entire day until I go to sleep at night. So I've never been able to nap.
When you crave a specific food, what do you crave?
Dark chocolate.
Ooh. Right there, buddy. Right there. All right. Next question. Ketchup or mustard?
You know, I grew up in Chicago. You know, if you love Chicago, you know, Chicago Red Hots, never ketchup. It's mustard.
It's not even an option, is it?
Correct.
Not even an option. That's right. All right. Do you like things to be carefully planned out, or are you okay to go with the flow?
I'm pretty much, I can go with the flow. You know, as somebody that I mentioned earlier has a history of procrastinating, and then things appear that require me to go with the flow because I didn't plan it out. That's something I'm pretty comfortable doing because I've done it always.
Keep working it out.
Just got to react.
You know, that's a good quality to have in leadership. So nice.
Well, yeah, when I was going to school, one of the colleges I attended on a kind of an exchange program was Antioch College in Yellow Springs, Ohio, which is kind of open and closed, but I think it started around 1850. It was a really interesting college that had experiential education before anyone else was doing it. And they had a really interesting program, 5 years long, 6 months on campus, 6 months off campus. And they would kind of just throw you out into things, and you just had to find your feet and make it work. You'd have like a purpose or proposal, but you just have to make your way. It's like, I want to do a radio program on a Pueblo Indian reservation, which one of my friends did. You just had to kind of figure out how's he going to do this. And that really appealed to me. I liked that, the idea that you just get thrown into something, you have to adapt to it quickly, figure it out. I'm pretty comfortable doing that.
David, have you ever cut your own hair?
Yeah, like every 3 weeks for the past year and a half, I've been cutting my own hair. So I do get some assistance from my wife when we get to the back of my head, which I find it kind of difficult to do. But I got the electric clipper with all my attachments. Now I'm just working my way through all the attachments and doing my own thing.
I am seriously impressed. Your hair looks fantastic, and you cut that yourself.
Yes. Yeah.
Well done, sir. Well done.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well done. All right. What song do you feel compelled to sing along to, even if you don't really know all the words?
I'm a huge baseball fan, and when we get to the 7th inning in Wrigley Field, I definitely feel compelled to sing that song. You just want to be part of that celebration, even though, for example, this year the Cubs are just absolutely terrible. But when that song comes on, it brings back a lot of nice memories, and I love singing that song.
David, when was the last time you stayed awake all night?
Last night? No, not quite. Almost last night. I don't sleep very much. There's a lot of nights where I sleep just a couple hours, but it's pretty rare that I stay up all night. I don't sleep on planes either. So when I do travel internationally, I'm always up. And that would be the last time. Now, again, with COVID, I haven't traveled internationally for a couple of years. But that when I do travel internationally and it's an overnight flight, they pull down the blinds and turn out the lights, and I tend to stay up all night. So,
David, if you could know the truth behind every conspiracy theory, but you would die if you hinted that you know the truth, would you want to know?
Yeah, sure, I would. I would just have to be really careful after I do. But yeah, I would love to know.
Yeah, so you're a curious cat.
Yeah.
What is the correct way to hang a roll of toilet paper? Over or under?
I would say under, because I hate it when it's over. It seems that the inertia encourages it that they kind of keep spilling over, and then it like runs down and starts to pile up on the floor. So I'm definitely an under person.
And under changes the force of gravity.
Yeah, because you're as you're taking it off, you're going up against gravity, so it tends not to spin as it does the other way.
All right. And my last question is, what do you love most about the resolution industry, or what things do you love most about the resolution industry?
Well, a lot of things. I love the people that have chosen this profession. They are thoughtful and empathetic. I think they make great colleagues and great friends. So I love the company of the people that are dedicated to doing this work. I love the feeling of achievement and satisfaction when you can help facilitate people and maybe even guide them to some kind of resolution that may significantly improve their lives and where they're at. Even if it's a smaller situation, they might find the process somewhat transformative in ways that they can think about the rest of their life differently. And if I can improve them in that direction, that's a wonderful thing. So I think there are a lot of opportunities to do good work in the dispute resolution field.
Oh boy, I couldn't agree more. Absolutely could not agree more. Well, David, thank you so much for joining me for an idle chat today. I really appreciate getting to know you a little bit better.
Yeah, it's fun, Natalie. Thank you.
My pleasure. If you like this video, please click on more and meet some other of our colleagues in the American Bar Association's section for dispute resolution. Thanks very much. Have a good day.
Bye.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin. Today I'm talking with Winter Wheeler, and we are going to have an idle chat for the American Bar Association's section for dispute resolution. How are you, Winter?
I'm doing great. How are you, Natalie?
I'm doing very well. Thanks so much for joining me for an idle chat. I'm really looking forward to talking to you.
Oh, likewise. I'm super excited to be here. Thank you for asking me to come.
It's my pleasure. So, Winter, if nobody had forewarned you to not play this game, I'm going to assume that you don't know what this is going to look like. So let me help you out. I've put together about 120, well, not deep thinking questions on these cards. We shuffle the cards and then I ask you questions and we have ourselves an idle chat.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
All right, so here we go.
This is a little nerve-wracking. Watching you shuffle the cards.
It's just for fun. I promise that no mediators will be harmed in the filming of this video. You can always deny to answer any of the questions.
Okay.
Winter, have you ever cut your own hair?
Have I ever cut my own hair? I don't believe so. No.
Probably the wise choice.
My daughter, on the other hand, has cut her own hair a number of times, and I cannot convince her that that's a bad idea.
Is she good at it?
I mean, it's not terrible. Her hair still looks cute. I mean, she's 5 now. And the last time she did it, she was like long curly hair. And she was like, it's getting in my face, it's getting in my eyes. I really just wanted it out of the way. So instead of, because she's vain as all get out, she didn't want to wear a ponytail. It needed to still be down. So she cut herself a bang. So it was cute, but
I can feel her pain. I understand. She's got a valid point. All right, Winter. What song do you feel compelled to sing, even if you don't really know all the words?
Aha, Take On Me.
Classic.
Every single time. I think I know all of the words, I think. But sometimes you're singing a song and you've been wrong for 20 years. Who knows? But I sing that one at the top of my lungs at every opportunity. Yes.
Good for you. Good for you. It's a feel good kind of a song. All right. Winter Wheeler, if you had the opportunity to design a new banknote, whose face would you put on the note?
Mine.
She says with no hesitation whatsoever. All right. That's telling. Okay. Winter, in your opinion, does pineapple have any place, any business being on pizza?
No, God, no. No. And my 10-year-old enjoys that monstrosity. I think he gets it from his father.
but it's just between you and me.
Yeah, no one else will know ever.
Secrets between girls. All right. If you could have any other job on the planet, so not mediation, arbitration, resolution work at all, any other job, what kind of job do you think you might like to have?
I would be a news anchor.
All right.
That's easy.
That's easy. Something you've thought about, clearly.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Winter.
Yes.
Mayonnaise or Miracle Whip?
Neither.
And neither one? No mayonnaise, no Miracle Whip?
No, Duke's mayonnaise. So not just like regular mayonnaise, like a specific brand of mayonnaise.
Tell me more.
Well, I'm Black and I'm Southern, so I'm very particular about my food. It has to be Duke's mayonnaise. Has to be.
Okay. This is an important piece of information for me to have. You know, we end up in Atlanta and I need to know this. It's good to have an insider clue me in. Very nice.
Right. So I mean, definitely when you come to my house, like don't bring a jar of Miracle Whip as a gift. Like
so
that would happen.
Right. So that the Hellman's mustard I have for you on my Christmas list, I should pull that back. You're funny. All right.
Yeah.
Winter, in your house, is there a film that you and your family can watch over and over and over again and never get tired of watching it?
Yes, Home Alone.
Oh, yeah, good choice.
Yes, I mean the kids will watch that at any point of the year. Even the 3-year-old can recite most of the movie. It's terrible.
Talking about Christmas movies, do you think Die Hard is a Christmas movie or not a Christmas movie?
I have never seen Die Hard.
I thought we could be friends for a brief moment. Now I see that that's not going to happen.
Yeah, you misread me, I suppose.
And this whole charade right now.
This whole thing is just a wash.
Yeah. Winter, who is the most creative person that you know?
My son Rex. My son Rex is the most creative person I know. He's amazing. Last weekend, he made an arcade game out of cardboard within a couple of hours, and it's pretty intricate, and he managed to convince his siblings to play by inserting quarters into this cardboard box.
I like this kid. I like this kid. Yeah, I like Rex.
He's awesome. Yeah.
That's good for him. Good for you, Rex. When you're watching this as an adult and you listen to these stories that your mother is telling about you, she said the story, but I said, good for you, Rex. All right. Winter Wheeler, do you have a favorite city?
New Orleans.
Because?
New Orleans is my favorite city. I went to law school there. I went to Tulane. The city is just full of history and culture and a general sense of, I don't know, I guess laissez-faire is really the word or the phrase. And it's unique. It's like nowhere else I've ever been. It's a very welcoming city. It always feels like home, no matter how long I've been away.
Nice. I like New Orleans too. That's a good one.
I'll accept that from you. I think that
probably
that
for different reasons. Yeah, it's for me. It's about the chicory coffee and the beignets.
The hand grenades.
The hurricanes, not the storm. The drink.
Yeah, well, yeah. No one likes the actual hurricanes.
Winter, what sound or noise do you really dislike?
The grinding of teeth, chewing, stuff like that.
Yeah. Wi-Fi high five on that one. Yeah,
for sure.
Yep. Winter Wheeler, cake or pie?
Cake.
Good answer.
I got it right.
I'm loath to say that there are right answers to any of these questions, but from time to time I can be behind you 100%, and I am on team cake.
You have made very clear that there are right and wrong answers to these questions.
That's not my job. That's you're inferring something that doesn't exist.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Winter, if you could design the adult version of an ice cream truck, what would that ice cream truck provide to your neighborhood, and what kind of music would they be playing on the loudspeaker?
It would be sparkling rosé, and it would be playing Two Live Crew. I'm from Miami.
Okay. A little street party in front of Winter's house.
For sure.
I like it.
Are we having food as well?
Well, the next question actually is, if you owned a restaurant, what kind of food would you serve?
Oh, if I owned a restaurant? I mean, I can't cook at all. The only thing I can make like holiday food. So I guess it would have to be like full turkeys, like whole turkeys.
Thanksgiving every day?
Dressing. Yeah, we're having Thanksgiving. That's it.
Thanksgiving every day at Winter's house. That's just depressing.
But it tastes really good. Or just macaroni and cheese. That's my specialty. So we could just have like a macaroni and cheese restaurant.
Does your husband cook?
Yes.
Or do I need to call
that's how
social
we eat.
services?
No, my husband cooks.
Just, it's a fair question. You've got 4 children. I just want to make sure that, they're getting more than macaroni.
They are well fed.
Winter Wheeler, what is the hardest you've ever worked?
Oh God, what kind of question is that? What is the hardest I've ever worked?
Yeah.
I work pretty damn hard every day, so I'm not sure. Probably birthing a child, I would say, is probably the hardest I've worked. 4 times.
Oh, dear Lord. Okay. Last question. Yeah, you get my vote. Winter, what do you love most about the resolution industry?
About the industry?
Yeah, what do you love most about the work that we do?
I love that you asked this question, because I actually came home last night after an intense mediation. And I told my husband, like, this is why I do the work that I do. When we were done, and it was a day full of tears and sadness and terrible stories, but at the end of it, the plaintiff hugged me and she said, "Thank you so much. You have changed my life and you've really put me on the right track." And that means everything to me when someone has that kind of reaction, revelation, and change due to the mediation process. That's why I do it.
And that is a fantastic answer. That's a sweet, sweet story. Thanks for sharing that with me.
Oh, of course. Thank you.
Well, thanks for playing Idle Chat. I hope it was relatively painless.
It was fun. It was a lot of fun.
Right. Excellent. And Winter, if somebody wants to get in touch with you, what's the easiest way for them to do that?
And go to my website at winterwheeler.com.
There you go. Thanks very much, Winter.
Thank you.
Hello, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin, and I'm happy to welcome you to another in the series of idle chat conversations for the American Bar Association's Section for Dispute Resolution. And today from Bangladesh, I get to talk to Shahryar Sadat. How are you, Shahryar?
I'm fine, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this chat.
Oh, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. So, Shahryar, I have written up, if I don't drop them, I've written up about 120 questions that are really not great brain teasers. These are not serious questions, but we'll go through a few of these questions over the next 10 minutes. We'll give the deck a little shuffle and see what we can see what we're going to be talking about. All right. Shahryar,
yes.
Do you happen to know a piece of trivia, just a random fact about anything in particular that means just nothing to any of our daily lives? Are you a fan of trivia?
Not really, but I'm happy to play on. I'm happy to go ahead.
Well, I know that you're a fan of history. What is one of your favorite lesser known history facts?
Oh, okay. It's a, let me start with the English history, a lesser known one. You know, the English East India Company was formed back in the before 1600, and East India Company actually later conquered Bengal and India, and kind of then that's the 190 years of British rule in the Indian subcontinent. The East India Company was formed because suddenly the spice prices in London markets went up by slightly up. So some of the businessmen were very angry, and they formed the East India Company, and then that conquered the Indian subcontinent. So if the price hadn't gone up, there would be no East India Company, and there would be no conquering of British, by British in India. So you see how a small thing can lead to such a big thing happening. That's pretty incredible, I find.
That's amazing. I had no idea that it was a small uptick in the price of spice.
Yes.
That led to the creation of such an enormous conglomerate that then spurred on colonization on an enormous scale.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the price of spice went up.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's sort of the definition of the butterfly effect?
Yes, you can do that. Say that.
All right. Well, thanks for sharing that. That's a good piece of information to have. Thank you.
All right.
Shahryar, do you have any secret talents?
Well, I don't know. My known talent is that people know that I can convince people. That's my known talent.
Right.
Okay. But one thing I don't utilize quite often, that's like I love recitation of poems. So yeah.
That's an excellent talent to have. Excellent talent to have.
Thanks.
Shahryar, the next question is, what outdoor activity have you not yet tried but would like to?
Well, skiing.
Downhill alpine skiing?
Yeah.
I'm a big fan.
I've never tried it.
Big fan. You come to France and I will teach you, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you.
A good sport. Shahryar, are you a fan of the Star Trek movies?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
Well, then never mind. Never mind. All right. What is your least favorite household chore?
Cleaning dishes.
Dishes.
I,
Yeah.
I prefer, I would rather clean the washrooms, you know, clean the room and everything else. But I find it very difficult to clean dishes. I don't like it because you do that after eating, after your lunch or dinner. So that's very difficult. Because by then you have eaten a lot and you are full, you are heavy.
Right. Yep. It's really time to take a nap, not go do household chores.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, I would agree with you. All right, Jahari, if you built a hotel that had a very specific theme, what would you design as your theme for the hotel and the rooms?
I don't know whether I'll build a hotel, but I always wanted to build a reading cafe where there'll be lots of books, there'll be a lot of nice spaces where people will come and have coffee, they will read books, there may be a corner for discussion, or, you know, and maybe an author will come and open the book, inaugurate his own book. There will be children playing and somebody's reading them stories. I always kind of had that thing in my mind. I wish that these are like kind of wish lists. I wish I could do this.
Do you know, I have the same daydream.
All right.
When I lived in Los Angeles, there was a place in Venice called the Novel Cafe. And they had coffee and tea and little sandwiches and salads, but the space was quite large and it had floor to ceiling bookshelves for 3 floors, books everywhere and board games everywhere and big sofas and chairs and tables. And there were books in every language, language.
Wow.
Because in California, you have everybody is in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
And so you could be sitting on the sofa next to someone who's speaking Hindi, who's sitting next to someone who's speaking Spanish, who's sitting next to someone who's speaking Chinese. And everyone is in the same place at the same time, drinking tea, drinking coffee, playing games with each other. And everybody is sharing. So there's decks of cards everywhere. So the Chinese people are teaching the American people how to play a Chinese card game. And it was the nicest environment. I used to love being there when I was a college student. I loved it.
That's like a dream place for me.
It was my happy place. And as an adult, after university, I've always had a dream of recreating that. Yeah, I agree with you. That is a magical place.
Thank you.
Magical place. Shaharihar, what is some of your favorite music or musical group?
Well, I'm more into Bengali music, not Western music, and Bengali classical music, and there are some more modern Bengali music, which is mostly available on YouTube. So I spend a lot of time listening to that. And also there is a kind of music in our part of the world is called ghazal. Ghazal is sang in Hindi or in Urdu language. There are some beautiful ghazals. These are like poetry sang with sang by singers, and it's beautifully crafted music. So I'm also more of a lyrics person. And kind of more into slow type music and things like that. But I also like John Denver. I was listening to Annie's song this morning.
John Denver, he's a classic.
Yeah.
So he's good. He's really good. Yeah, I remember him from the 70s. So you're a words man. You like poetry, you like lyrics, and then obviously you're in the resolution industry. And I know that you're working with helping the recent immigrants, the refugees learn some communication skills and helping them to establish themselves there. What is it that you like most about the work you do in the resolution industry? Is it the words that you love most?
I think the most I like is that it offers them a quick solution to their problem. I'm a lawyer by training. I'm an advocate of the Supreme Court of Bangladesh. But in my lifetime, I did not really find practicing in court is much of an interest to me, because it's so lengthy, it's so complex. I find it quite frustrating, actually, me being a lawyer to advise a client whom I cannot say when his or her problem will be resolved. So I'm more into mediation and arbitration, where I feel that it gives them that quicker solution that the people look at. And most of the people do not have enough money, you know. I always believe in resolving it over a cup of tea and just get on with life. There are more things in life than running in courthouses. You know, the opportunity cost is huge. It's not just the money, but it's the opportunity cost of what else you could do instead of running behind the lawyer and running in courthouses.
Right. Well, and there's the human costs. You know, we don't
Absolutely,
sleep
yeah.
well at night. We don't eat
Exactly.
well. We're not as generous with our neighbors.
Yeah.
All of those things really matter. All of those things are really important. And are you teaching some of these communication skills to the refugees that have come into Bangladesh?
Well, with the refugees, we cannot teach yet, but I have been also into academia for last 15 years. So I have been teaching English law to students who intend to do to become a barrister under English law. So in my classes, I actually talk a lot about these communication skills, especially listening skills. I think that's very important, not only just for the mediation, for the resolution industry, but even in your day-to-day life skills. I think that's one very important skill people should have, and that could actually help them to avoid a lot of personal problems as well.
You know, you are so right. Teaching people how to manage just a heated conversation, so that it doesn't become a conflict, it doesn't become an issue, it doesn't become a piece of litigation. That saves everybody so much heartache, so much money, so much time. You're exactly right. Well, I really appreciate all the good works that you are doing, and thank you so much for spending a few minutes with me.
Not a problem at all. It was a real pleasure knowing you and talking to you.
Thank you, sir. Have an outstanding day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for clicking on the video link. Welcome to Idle Chat. My guest today is Roy Baroff from North Carolina. Hi, Roy.
Hi, Natalie. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, thanks for signing up to play Idle Chat with me. We're going to have a lot of fun together, you and I.
Oh, excellent. I'm delighted to participate and look forward to it.
All right. So listen, Roy, a little bird has whispered in my ear that you would like for the first question to be, what is your favorite red wine?
Oh, well, gosh, I wonder what bird that was, but I'm a Merlot fan for red wines. I don't particularly like white wines at all, but a red, like a nice smooth Merlot.
All right. And that goes with pretty much anything. Have wine, will travel.
Absolutely.
All right. Next burning question. What do you know now that you wish you had known when you were 20?
You know, 20 is a few years ago for me. And so when I try to think back to that 20-year-old perspective, you know, we think, I guess the big idea that maybe is a little cliche is about to really sort of live in the moment, I suppose. I think, and yet I think that's still, you know, particularly, well, we probably were living in the moment at 20. So I'm not sure I needed to hear that.
Maybe just appreciate the moment.
Appreciate the moment, and also understand that one's future is not a straight line, right? It takes twists and turns. You know, whatever I was thinking about professionally at 20 in college back in the day, you know, I've taken sort of a fairly meandering journey to where I am and the work that I do. And I think knowing that that was going to happen back when I was 20 might have been helpful to know.
Right. But sometimes the surprise is the good part.
Oh, absolutely. And, things are meant to be, and we make things that are meant to be too. So I'm a big proponent of that. What we do really is we have a lot of impact on what happens to us. So now there are certainly lots of things out of our control, and yet, you put your mind to something, there's a lot that one can accomplish.
Sure. I agree. I agree. I think that the choices you make dictate your life. So,
They
all
certainly
right.
can.
They really, really can. All right. Roy, if you had to live 1 month off the grid, would you be considering that 1 month a vacation or a nightmare?
Oh, vacation for sure. That's an easy one.
And where would you live off grid? I mean, you live in North Carolina. That's an awfully pretty spot. Would you leave the state?
The answer that all of us dispute resolution practitioners might give to a question like that is it depends, right? So, I live in North Carolina on 6 acres in the middle of a hardwood forest, and I've got my little oasis already, and so I could unplug right here without going anywhere. On the other hand, I like to travel, and obviously we've had the last year and a half with COVID where that's really not possible or necessarily safely possible. If I didn't have to worry about COVID, I'd love like an extended ski trip, maybe the Swiss Alps for a month. That might be fun, or even Colorado for a month. So something like that.
There you go. I like where your mind is at with that one. Excellent. All right. Oh, this is a good question, Roy. What is something that everyone in the world can agree upon? Anything? Nothing?
The first thing that came to my mind is that the sky is blue, but that may not be something everybody could agree on. I guess what blue, it really matters, right? So,
right. I think that's a good answer. I like that answer. Blue sky. Yeah, that works. That's a really good one. All right, now this is a serious bit. What movie quote do you regularly use?
Movie quote. I'm not sure that I use a movie quote regularly. I will say that in my work and I guess personal life a little bit too, when people get animated about something, a phrase that has stuck with me that a colleague of mine used a long time ago was, okay, so tell me how you really feel about it, after they've really told you how they really feel about it. So it kind of lightens the mood. It gets people to think a little bit more about where they're coming from. But that's something I'll say to folks fairly regularly.
Well, if that's not a movie quote, it should be.
Well,
that's a good one. That's a good one. What did you have for breakfast today?
So I had some plain yogurt with a little granola and some blueberries.
Oh my gosh, look at you being all kinds of healthy. All kinds of healthy.
It's my standard go-to breakfast right now.
That's a good one. I like that. I should do better at that. All right, Roy, if someone narrated your life story, who would be the narrator?
I'm thinking about all some actor that has to, so it'd be a male actor, but I'm not sure who that is. Maybe it's Morgan Freeman, right? He's got the fantastic narration voice. So yeah, I'm going Morgan Freeman.
I guess it could be a female. There's no rules about that. You could have Meryl Streep using a Dutch accent narrate your story.
Yeah, I don't think that would quite fit. I think I'm going with Morgan Freeman.
Morgan Freeman. That works for me. He's always got a great voice. What is the most interesting building that you've seen or been in?
You know, how about this? The Acropolis in Athens, Greece. Again, many years ago, doing some traveling, just sort of being around that sort of history and sort of seeing what folks built then and its sort of grandeur, if you will. That's something that was pretty neat. And other things in Greece, the Palace of Knossos on Crete was pretty neat. So there are a couple spots.
Yeah. What invention doesn't get a lot of love, but has greatly improved the world?
You know, the first thing that came to my mind was like Velcro or, you know, Post-it notes or, you know, I thought you were going to ask me, you know, what invention doesn't exist that needs to exist or that I've been thinking about. See, I've been working on the teleportation portal, right? So that you could go from one place to the next instantaneously, kind of Star Trek beam us up, if you will. So at least I've mentally envisioned how that might work, but not really. But that I think somebody needs to develop that.
You draw up the plans and I'll donate some money to your GoFundMe to get that one off the ground. I think that one would be fantastic.
Right. Well,
Fantastic.
maybe, you know, give it another 50 or 100 years, maybe.
Right. Yeah, I suppose in our lifetime that could happen. Yeah, why not, right? Got to be optimistic. What was the last photograph that you took?
The last photograph that was taken of me or the one or that I took of something?
Last photograph that you took of something, even if it was yourself.
Well, this isn't the last one, but it's one that I've enjoyed. Is you know, I live out in the woods, and I was recently out walking in it with somebody who was going to cut some limbs and take some trees down for me, and we came upon this very large tree in the woods, and there was like a sunny spot on it, and maybe 30-40 feet up was a really big black snake that was like on the tree, sort of vertically and sort of all squunched up to like hold on. And I got a picture of that snake, and it's pretty cool. And I'm not a huge fan of snakes, but I like to have black snakes around in the woods because they keep some of the other copperheads and such out of the way. But so our resident black snake was looking really good up on that tree.
Last question. What do you love most about being an ombuds at the university?
It's really about trying to help sort of people navigate their own experience, help empower them, connect them to resources, and really, you know, I think of myself as a coach through that process. So it's really about sort of, you know, holding these spaces for people to deal with conflicts or issues when more often than not, we think of conflict very negatively. We experience it very negatively. And my goal when I try to help support people is for them to turn that into something more positive and constructive. So when that happens, that's pretty cool. And, you know, I had a recent experience where somebody said that a conversation we had was really helpful to them, and just sort of in reframing. And the snapshot of that was, this was somebody in a leadership position who's getting a lot of negative feedback from the people they manage. And so they had couched it in as a failure to lead. And one of the things that I suggested to them was that, you know, you can think of it that way, or you can really think about it as feedback, right? You know, success and failure are things we create, but really it's a question of feedback. And this leader felt like that really helped them kind of reframe the situation. So a few success moments along the way, and appreciate, you know, being in this role, trying to help people.
Right. Well, and I'm sure that you are appreciated for doing that good work, because, you know, having someone just lend an ear, just give, you know, a moment of silence if that's what they need, or a moment of encouragement, or a moment of reflection, or, you know, someone who can be maybe an uncomfortable mirror sometimes. Those things are really important. So good for you for the good work that you do. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right. Well, thanks for playing a little idle chat with me. I appreciate your time. I look forward to getting back to the United States and visiting face-to-face soon.
Well, excellent. Well, enjoy your time on the French coast. Sounds like probably a pretty good spot. And thanks very much.
Thanks, Roy. I'll talk to you soon then.
All right. Bye-bye.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin. Welcome to another in the series of idle chat videos for the American Bar Association's Section for Dispute Resolution. Today, I'm talking with a colleague in Western India. Everyone, please meet Samir Shah. How are you, Samir?
I'm good, Natalie. Thank you so much for connecting.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Absolutely. So, Samir, I have drafted about 120 fairly innocuous questions here on the cards. And so we'll give them a shuffle and we will start, you and I, to have an idle chat. Are you ready, my friend?
Oh, yes. Happy for this.
Oh, yes. Okay. Samir, question number 1. If you owned a restaurant, what kind of food would you serve?
Vegetarian.
You would serve what?
I'll serve vegetarian food only.
Oh, vegetarian food only. Absolutely, absolutely fair. From any particular region, a particular kind of taste, a preference, or just anything?
No, it will have food from different regions, because I personally like, I'm a foodie by myself. So whenever I'm traveling out, I love to, you know, taste good food, but vegetarian only. So if I'm owning a restaurant, definitely my restaurant will have cuisine from across the world, but vegetarian.
I love it. I would eat at that restaurant. That suits me to a T. Samir, are you a fan of the movies?
Yes.
Yes. Is there a particular movie that you like to quote often? You quote movies in conversation?
There was, you see, since I'm now more focused on dispute resolution, and since I'm also helping the students, basically, the coming generation in soft skill development, you know. So there was one movie, Indian movie, in which the main character teaches in a way, through that character, it teaches how to cross-examine a witness. And that is equally helpful, though it was in a movie, but the way it was, you know, projected in the movie, that exactly is the way it should be done, even in dispute resolution, especially in arbitration, for that matter. So many times I quote that. I don't recollect exact the name, but I definitely quote this movie. And in fact, just to tell you, I had made my student mentees to come along with me and watch that movie in the theater, because I was training them at that point of time for international arbitration moot. So I told them, let's go and see this movie to make you understand how cross-examination of witness happens in international arbitration.
That's excellent. I love that you use that as a learning tool for your students. Well done, you. Well done, you. Let's see. Next question. Samir, what does your favorite day look like?
It's a tough question to ask, to answer, in fact. Favorite day. You see, I was just, yesterday there was there was a WhatsApp message which I received. It says that, you know, you should be not running after success, but you should be more satisfied. That was the quote. But then I answered, I said, in now current situation, I think people are more satisfied only if they are successful. Though the perception has changed. To an extent, of course, everyone likes to be successful, but the degree and the perception of success differs from person to person. For me, of course, being a lawyer and arbiter and mediator, definitely I also like to be successful. I also like to grow from where I am right now. So a typical day definitely would mean a successful day in terms of both professionally, but at the same time, I also value family. So it has to be a balance between professional life and family life. So that's what a good day for me would be.
A good balance. Good for you. Good for you. All right, Samir, if you were hired to show tourists around your neighborhood or your region, what would you be showing them?
You see, now in our state, I don't know whether you are aware or not, but the world's biggest statue has come up, which is known as Statue of Unity. So definitely that would be the one place where I would like the tourists to go to and show them around, because it gives the real picture behind what has happened in India, how India has come up, because the statue is of one leader. His name is Sardar Patel, who was the home minister at that point of time when India got independence, and he managed to bring together all the different states and the princely states together as one country. That's why it's called Statue of Unity. So it gives a strong message even now, because especially now when we are seeing so much of conflicts around different countries, different regions. So I think this is the right time to show this particular place and send this message of unity.
Boy, I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. That's a great one. That's a great idea. So the Statue of Unity. Yeah, absolutely. Samir, if you were not an attorney and involved in the resolution industry, what other career might you be involved in?
Well, to be very honest, my first choice when I was to make a choice of my career was biology. I was very much fascinated. Probably I would have been a doctor.
Okay, all right.
Even now, I read those fictions, or I get more interested in this healthcare news, something to do with development in science. So of course that was my first choice, but I think I was destined to be an attorney at the end of it.
But do you hear healthcare cases, medical malpractice cases, or
Yes,
personal injury cases? You do.
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
So that
actually interests me more, because I am representing many insurance companies, private insurance companies. So, when the matters comes for dispute from the consumer angle, when the claims are being disputed, and in many cases there are issues of investigation. So that actually, interests me to go into what kind of disease, why it has happened, what are the symptoms, whether it is applicable, not applicable. So even now, I think that that linkage is still there between the science and, of course, law.
Well, and those clients that bring those kinds of cases to you are lucky that they have someone who understands the language, understands the issues at hand, who really appreciates and feels passionate about finding the solutions for those situations. So that's really good for your clients and parties. Samir, my last question to you is the same that I ask everybody on Idle Chat, and that is, what is the one thing or some of the things that you love most about the work that you do?
You see, right now I'm focused on students, the university students from School of Law across different regions, not only in India, but outside India, also overseas. And I'm trying to change their mindset towards conflict and dispute. Now, it's very unfortunate that even now, when you say that, when somebody asks you, who are you and what's your profession? And if you say that you are a lawyer, the first impression in that person's mind would be that he's a person who goes to court and argues the matter. That's it. Yeah. But to me, lawyer has much, much more responsibility as a profession, as a human person, because a client is coming to you with an expectation of resolving his or her dispute, his or her conflict. He or she is putting whole trust on you, faith on you. And if you are just, going in a traditional way of going to court, arguing win or lose, that's not going to work. That's not a lawyer. That's not a person who a lawyer should be. A lawyer is a person who does a fair, in fact, give a really fair advice to the client. Whether the client likes or not, it's a different thing. But if the client, if the lawyer, as a lawyer, you think that this is not a good case to fight, you must tell the client, you must advise the client that don't do this. These will be the consequences. You would be losing unnecessarily. Why waste? There are other ways of resolving, and that's why I am more focused on ADR, and especially in mediation. Why? Because in mediation you have a win-win situation, and according to me, and I normally quote this many times when I'm doing the workshops or trainings in conference also, especially mediation, that in court of law you will get law. In court, you will just get law, but in mediation, you will get justice. There is a difference between law and justice, and I am not blaming the court system, because I understand and I appreciate. I acknowledge that courts are ultimately bound by law; they are bound by procedures. But in mediation, there are no procedures, there is no law as such. It's such a flexible system, yeah, and you can arrive at actually apply these rules of natural justice in mediation. And that's exactly is what is required. If you see, especially during the current pandemic, what has come up, the situation which is, let's take a simple example of landlord-tenant dispute. If the matter goes to court, I'm saying from a pandemic situation, the court either would rule in favor of landlord or tenant, depending upon how the case is presented. But will that be a fair judgment? Will that be a fair order? The answer is no, because both the tenant and the landlord are equally, justified in their demand. So now how you come out a proper way out? And the proper way out can happen only in mediation, so that both are satisfied, both the parties goes win-win. And that's exactly is what I'm focused right now, changing the mindset of the coming generation to view dispute or conflict in a holistic way, and let litigation be the last resort. That's what
that is very admirable work, Samir. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Everyone, this is my colleague, Samir Shah, a good human and an excellent example of what we do in the resolution industry. Thank you, sir. It was a great pleasure talking to you.
Thank you, Natalie. It was my pleasure, and thank you so much. I hope that this will help people to appreciate more ADR and mediation, especially.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link to another idle chat for the American Bar Association section for dispute resolution. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin, and every day I get to talk to colleagues around the world, but some days, like today, I get to talk to someone who is both a friend and a colleague, a sister from another mister. This is Rebecca Ratliff, a mediator extraordinaire and my personal friend. Hi, Rebecca.
Hi, Natalie. Thank you for having me today.
Well, I can't wait to see what we do on Idle Chat together. So, Miss Rebecca, here's how this works. On these cards, I've typed, I have written a whole bunch of questions that are just, meaningless. Nothing religious, nothing political, just random questions that allow you and I to have an idle chat. So all I do is shuffle the cards a bit. And then the cards dictate the conversation, my friend.
All right.
Now, here we go.
It should be fun knowing you and me.
Well, now I promise this conversation is just between you and I, so feel free to answer it with all honesty, all right? Okay. All right. So first card, first question. Die Hard, Christmas movie or not a Christmas movie?
Okay, so I'm ashamed to admit that I remember the Die Hard movie with Danny Glover, well, the series, Danny Glover and Mel Gibson, but I'm going to say Christmas movie.
So that's Lethal Weapon. Die Hard is Bruce Willis.
Bruce Willis!
Oh,
this is going to be a really good conversation.
I didn't want to reveal to everybody that you've probably been drinking a little bit before lunch. But
exactly. You know me.
You got to watch that caffeine intake. I thought we talked about you going strict to decaf now.
I'm hiding it today in this instead of the red cup.
Die Hard, Bruce Willis, Nakatomi Plaza.
Do not remember. I think I've seen clips of that movie, but I am again embarrassed to admit that I don't remember the movie.
We're gonna say you passed
like
on
30
that
years
question.
old. I mean, I was like 5 years old when that movie was out. It's a
We were-
30-year-old movie, isn't it?
Yes, we were wee children. Yes.
Yes.
Wee children. We're gonna say you've passed on that and edit it out.
Okay.
All right. Next question. What is the best piece of advice you've ever been given?
Okay, so we've talked about that. Okay, so I can think of 3 really good pieces of advice. Okay, so I was going to say a piece of advice that you and I have talked about before, which is start how you want to finish. I try to apply that. I've applied it in my marriage, but I've also applied it in every relationship that I have. Because what I know is when you are authentically you, and I'll admit, we've talked about how your authenticity can run a spectrum depending on your environment. It could be, situational at a point, but I'm always authentically me. I'm always authentically me, which has been very liberating in my life. I thought about that piece of advice, which I think some people probably need to hear, but then there is, thou shalt not fake thyself out. So that piece of advice is always know what's real for you. People do have different realities based on their expectations for themselves and expectations placed on other people. But if you always know what's real, what's reality, you live in that, you operate in that, then you can win no matter what you're trying to accomplish.
That's a really good one. I like that. Yeah, if you know what's what, you can respond appropriately. If you don't know what the truth is, how can you possibly move forward? So that's a really good one. All right, Miss Rebecca, next question on the card. Tell me about your first car.
My first car. I got out of college. I didn't have a car in college because I grew up with not much money. My parents gave us everything that money can't buy. They invested in us. Graduated from the University of Illinois, bought my first car. It was a Honda Accord LXI. So it was a hatchback and it was a used car. And because I'm a former insurance professional, I've never bought a new car. I have paid cash for cars. I have, if we just needed something to get around in for another vehicle, but it was a Honda Accord LXI. and it had these really souped up rims. Whoever traded it had really enhanced that car, and I had so much fun driving it. It was a stick shift. So I just went all the way. Just went all out on my first vehicle.
What color was it?
Which is a great car. It was a champagne color. So yeah, yeah.
Bougie.
So almost, yeah, bougie. Yes, almost like it wasn't really rose, but it was somewhere between like rose and taupe, a champagne color. Beautiful car.
Nice. Yeah. All right, good for you. Miss Rebecca, if I tell you today the zombie apocalypse is coming, which 3 people are you going to put on your team?
My husband, my son, and because obviously we want to be together no matter what happens. But I have to pick one more person. Who would that person be? I would say one of my siblings, but I can't take them away from their families. So, oh my gosh, can I reach back in the past and take not a fictitious person, but somebody from the past?
Sure, take a historical figure.
Okay, Harriet Tubman.
Ooh.
She knew how to navigate.
Everybody needs one of those on their team. All right.
That's right.
Miss Rebecca, yes. What game have you spent the most hours playing?
Oh my gosh, Monopoly all day long. Yeah, my mother taught us the rules. Of course, we know that people have changed rules, like putting money on free parking. I think it's bail money from when you get out of jail or something. But Monopoly, because if you play Monopoly the right way, where you can only buy property if you have all 3, or well, of course, for what is it, Park Place and the other blue one, you only need 2. If you play Monopoly the right way, it takes forever.
It does, yes. And you can't just quit when you're out of money. You're required to mortgage your properties.
That's right. That's right.
Yes. For those of us who read the rules.
For those of us who read the rules, yes.
See? All right.
That's right.
Yeah. This next question, I apologize if it's divisive in your family or in your sphere of influence. Ketchup or mustard?
Ketchup. It is divisive. My husband does not eat ketchup. He does not. Yeah.
Because
ketchup. Yeah, but because it's, I don't know. I think I like the tangy tomatoey taste. I think that's what it is. Mustard is not exactly bitter, but it's mustardy, whatever that means.
I'm going to be bringing you some French mustard for the holidays, my friend.
Oh, okay. All right. And the next time I'm in London, if you are still in France, I will see you there and I can have it. Yeah.
There you go. Because there's a whole world of lovely mustards that may sway your vote next time we have an idle chat.
I'm open.
All right. Miss Rebecca, what is the best movie quote?
Oh my goodness. The best movie quote. Can I say a cuss word? Just kidding.
Can you replace it?
Yeah, I could bleep myself out because the best movie lines sometimes contained a cuss word. Those that we remember. Well, because I like Turner Classic Movies. Oh my goodness. What is the best movie line? Best movie line? There's so many. Well, because when I asked if I could cuss, I was thinking, Clark Gable, frankly, my dear, I don't give a bleep. But just, that was the word. Yeah, only because it has relevance even now. As we grow older and we care less and we do more for ourselves, we've kind of learned to not be distracted by what other people think and what other people do. So I guess because I can't think, there's so many, I can't think of anything else. I will just go with that one.
That works for me. That works for me. Absolutely. All right, Miss Rebecca.
Yes.
What food do you crave most often?
Oh my goodness. I'm ashamed to say it. I'm eating less red meat these days, but if I'm having a craving, it is usually for a steak, filet mignon.
Like big Ruth's Chris,
yes,
butter dripping off of it.
Yes, that with potatoes of almost any kind, because we know that's America's favorite vegetable. And then of course, maybe some nice asparagus.
I was just going to say some grilled asparagus or some grilled cactus next to it. Oh, you are making me hungry.
Yeah, me too. As soon as we get off this Zoom.
All right, next question. Are you an early bird or a night owl?
Night owl. I do not enjoy being awakened in the morning, honestly, before 8 or 8:30. And for some people that sounds late, but I will tell you, I stay up really late. I may be up until 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning creating. That's when I'm writing seminars or putting together presentations. That's when it's quiet and my phone isn't ringing and nobody is contacting me. And so I am definitely a night owl.
Which I understand and appreciate. Now, I'm an early bird, but for the same reason that you're a night owl. So between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m., there's no sound, there's no traffic, there's, no telephone calls, no emails coming in. Same thing, absolutely. Rebecca Ratliff, my friend. Last question, same question I ask everybody on the idle chat for the American Bar Association Section 4 Dispute Resolution, and that is, tell me a little bit about what you love most about the resolution industry.
Well, I am the daughter of a pastor and a nurse. So I was raised in service and peacemaking. And so I love the peacemaking piece part of what we do. I think that people really don't want to be in dispute, and I enjoy being a conduit for peacemaking.
Really good answer, my friend. It was so lovely talking to you. Thank you so much for sharing this time with me.
Thank you so much. This was so much fun.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin, and I am absolutely thrilled to introduce you to a friend of mine from Brazil originally, but now in Brooklyn, New York. Juliana, how are you?
Hi, Natalie. Thank you so much for having me. This morning, there is a hurricane outside. No, it's a tropical storm right now, but wonderful. Thank you.
Well, I'm so glad you could join. And for all of your friends and family from Brazil, hello, ciao, bom dia. It's nice to have you with me. So Juliana, I have written up about 120 questions. None of them have a right answer or a wrong answer. And so if I'll just shuffle the deck here, and we will get started with an idle chat. And that's what this program is all about. All right, so, I know that you have an answer to this one. Juliana, what is the most beautiful beach that you've ever been to?
Isla de Salomão.
Sorry, for those people who are not from the Sao Paulo region of the world, tell me a little bit about this beach.
Oh my goodness, they did the first one, Pirates of Caribbean, Disney. So Jack Sparrow was there. That make beautiful the place by itself too, but the place is amazing. But I can't choose only one. I'm sorry. Now I just went to Puerto Rico and it's gorgeous. But the question was which beach on the road or the Brazilian ones? But the Brazilian one is Nordeste.
That's a good beach. I suppose
Bahia, Salvador.
Yeah, Bahia, that's where it's at. Yes. Take one of those boats out to Salvador and the water is beautiful and warm like a bathtub. Yes, ma'am, I agree. Bahia, that's where we should go. All right. Juliana, what is your secret talent?
Oh my goodness. I can communicate with Alexa, honestly. Sometimes it's very hard, but my secret talent that I like machine learning, so I try. My talent is challenge Alexa, to be honest with you, and I'm getting pretty good. Yeah.
All right. Juliana, what food do you crave most often?
Most often it's coffee with chocolate bar, but that what I would like to more often it's churrasco, the Brazilian barbecue.
All right. Juliana, when was the last time that you slept for more than 9 hours?
I don't remember.
It's probably been a long time.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I don't remember. It was before summer, much before summer. No, yeah, kind of close to my birthday. June could be.
What is the most interesting building that you've seen or been inside?
The Empire State. I was dreaming to, my first time I came to America as a tourist was 2003. And I had the opportunity to go to inside Empire State, 2019. So for me it was, wow, it's gorgeous inside. I was jumping, was so happy. And it's I can't explain, it was amazing.
I think I can probably guess, but what is your favorite spectator sport?
My favorite sport?
Favorite spectator sport. What's your favorite sport to watch?
Oh, soccer, of course. Yeah, but not when it's Brazil against Brazil versus Italy or Brazil versus Paraguay. It's very hard. It's no. My father always be upset with me, you know, when it's Italy and whatever, and Brazil. But it's soccer. It's soccer. But I like watch fencing too because I do fencing. Where is my saber is here? You want to show my saber?
Yeah.
Something that I'm a dinosaur. So it really is true. I hide. I feel like Jack Sparrow, honestly. My coach allowed. Like sometimes I don't follow the rules, but it's amazing.
You are the first person I've ever met that does fencing.
Really? I'm a mom make fence, do fencing because honestly, I'm waiting for my son to start the classes, and I dream of fencing classes a long time. I did rugby when I was in USP, Universidade de São Paulo, but the fencing, I like watch rugby. It's true. Thank you for reminding me. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. And take the leg.
So I was going to give a 50-50 to between football and sumo wrestling because you have such an enormous Japanese population in your area. Rugby didn't make my list. And fencing would never have made my top 10 list. Oh my gosh, you surprised the nonsense out of me. Next question. What do you like most about yourself?
Oh. I believe my resilience or my it's not bravery, but I believe it's my resilience. Or like, girl, you should not do this. But it's okay. Silenzio Bruno. Yeah.
It's an internal strength.
Yeah, but not sometimes like could be like, the reality said that you not succeed. But I said, I want to try. I want to try. Sometimes it's good, happen, not happen, okay. If not, let it go. But I believe it's my resilience to versatility. I forgot the word. My versatility. Please correct me.
That's a good word.
My versatility, because not about as a law student in Brazil that was graduating history too, and paleography or cleaning all that documents, but applying to become a judge. And never become an immigrant and mom and special need kid and the husband with side effects of COVID, and like this transition. But it's the versatility. I know that I can produce even in weird conditions.
Who is your favorite cartoon or comic book character?
Oh, this is hard. But Disney or beside Disney?
So it's for you to choose your favorite comic book character, your favorite cartoon character.
Comic book, when I was a kid and was paper, and I like paper, like touch. Like it was Turma da Mônica. But my cartoon today, I like, since when I was a kid, I watched is Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean.
That's a good one. I like that. I like that. Juliana, how many languages do you speak?
I manage 5. Because even in Portuguese, with the 22 different verbs for the same the reflection for the same verbs, whatever. Sorry. So even I manage 5. So I tell them manage. But in my resume, I'm fluent in Portuguese, English, Spanish, and Italian. I'm Portuguese native, Italian second language, English, Spanish, and I'm learning the Hebrew we manage here because of the religion, but I'm learning Yiddish. My husband's first language is Yiddish, but the Russian one. And our son go to the school that speak a bilingual school that speak the Polish Yiddish. So in the end, I try. Sometimes I don't know, I mix Portugal with English or something, and I'm speaking words that I'm sure that is English, but I'm speaking like Italian or Portuguese, and the people say, "What are you saying?" But I get mad because I'm repeat again, and after realize that is another dictionary. Yeah, but a 5.
You're so funny. All right. So let's imagine that you were not in the resolution industry, so not involved in mediation or the law. What would your second choice career be? What would you be doing for work if you weren't in this industry?
Oh my goodness. I can't see myself without the law, to be honest. I will apply law, anything. It doesn't matter what, I will be like a law professor. Even when I was teaching Zumba here, I was like a law professor, and like my students, not my law students, but musical production. Because of a long time ago, when I was an artist, I have copyrighted 2 songs in Brazil. Oh my goodness, let's don't go there. But I have the skill for music production, and my family is very musical. My father is an artist. My son is very sensitive for music. He plays piano and drums already. He's 4 years old, and he was making music with a new app that I have no idea how he did that. And he was dancing break. So probably you go to the music industry, like a production, because it's 24 hours, 24/7 here, the artistic world, you know, my house.
So Juliana, last question for Idle Chat. What do you love most about the resolution industry?
Networking and the challenge. I'm a dispute resolution section diversity committee fellow. It's a big name. And networking with diverse neutrals around the country, lawyers and no lawyers, and amazing people with incredible background that I can learn from, and be heard for them. Because as an immigrant, when you don't have the perfect English, unfortunately presume that you have no education, and plus the accent. And so networking and the challenge when I have my assignment and need to communicate with the other members is that give me like chills. Woohoo! Senta aqui, fala pra senta bem. Fala bye bye pra ela.
Bye bye.
Aí você olha aqui na câmera.
Bye.
Olha aqui na câmera. Olha aqui na câmera. Aê, bravo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate, Natalie.
It was my pleasure getting to know you. Absolutely my pleasure. Mickey, I'll see you later. Ciao, baby.
Ciao pra ela. Fala ciao.
Ciao. Ciao, ciao.
Have a wonderful week ahead.
You too. Bye-bye. Bye, Juliana. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Hello. Thanks for clicking on the video link. Welcome to another in the series of Idle Chat for the American Bar Association's Section for Dispute Resolution. I'm talking to Susan in New Jersey. How are you, Susan?
I'm good. How are you, Natalie?
Doing very well. Thanks for asking. Everything in Weehawken looking happy, positive, looking up?
Positive and happy, as long as we have mediation.
There you go. All right. So Susan, thanks for joining me for an Idle Chat. I've got about 120 questions here that will give a shuffle to the cards, figure out what we're going to talk about. All right?
Okay.
All right. Here we go. Shuffle, shuffle. Okay. First question. Susan, do you play any musical instruments?
I used to play the saxophone back when I was in middle school. And I, you know, that's something I want to go back to it very soon.
Did you play in the marching band?
No, I just actually played in school as one of the options as the courses. So I had music, and so, you know, saxophone was my instrument back then. It was good, you know, for the lungs.
I'm sure it's good for lots of different things, but that's a good instrument. All right. Susan, are you a good dancer?
I consider myself good. I mean, maybe I was better in the past, but I still can, you know, I can still dance pretty well.
Get out there and cut a rug. Susan, are you a traveler, or you're in Weehawken, you want to stay in Weehawken, and you're a homebody?
I'm a traveler.
Traveler.
I like traveling a lot. Europe, South America. I mean, I lived in South America for a while. So I love traveling. I love different, you know, meeting different cultures, languages, and I think that what makes us who we are. And we're a little bit of everything that we encounter and people we meet.
Absolutely agreed. How many languages do you speak?
3. English, Portuguese, and Spanish. But I'm cheating because Portuguese and Spanish are very similar. My Italian is kind of sleeping. It's dormant.
You know, COVID will be over soon enough, and we'll be back on the road, and you'll be speaking Italian like the locals, I'm sure. All right. Susan, if I come to your house for a holiday, what is the best holiday for me to visit?
Christmas.
Christmas. There was no hesitation there. What do you do at your house that's so cool for Christmas?
For years, I mean, my family is Christian, so we have put up a tree and lights, and it's like a special moment. Everybody's together, families together. So we like to have dinner together. You know, it's not about the presents, it's about the presence of people being in our lives and family and love. And that's what, I guess that's one of the best holidays for us. So we all meet. So it's really, 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 really important.
All right, Christmas in Weehawken, here I come. Susan, what is the worst job that you've ever had?
Oh, worst job. I mean, I don't think I could say there's a worse job, maybe the most difficult job. This is back when I was in high school. I wanted to work. I told my parents, I'm going to work. And they're like, what are you doing? I open a newspaper. I want to be a veterinarian. Let me get a hospital. I'm going to work at an animal hospital. I think that was the worst job because I started seeing animals like pass away. And I'm like, I started crying. I was like, this is not for me. I can't take this. I'm leaving. So that was like, I guess was the worst job I've ever had in my life.
It takes a unique person to be able to do that kind of work. I would be on your side. I don't think I could, I could handle that. All right. Susan, if you absolutely have to, delete all the apps from your phone except 3, what 3 apps would you choose to keep?
3 apps I would decide to keep. Files, because I need my documents. Right now, Zoom, because that's how I communicate with people. And the email app, because I can't communicate with people. So I think it's all about communication, I guess. And getting to my clients.
Right? How appropriate for a mediator. Big surprise, huh? All right. Susan, what is the best piece of advice you've ever been given?
Best piece of advice I've been given. Life is short. You don't realize it until you're living. Sometimes it's late, sometimes it's not. But I guess that it's never too late is the other one. I could say that is also a very good one.
That's right. Carpe diem. Absolutely. Susan, do you remember your first car?
I do.
You want to tell me about it?
It was a Jeep. And it was not an automatic car. So I had to learn to drive the shift. And I guess that was a really strong introduction into driving. But it made me a good driver. I could say I'm a good driver because of that.
Yeah, there's a lot of extra effort. Absolutely. Did you have a name for your Jeep?
It was a Isuzu. Isuzu, I guess it was a silver car.
Right. All right. Susan, let's imagine that the zombie apocalypse is just on the horizon and you can pick 3 people to be on your team for survival. Which 3 people are you going to put on your apocalypse?
This is a tricky question. I have to be careful what I say. 3 people to put into my, it has to be people, right? I can just think of my dog. Sure.
I suppose you could pick your dog.
I could say not into religion or anything, maybe God. If you could say it's a person, he's a person or she or God.
Right.
My mom and my dog.
That says a lot about your life. It goes from God to mom to dog. Like the priorities. I like your priorities. All right. Do you enjoy this time that we all are working from home? Do you like working from home, or do you prefer going to your office separate from your house?
I try to adapt to where we are and be neutral. But I could say that there are a lot of positive things about it. I mean, not traveling to work. That's great. We're doing everything online, but then there's a thin line between you can do everything and not being able to interact more with people. I guess that I miss that people like to people interaction, face-to-face interaction. And I try to have that on the weekends. So I think it's balancing, but I have nothing to complain about, actually. It made my life a lot easier, especially having to not travel to mediations and go to places. So, you know, I can go out anywhere in the world. So, and now people realize that we can do that.
Yeah, it actually, I really enjoy it. I really, really enjoy it. What is your favorite way to get a little exercise?
Walking, again with my dog, but exercising, going hiking, being in nature, going to the beach. I guess that being in nature, contact with nature, and then having any type of exercise, could be a walk, it could be yoga. I would pick the one that I feel like that day that I would, you know, use as an exercise form and how I feel that day. Maybe meditation if I'm not really in the mood to move that much. But, you know, I would say from walking to yoga to, you know, running or even swimming in the summertime. So I would pick and choose whatever exercise that I feel that it would deliver the best overall quality of life.
So it's a mediator's answer. It depends.
It depends.
All right. And Susan, last question. What do you love most about the resolution industry and the work that we do?
So many positive things about it. I mean, back in law school, I chose it because of how it opens up so many doors to people to actually have a say and, you know, empower them to come into, you know, the best way out and being able to, at the same time, say everything they want to say, which sometimes they can't do it in court, but they have that possibility because everything is confidential. So you're having all in one confidentiality, you are empowered to say anything you want, and you can have a faster resolution and save money. So you can have everything combined in one, and that's why I love this industry. I mean, you know, there's nothing better than being, you know, impartial and neutral to a problem in the standpoint of an attorney too, you know, like, but, you know, empowering people, I would say that's the best answer for why I'm in this field.
That's
realizing
that. Yeah, that's a really good answer. I like your answer very much. Susan, thank you so much for spending a few moments out of your day for an idle chat with me. I really appreciate you letting me get to know you a little bit better.
Thank you, Natalie. It was my pleasure. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thanks. Bom dia.
Thank you. Boa tarde.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link and joining me for another in the series of Idle Chat videos for the American Bar Association's Section for Dispute Resolution. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin, and today I'm going to have an idle chat with Josh Weiss. How are you, Josh?
I am great, Natalie. Thank you very much for having me.
Well, it's my pleasure. So, Josh, I have written down about 120 somewhat inane questions on these cards.
Great.
And so we'll give them a shuffle, see what the cards have in store for you, my friend.
Okay, it's exciting.
Well, I'm glad you think. Well, it could be exciting. This could be the best part of your day.
Okay, I hope so.
All right, Josh, what do you like most about yourself?
Ooh, that is a good question. What do I like most?
We're going right to stuff, my friend.
What do I like most about myself? You know, I think that growing up, I was a pretty average kid. There was nothing particularly exceptional about me, and so expectations have always been kind of low. And so I kind of like to live the mantra of, you know, promise a little, but, you know, overachieve, if you will. So I think I've always had that going for me, where people didn't really expect a whole lot of me. And so I've been able to kind of maybe nudge that ball forward a little bit. And failure was sort of par for the course for me. So when I fail, I take the time to learn about it, but I also don't dwell on it, and it doesn't bother me. You know, one of my friends once said to me, you know, when you realize you're not nearly as important as you think you are, then failure and other kinds of things that perhaps don't go your way are a lot easier to manage, because most people don't care and they've moved on etc. So I think it's just that kind of attitude and that overall approach to life that has served me well.
Nice. Yeah, perseverance is a really good personality trait.
Hmm.
I like that.
Comes in strange ways too.
All right.
Yeah.
That's all right. It makes it probably richer and better. Josh, what is the hardest you've ever worked?
Interesting. You know, I mean, a normal answer would be to say on my dissertation, but actually, I really think in my undergraduate degree, when I got to college, I realized I went to Syracuse University, and I actually realized pretty quickly that I had no idea how to really study, and that I was in kind of serious trouble if I didn't figure it out pretty quickly. So I think it was then. You know, my first semester was very rough. And I think it was at that point where it was really, you know, I was either going to work really hard and see if I could stay, or perhaps, you know, choose a different career path. And so I really think it was that second semester of my first year of college where I really, for the first time, in some ways challenged myself in a way that maybe I hadn't, and I think probably worked harder than I ever had, and it paid off. And I realized that I think if I put my mind to it, I could really do that. And my mom always used to say to me, you know, when I finally turned the corner, she said, you know, we knew you had a good brain. We just wondered if you would ever use it. So I think once I finally started using it, you know, things changed.
Well, obviously, it's paid off dividends. Josh, next burning question on the cards. What is the best sandwich?
Oh, wow, that's a great one. So I grew up in the Boston area, so I am really partial to lobster rolls. I love everything about lobsters. I hate to say that for the lobster community out there that I've had a hand in devastating over the years, but I really do love lobster rolls. They are my favorite.
That's a sandwich I'm not familiar with, a lobster roll. I'll put it on my list.
Oh, they're great. And there's two options. One is, you know, hot with butter, and the other is cold with like mayonnaise and celery and stuff like that. I usually go for the hot with butter.
I think I will take your wise advice. Hot with butter.
Okay.
Good choice. Good choice. On the topic of food, if you owned a restaurant, what would you have on the menu?
So can it be eclectic?
It's your restaurant. You can design anything you want.
Okay. So I am, in my spare time, I'm a bit of a sports fan. So it would have a little bit of a sports fan feel to it, where there would be TVs and beer and stuff like that. And there would definitely be chicken wings. So my three favorite foods, I've already given you one hint, which is lobster is up at the top. The other is chicken wings, and the third is Chinese food. So I would probably have those three things on the menu. And obviously there's a lot of options when it comes to Chinese food, but those are my three sort of go-to meals and places where I would go. So
all right, so it'd be a sports bar, Chinese chicken wing, lobster roll extravaganza.
Exactly, that's it. Perfect.
I'd eat there. I would eat there. I would eat there. What's your favorite sport?
Well, you know, growing up in Boston, there's a team here called the Red Sox, which for a global audience, you may not know, but in the United States, they're a team that you love to hate in so many ways. As a kid, they always found ways of losing. And then eventually, at some point in my life, they actually started winning, and they won a few World Series, which I never thought I would see. And I still actually play in a baseball league. I'm 52 and I have not given it up. It's not softball. It's like a hard pitch fastball league, and it's 28 and over. So I'm definitely pushing the limits of whether my team still wants me to be on the team or not. But I love to play baseball. It's one of those things where I really feel like a kid again. Every Sunday morning from the end of April till September, the middle of September, we play. And it's my 3 hours. You know, I have 3 daughters and I love them dearly, but I also need 3 hours a week to just be with the guys and have some fun. So I love playing baseball, but I would say that I think my favorite sport to watch on television is football. American football, yep. Yes.
And you have a favorite American football team?
Well, you know, again, the Boston thing, it would be the New England Patriots. Yes. So
Come on
which,
now, that's too easy. That's too
no,
easy. Yeah.
most people don't remember how bad they were. Like when I was a kid, they were really bad. And all of a sudden, you know, they got a quarterback who you might have heard of, named Tom Brady, and 6 Super Bowls later, they, you know, it was a lot of fun. So
Now, Tom Brady, he's the short, ugly one, right?
yes, that's right. He's not at all good looking or nope. And he did leave Boston, much to my chagrin. But you know, it's hard for me, and he's coming back this weekend to play against the Patriots. And it'll be an interesting experience for all of us. But you know, I can't ever have any kind of ill will to somebody who brought 6 championships to a city. Can't do it.
You know, a true love lasts forever.
That's true. That's right. So.
True love. All right, Josh, are you a man given to quote films?
I am, yes. I think it's a guy thing on some level. We can't really remember what it is that, you know, for example, our spouses would like us to do on a daily basis. But if you ask us for baseball facts or movie quote lines, we can dig deep and pull those out. Yes.
All right. What are some of your go-to movie quotes?
Ooh, go-to movie quotes. Well, believe it or not, I kind of like comedy and slapsticky stuff. So movies like Vacation with Chevy Chase or Fletch. You know, so for example, there's a scene in Vacation where they go to visit his cousin Eddie in the middle of nowhere, and at one point they're making tuna helper without the tuna. And he puts real tomato ketchup on it. He says, "Ooh, real tomato ketchup, Eddie?" And Eddie says, "Nothing but the best, Clark." So silly things like that. I don't know why, you know, and also, you know, from Field of Dreams, like James Earl Jones's soliloquy about baseball and how it stood the test of time and things like that. So I don't know if there's too many prophetic things in there, but the lines that have stuck with me tend to be more goofy and things that I use with my kids and things along those lines.
You know, as long as they communicate, I think that they're great.
Yeah, I agree.
And your choices are probably more positive than, you know, take the cannoli, leave the gun.
Yeah, that's right. I tend to focus in on, you know, I do like adventure. I'm actually quite a big sort of sci-fi adventure-y kind of person. Like I love the Lord of the Rings books and the movies. They're absolute favorites. And my wife is constantly walking in the room and saying, "You're watching this again." You know, and I worked on a project in the Middle East called the Abraham Path, which was a very interesting endeavor. It still is, and it's still going. And it's sort of to create a long distance walking route as a way of bringing people from the West and around the world to the Middle East to understand it better. And I have to say, there were many times we were out in the desert, or we were in small villages, or in the highlands. We went Mount Sinai and things like that. And I often thought about myself as kind of my own little Lord of the Rings band of people who was doing this endeavor. And yeah, so.
That's a really nice story.
And I am partial to second breakfast, which is what the hobbits always talk about.
We do have second breakfast in this house. We also have 11sies.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I have to try to institute that more here.
You know, we have breakfast, second breakfast, we have 11sies, then we stop for lunch, and then the day goes on from there. Yeah, it takes effort to maintain this degree of fluffiness. This is not without great, you know, great cost. You mentioned that you're a sci-fi fan.
Mm-hmm.
Can you do the Spock hand greeting?
He's not sort of. I can't cheat, right? Like, I think if I could separate them a little, but no, I can't. You can see clearly. I have like half of a weird bad Spock thing going on there.
Maybe just the live long, but not necessarily the prosper.
Yeah, I don't have the prosper.
Live long.
Yeah, I'm probably thinking, given my family history, it might be prosper, but not longevity, sadly.
You just don't have that recessive gene for both.
No, my wife will be around a lot longer than me.
Did she do that?
Probably. She's very good at everything, so probably.
Well, It's not a skill. It's a recessive gene. It's like rolling your tongue.
I wouldn't doubt that she could do it. Let's just put it that way. I've never asked her. I'll ask her tonight and I'll get back to you.
Because women are cool.
They are cool. I mean, I live at the house with them, so it oozes, coolness out of our house.
It's important for you to think that women are cool then, yeah. All right. Josh, cake or pie?
Pie.
Any particular kind or just all pie, the collective?
Well, I do love pumpkin pie, like around Thanksgiving time. That's really a lot of fun and it's yummy. And then apple pie is, if somebody said you could have chocolate cake or apple pie, I would go with the apple pie with some ice cream to keep
That suits your baseball tendencies so nicely.
It does, and it keeps my fluffiness up too.
All right. So Josh, my last question for you is, what do you love most about the resolution industry and the work that you do as a mediator?
Honestly, the challenge. It's funny because sometimes when people call you an expert, it makes me bristle. I would say after 30 years in this industry that I'm knowledgeable, but I think I'm constantly learning, and that's what I love about it. I love the multidisciplinary nature of it. I just got a book called Our Brains at War, which talks about how our minds work when we're under great stress or pressure or where violence is around us and things like that. And it's a never-ending learning experience, and I find that fascinating. And and there's so many opportunities to dive into worlds that you don't know about when you're mediating or negotiating. I do a lot of consulting in lots of different industries, and you have to figure out, how do I help these people with this problem, with this challenge, etc. And so I think that's really it. It's fascinating, and I don't ever expect to retire because it's not a job for me. It's like a way of life, and I love it. I'm very fortunate to have fallen into this and to really feel like it's what I'm supposed to be doing.
What a fantastic adventure. Josh, thank you so much for joining me for an idle chat. It was great getting to know you a bit.
Thank you, Natalie. It was a lot of fun. I wish we could actually chat longer. I don't get many of these, so.
Well, we'll stay in touch and have an idle chat again soon.
Okay, thanks so much.
Yep. Hello, thanks very much for clicking on the link and joining me for another in the series of idle chat videos. The American Bar Association's Section 4 Dispute Resolution has this initiative for all of us to have a little idle chat together so that we can get to know our colleagues around the world. Today, I'm welcoming a guest from Asia. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm doing very well. Welcome, Shadman Mustafa. It's a pleasure to be able to talk to you today. So you've probably seen another in these series, and so you know that I've put together about 120 not at all serious questions on the deck of cards here. So we'll give them a quick shuffle, and then we'll get started in on our conversation with Shadman. All right.
We'll get some easy questions.
Easy questions. I think they're all easy, honestly. All right. Shadman, what is the most interesting building you've seen or been inside?
I think I have to go with Space Needle. It's in Seattle, Washington. Been there in 2011, I think, 2010 or 11. And it was really amazing. The view from there, from the top, the Seattle Pier and the city, just breathtaking.
Right, and that is a spectacular view from the top of the Space Needle. I will agree with you. That's a really good choice. All right, Shadman, what is your favorite application on your telephone?
Favorite application?
Favorite app, yeah.
I have to say Gmail app. Sounds boring, but I've got some really, I've got really good news, many good news through that. So that has to be more special. and I check it regularly, like every 3 hours. Is there something up? Because at work, these are bad opportunities. Something usually comes up. So.
All right. Well, you know, being connected on your email, that is really important, and I'm glad it's your favorite. What is the most interesting animal that you've seen in person?
In person. I don't think I've seen many interesting animals. I have to go with humans because they're indeed the most interesting. Because people, you know, people can be they may seem a certain way, then many years down the line, you found out they're totally different. So I have to go with humans.
Humans. All right. That is not an answer that I would have anticipated you giving. You're very creative. I like your answer a lot. Humans. Most interesting animal.
It is.
In fact, I like your answer so much, I'm going to use it for myself in future.
I'll take that as a compliment.
All right. Shadman, if money and practicality were not at all an issue, what do you think would be the most fascinating way for us to get around, to travel?
I like the old school way of traveling, you know. If the view is good, go slowly, enjoy the view, maybe on a bus or driving. You can listen to good music. This could be a cheap form of therapy, right? So I see a lot of memes where it said, you know, I can't afford therapy, so I just go on long drives on music, and I seem to love it. It's one of my favorite things. But yeah. I don't like to drive. I like to be driven. If a friend is there, someone who can drive me, I just sit next to someone and listen to music. I prefer that. Like really we can obviously about teleportation, this and that, if something like that ever happens, right? But I would take the, you know, go slow and drive in a car or in a bus, listen to music. I prefer that.
Sure, because when you teleport, you don't get to see all the sights between point A and point B.
Sometimes the journey is as important as the destination, right? So getting there will be fun.
That's right. That's right. And taking it slowly is sometimes the best way to get there. Okay. Let's see. What habit do you have now that you wish you would have started at the beginning of your career?
I think interest and determination and enjoying learning different things every day. Because back in the day, I was kind of lazy, and just not that focused into learning new things, which I am currently. So I think life would be a lot different. I would be much wiser, I think, if I started to learn new things.
Right. I think that's probably true for all of us. Could do a little bit better there. Next question, Shadman, if you were going to live for 1 month completely off the grid, would you consider that to be a vacation or a nightmare?
I would love it, definitely vacation.
Love it, definitely a vacation. No question about it.
No question about it.
No question about it. All right, that's fair.
I hope you're asking where you want to go.
Oh, where would you go? Where would you be if you were going to be off the grid?
I would go to maybe Italy, Amalfi Coast, or Sydney, Australia. Like go to the remote island, isolated, and like just take 1 or 2 favorite people with you, without phone or anything, no internet, nothing, no TV, just some good books. Seems like a good idea.
Just sit on the beach, eat well, take naps, read books. That sounds really nice. That sounds really nice. Shadman, when was the last time that you slept for more than 9 hours? Do you remember?
Yeah, yesterday. I always sleep. This is absolutely important. It's quintessential for my being. I have to sleep well. I sometimes sleep 9-10 hours. Like I don't even measure my sleep. Sometimes I take a 7-hour sleep, and then I think, okay, I need a nap. I'll take a 2-hour nap during the day, because for me, my work is all about quality. If I don't sleep well, I can't deliver quality. So sleep is the most important. 9 to 11, whatever my body needs.
Good for you. Good for you. Do you happen to remember, Shadman, what was the last photograph that you took?
Last photograph. I think I took from my car. It was raining yesterday or something. So, and I was going near a bridge and it looked really nice. So I thought, let's take a picture.
All right. Nature photography is nice. Yeah. Shadman, what is the oldest thing that you own?
Oldest. I've got really old books, like something from the 1970s, which my dad gave me. So I read those and kind of collect them because they're kind of precious. Because some of them, there's no latest edition, didn't come out, so they're like 1 or 2 editions. People are not interested with those books, so new editions don't come. So this kind of books are priceless.
Old books. Now you're talking my language. I love books. All right. And Shadman, last question. What is it that you love most about being in the resolution industry?
Most is how we can solve problems, and having a dispute affects people severely, right? Being able to help them resolve those and seeing them going home free of problems and troubles, or solving disputes between companies, that's something that really attracts me. That internally makes me happy. It brings me peace.
Right. That it's a great industry that we belong to. And if people want to reach out to you and learn more about what you do, can you tell me where you're located and how people might be able to find you?
Oh, I'm basically located in Bangladesh, and I'm, as you know, I work in the industry. I work with CIDR. It's a local, arbitral organization providing citizen services. It's fairly new, and I'm also a chief legal officer and a legal advisor to a few companies.
Okay, excellent. Shadman, thank you so much for your time, and I enjoyed having an idle chat with you. Really appreciate it.
Me too. It's
All
very
right.
different from others. Thank you.
It is a little bit different, and that's where the fun lies. Well, thank you so much for watching. I hope to see you in another program soon. Hi, thanks for clicking on the video link. Welcome to Idle Chat. My guest today is Roy Baroff from North Carolina. Hi, Roy.
Hi, Natalie. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, thanks for signing up to play Idle Chat with me. We're going to have a lot of fun together, you and I.
Oh, excellent. I'm delighted to participate and look forward to it.
All right. So listen, Roy, a little bird has whispered in my ear that you would like for the first question to be, what is your favorite red wine?
Oh, well, gosh, I wonder what bird that was, but I'm a Merlot fan for red wines. I don't particularly like white wines at all, but a red, like a nice smooth Merlot.
All right. And that goes with pretty much anything. Have wine, will travel.
Absolutely.
All right. Next burning question. What do you know now that you wish you had known when you were 20?
You know, 20 is a few years ago for me. And so when I try to think back to that 20-year-old perspective, we think, I guess the big idea that maybe is a little cliche is about to really sort of live in the moment, I suppose. I think, and yet I think that's still, particularly, well, we probably were living in the moment at 20. So I'm not sure I needed to hear that.
Maybe just appreciate the moment.
Appreciate the moment, and also understand that one's future is not a straight line, right? It takes twists and turns. Whatever I was thinking about professionally at 20 in college back in the day, you know, I've taken sort of a fairly, you know, meandering journey to where I am and the work that I do. And I think knowing that that was going to happen back when I was 20 might have been helpful to know.
Right. But sometimes the surprise is the good part.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, things are meant to be, and we make things that are meant to be too. So I'm a big proponent of that. What we do really is we have a lot of impact on what happens to us. So now there are certainly lots of things out of our control, and yet, you know, you put your mind to something, you know, there's a lot that one can accomplish.
Sure, sure. I agree. I agree. I think that the choices you make dictate your life. So,
They
all
certainly
right.
can.
Yeah, they really, really can. All right. Roy, if you had to live 1 month off the grid, would you be considering that 1 month a vacation or a nightmare?
Oh, vacation for sure. That's an easy one.
And where would you live off grid? I mean, you live in North Carolina. That's an awfully pretty spot. Would you leave the state?
You know, the answer that, you know, all of us dispute resolution practitioners might give to a question like that is it depends, right? So, you know, I live in North Carolina on 6 acres in the middle of a hardwood forest, and I've got my little oasis already. And so I could unplug right here without going anywhere. On the other hand, I like to travel. And obviously we've had the last year and a half with COVID where that's really not possible or necessarily safely possible. If I didn't have to worry about COVID, you know, I'd love like an extended ski trip, you know, maybe the Swiss Alps for a month. That might be fun. Or even Colorado for a month. So something like that.
There you go. I like where your mind is at with that one. Excellent. All right. Oh, this is a good question, Roy. What is something that everyone in the world can agree upon? Anything? Nothing?
The first thing that came to my mind is that the sky is blue, but that may not be something everybody could agree on. I guess what blue, it really matters, right? So,
right. I think that's a good answer. I like that answer. Blue sky. Yeah, that works. That's a really good one. All right, now this is a serious bit. What movie quote do you regularly use?
Movie quote. I'm not sure that I use a movie quote regularly. I will say that in my work and I guess personal life a little bit too, when people get animated about something, a phrase that has stuck with me that a colleague of mine used a long time ago was, okay, so tell me how you really feel about it, after they've really told you how they really feel about it. So it kind of lightens the mood. It gets people to think a little bit more about where they're coming from. But that's something I'll say to folks fairly regularly.
Well, if that's not a movie quote, it should be.
Well,
that's a good one. That's a good one. What did you have for breakfast today?
So I had some plain yogurt with a little granola and some blueberries.
Oh my gosh, look at you being all kinds of healthy. All kinds of healthy.
It's my standard go-to breakfast right now.
That's a good one. I like that. I should do better at that. All right, Roy, if someone narrated your life story, who would be the narrator?
You know, I'm thinking about all some actor that has to, so it'd be a male actor, but I'm not sure who that is. Maybe it's Morgan Freeman, right? He's got the fantastic narration voice. So yeah, I'm going Morgan Freeman.
I guess it could be a female. There's no rules about that. You could have Meryl Streep using a Dutch accent narrate your story.
Yeah, I don't think that would quite fit. I think I'm going with Morgan Freeman.
Morgan Freeman. That works for me. He's always got a great voice. What is the most interesting building that you've seen or been in?
You know, how about this? The Acropolis in Athens, Greece. Again, many years ago, doing some traveling, just sort of being around that sort of history and sort of seeing what folks built then and its sort of grandeur, if you will. That's something that was pretty neat. And other things in Greece, the Palace of Knossos on Crete was pretty neat. So there are a couple spots.
Yeah. What invention doesn't get a lot of love, but has greatly improved the world?
You know, the first thing that came to my mind was like Velcro or, you know, Post-it notes or, you know, I thought you were going to ask me, you know, what invention doesn't exist that needs to exist or that I've been thinking about. See, I've been working on the teleportation portal, right? So that you could go from one place to the next instantaneously, kind of Star Trek beam us up, if you will. So at least I've mentally envisioned how that might work, but not really. But that I think somebody needs to develop that.
You draw up the plans and I'll donate some money to your GoFundMe to get that one off the ground. I think that one would be fantastic.
Right. Well,
Fantastic.
maybe, you know, give it another 50 or 100 years, maybe.
Right? Yeah, I suppose in our lifetime that could happen. Yeah, why not, right? Got to be optimistic. What was the last photograph that you took?
The last photograph that was taken of me, or the one, or that I took of something?
Last photograph that you took of something, even if it was yourself.
Well, this isn't the last one, but it's one that I've enjoyed. Is you know, I live out in the woods, and I was recently out walking in it with somebody who was going to cut some limbs and take some trees down for me. And we came upon this very large tree in the woods, and there was like a sunny spot on it, and maybe 30, 40 feet up was a really big black snake that was like on the tree, sort of vertically and sort of all squunched up to like hold on. And I got a picture of that snake, and it's pretty cool. And I'm not a huge fan of snakes, but I like to have black snakes around in the woods because they keep some of the other copperheads and such out of the way. But so our resident black snake was looking really good up on that tree.
Last question. What do you love most about being an ombuds at the university?
It's really about trying to help sort of people navigate their own experience, help empower them, connect them to resources, and really, you know, I think of myself as a coach through that process. So it's really about sort of, you know, holding these spaces for people to deal with conflicts or issues when more often than not, we think of conflict very negatively. We experience it very negatively. And my goal when I try to help support people is for them to turn that into something more positive and constructive. So when that happens, that's pretty cool. And, you know, I had a recent experience where somebody said that a conversation we had was really helpful to them, and just sort of in reframing. And the snapshot of that was, this was somebody in a leadership position who's getting a lot of negative feedback from the people they manage. And so they had couched it in as a failure to lead. And one of the things that I suggested to them was that, you know, you can think of it that way, or you can really think about it as feedback, right? You know, success and failure are things we create, but really it's a question of feedback. And this leader felt like that really helped them kind of reframe the situation. So a few success moments along the way, and appreciate, you know, being in this role, trying to help people.
Right. Well, and I'm sure that you are appreciated for doing that good work, because, you know, having someone just lend an ear, just give, you know, a moment of silence if that's what they need, or a moment of encouragement, or a moment of reflection, or, you know, someone who can be maybe an uncomfortable mirror sometimes. Those things are really important. So good for you for the good work that you do. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right. Well, thanks for playing a little idle chat with me. I appreciate your time. I look forward to getting back to the United States and visiting face-to-face soon.
Well, excellent. Well, enjoy your time on the French coast. Sounds like probably a pretty good spot. And thanks very much.
Thanks, Roy. I'll talk to you soon then.
All right. Bye-bye.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin, and I'm glad to have you here for another in the series of idle chat videos for the American Bar Association Section for Dispute Resolution. I have a colleague from Tripoli who's joining us today. Hello, Mohammed, how are you?
Good morning, Ms. Natalie. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to attend today. I'm very lucky to be one of the ABA's family, and thank you for having me today.
Oh, it's absolutely my pleasure. I'm excited to get to know you a little bit better. As you know from previous videos, all I do is shuffle the cards and we see what questions come up, and we have a lovely chat, you and I. Idle, yes, but lovely for sure. So we'll shuffle some cards. All right, my friends. Mohammed, let's imagine that it's the middle of the night and you hear a strange sound in your house. Are you the kind of person that jumps up to go see what the sound is, or do you lay quiet and hope that it passes?
Well, throughout the years, the personality changes. At the beginning, when I used to live with the family, I'd definitely be the quiet person. But let's wait till the morning till everything gets settled. But like today, I think my personality changes. I'm the one that initially goes to see what's happening and cross our fingers to be something positive. So
you're the brave soul in the house. You're the good person to have around.
Well, you have to, with time, you have to adapt with all the situations, right? When there's no one else.
That's true. When it comes down to just you, it is just you. That's absolutely right. Let's see. Mohammed, can you think of anything that might be better when it's broken than when it's a whole?
Something broken better than a whole. If we want to talk about something physical, not let's talk about spaghetti. When it's broken, it's easier to eat.
I love the way your mind works. That's a brilliant answer. Spaghetti is perfect. Mohammed, sorry?
This is if you want to be like, if you want to talk about physical stuff, but if you want to talk about like something like psychologically, sometimes it's better to break relations with negative people, because negative people will get you down with them. A lot of people nag, a lot of people would always, sometimes maybe it's better to break the relations with negative people so you can go up, and when you're up, you can help everyone rise up too, but you have to reach the top first. So maybe this is two sides of two different answers. Something that's very simple, like the spaghetti, and something maybe a bit complicated, like personal relations. Good answer?
That's a very good answer and a very beautiful thought. I like that very much, that sometimes the broken thing is the better thing. Yeah, I like that very much. Mohammed,
which is scarier for you, snakes or spiders?
Well, actually, I never thought I would actually be scared of something, but snakes. They're really fast. Like if you if you want to think about it, sometimes spiders are a bit weaker. They're according to science, they're actually afraid of us, but not snakes. Snakes always want to bite. But sometimes when you know their language, you can adapt with them. You can communicate with them in a way. Like to simply answer the question, when you know something, you do not. You're always afraid of the things you do not know. So when you know everything's the nature's secrets, the snakes' language, the spider's mentality, you won't be afraid anymore. So until then, until you know we know these secrets and how to communicate with them, they're still scary, right?
Yeah, I think that you're exactly right. That's a very wise answer, Mohammed. Very wise answer. Sir, do you have a favorite word?
Favorite word, word. Maybe because I have two languages, maybe my favorite words maybe are in Arabic. Favorite word.
Tell me your favorite Arabic word.
Coming from a spiritual background, maybe the names of God, the name of God, maybe it could be a favorite word, because it can always be used in Arabic specifically, especially in the difficult times. We can always go back to it. So
good choice. Good choice. And in English, do you have a favorite word in English?
Well, in English, when it comes to food, all dish names are a favorite word.
So that's easy.
I think I regret this answer a few years later.
Fair enough, my friend. All right. What is the best thing that has happened to you today?
Can I go back to the previous question? I just thought about it.
Yes.
My favorite word is peace. It is peace, really, because it can be used in all forms, and in the same way, it is the center of our profession. So this is what we aim for, peace. So peace can work, even because throughout our career, through when we work through justice to reach justice, sometimes peace is better than reaching justice. So peace.
Peace is one of the more beautiful words. I think maybe it doesn't matter what language that word is in.
Yeah.
Peace.
Shalom, salam.
Exactly. Exactly. That's a good choice. I like that. And it's perfect for our industry. You're so correct. You're so correct. Mohammed, what is the best thing that has happened to you today?
Well, this interview, because I just woke up half an hour ago. It's still early in the morning here. But maybe I can say also because it's the first day it rains in Lebanon. We're entering winter, so it was amazing. The drops of water, the relaxation, and we believe spiritually that blessings come with the rain. So relaxations and hope, like hope for so the day starts with hope and peace and drops of rain. And this interview, sure.
And drops
Definitely.
of rain bring hope. Yes, and drops of rain bring hope. What a lovely sentiment. Well, we should celebrate the rain that's falling on Lebanon. Absolutely, celebrate the hope. Mohammed, what is the best dessert?
Okay, for me, it depends first of all on the appetite. But I remember something. It's called Bahamas. Bahamas is something like it's like chocolate cake with bananas. You have to love bananas to love it. It's amazing, amazing. Well, all kinds of desserts are amazing, delicious. But Bahamas, if you love bananas and chocolate, definitely go for it.
Yes, I do, sir. Yes, I do. I will seek that out, Bahamas. Let's see. When someone asks you for a suggestion of music to add to their playlist, do you have sort of a go-to band or musician that you always recommend people listen to?
Well, I personally always recommend music with no lyrics. These the like what are they called? How did I forget the word? Anyways, like there's a big difference between music that gets wisdom out of you and the relaxation and takes out negativity and stress. And there's some source of music. There's a lot of I don't think you've heard like these Middle Eastern vulgar Egyptian music. They're like I think some people would understand what I mean. Some sorts of music are really negative, but at the same time, you know what I mean when I talk about Beethoven. And there's this new artist. He's called. There's Batista. He's like he makes the perfect piano music or combined with guitar. It's so soothing. And I personally I have to mention DJ K. He was my best friend in school. He's now one of the best DJs here in the Middle East. He travels all around the world. DJ K. So your music is what I recommend. It's awesome. Although I'm not this kind of person, but I do recommend him.
Okay, well, I'll see if I can find him and give a listen, because music is one of those things that can change your humanity.
Yeah, sure.
So it is absolutely important. And then Mohammed, I will ask you the same question that I ask everyone as the last question. And that is, what do you love most about the resolution industry and the work that we do?
What I love most is that there's always a solution and that can be solved peacefully. And I believe that there is always a solution. It depends on the mediator and precise or the dispute resolutioner, how good he is. And it's not wrong to have mistakes at the beginning, even at the end of the career. But the perfect person always knows how to solve it, because it's a combination. It's a combination of psychology with law. You have to combine all of these aspects in addition to your personality and your skills. So what I love most is that peace always have a place on your schedule. So this is amazing. The best profession in the world. Without these dispute resolutioners in the world, nothing would go perfect. There's always there won't be difference between us and the other creatures. We won't be on top of the food chain. So we do not have no nails, no teeth like these beasts or animals. Why are we on top of the food chain? It's because we work together and we know how to solve disputes together. So we have to maintain this mentality. We have to maintain this stability and connection between us. So it depends on us, the people of this industry, to maintain the peace in the world.
Lovely, absolutely lovely. Mohammed, you have taught me so much today, that with rain falls hope, and that there's always room for peace on your calendar. Very nice sentiments. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you. And well, this is the electricity, as I told you. We have this crisis in Lebanon, the electricity thing, but good thing we have the sunlight. So as I told you, with drops of rain, hope comes, but also the sun gives hope too. Everything around you can give hope, right? You have to find it. It's inside. You have to find it with the elements. Thank you for having me.
It's been absolutely my pleasure to get to know you a little bit better. I love the perspective that you bring to life. Always positive, always a possibility, and always search for peace. Thank you so much for your time, Mohammed, and talking with me in an idle chat.
Thank you for the ABA. Thank you in person, precise, and I loved it, and I like to always come attend with you.
Excellent. I look forward to talking with you again soon.
Thank you.
All right. Enjoy your day, sir.
Bye. Bye.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin. Welcome to another in the series of idle chats for the American Bar Association's section of dispute resolution. And I get to talk to a colleague on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean from Orlando, Florida. Please say hello, Natalie.
Hi.
Hi. So now I did not mispronounce Natalie's name. She is Natalie. I am Natalie. Very similar, but also different. And Natalie and I are going to have an idle chat. Natalie, I know that you had an opportunity to see some of the other videos, so I know that you understand we're going to shuffle the cards and then chat about not very much of anything in particular. All right, here we go, ma'am.
Okay.
Let's see. First question. I'm going to take off my glasses. That's terrible. Natalie, if there were an adult-only version of the children's ice cream truck that cruises around the neighborhood after hours and weekends, what would that truck be serving to us, and what kind of music would be playing?
Wine and salsa music.
That's a street party, my friend. Wine and salsa music. I'm in. Take my money. Natalie, if you could live 1 month completely off the grid, would you be considering that to be a vacation or just a nightmare?
Wow, that's hard. Completely off the grid.
For a month.
No, I think that would be a nightmare for me. I need social interaction.
Yeah, so just because you're off the grid doesn't mean you can't take friends.
Oh, well, that's true. If I can take my friends, then yes, that would be a vacation. But if I'm like off the grid alone, that would be a nightmare.
Yeah, that would be too isolating. You're absolutely right. Yeah, take your family, take your friends, turn off the phones. That's a holiday.
Oh, then yes, absolutely. That is a holiday.
All right, perfect. Natalie, what kind of nap is most satisfying?
I don't know that I call it a nap. I'm in bed for 2 hours in the afternoon. That is the most satisfying.
Could not agree more. I'm on team nap.
Yep.
All right. Natalie, what habit do you have now that you wish you had started far earlier in your life?
That's an interesting question because I don't know. What habit do I have now? I try to tell people that I love them, and more often than I did before. I think I've always been kind of affectionate with my family, but I try to remind myself that it's important to tell people you love them if you do.
What a lovely habit. I like that answer very much. I like that very much. All right, this question is not nearly as deep.
Uh-oh.
Mayonnaise or Miracle Whip?
There's a difference. Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. I'm not huge into mayo, but real mayonnaise, yes.
Mayonnaise, not the salad dressing, the Miracle Whip. All right, fair enough. Natalie, let's say that there's an epic feast being held in your honor
What would we be eating? What's spread out over the table at this feast?
Okay, so everybody in my family will probably disown me because it's not Puerto Rican food. It would have to be an Italian feast. Pasta, the hams and the cheeses, the wine, the whole, that would be my feast. Yeah.
Fair enough. And we'll keep that just between you and I. We won't tell your family at all. Just between us.
Yeah, it's not that I don't love, you know, the pork and the rice and all of that, but if it was a feast in my honor, yeah, that's the way I'm going. Pasta.
Alla Italiano. Good choice. Natalie, what is your favorite app on your smartphone?
What do I use? I probably, this is going to show my, the terrible side of me. I probably Facebook or Twitter, one of those social apps, because I do check them.
That's not terrible. That's how we keep in contact with people. All right. Let's see. If money and practicality are no problem whatsoever, what would be the most interesting way to get around town?
I don't know if it's interesting, but it would certainly lift a lot of my stress. I would want a chauffeur in whatever. I mean, preferably if we could just go over traffic as opposed to in traffic, but a chauffeur, whatever it is, where I don't have to drive.
Just as long as you're not at the wheel.
Yep, that's it. I'm waiting for Elon Musk to make my dream a reality someday because I want to not have to drive.
You know what? That is a good thing to think about. I like that dream. All right, Natalie, I will ask you the same question that I ask everyone as the last question in an idle chat, and that is, tell me what it is that you love most about the resolution industry and the work that you do as an ADR professional.
I love the self-determination aspect of it. I really hate to think that you go into a courtroom and some judge or jury makes a decision about a relationship that you created, because that's what contracts are. They're relationships among entities, it's relationships among people. And a lot of times, even if they're entities, it's still people at the end of the day. And so to me, having the ability to determine how you resolve that dispute is really the most important aspect of dispute resolution and mediation in particular. I think that we are all, if we would be reasonable, if we would allow reasonable heads to prevail as opposed to being angry and I'm getting my pound of flesh, we could sit down and honestly look at things, we can figure out a way to solve things on our own. And that's it.
Absolutely right. You nailed it. Thank you so much. From Natalie in Normandy to Natalie in Orlando, this has been an idle chat for the American Bar Association's section of dispute resolution. Thank you so much for being my guest.
Thank you, Natalie, for having me. I really appreciate it. It was fun.
Thanks.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link and welcome to another in our series of idle chats. This is for the American Bar Association's section for dispute resolution. And like the name implies, these are truly idle chats. And today I get to talk to a colleague, Mark in Ventura County, California. How are you, Mark?
Great, Natalie. Great. Excited to be here with you.
Good, excellent. So Mark, one of the first things that people are going to notice is that right off of your left ear is in big words, the word ombuds. What is an ombuds?
An ombuds is kind of a unique role within the ADR world. It sort of is the on-scene conflict management advisor, assistant in mediating, coach, conflict management system design person. Typically, for me, it's within a university. Often an ombuds can be externally focused to serving larger communities, but I serve within my university staff and faculty in just helping navigate or manage conflict in whatever way that looks like.
Okay, so it might start out as just a heated conversation or go all the way up to an actual dispute or conflict.
Yeah, I think, often it's just someone has a heated conflict or heated conversation. Somebody says something in a staff meeting and they're really struggling to figure out how to repair the damage, or it could be looking more systemically at the way that a program or an idea moves through the system and seems to keep getting, or ideas keep getting kind of shut down. So it's sort of whatever level the conflict is, whether it's discrete or systemic. We strive to be there to help, like I often say, we're like kind of the lubrication in the system to help things move along without judging what the right result should be.
All right. I can get on board with that. I would really get on board with that if you said that all of those meetings could be held at the Strawberry Festival in Camarillo.
Well, yeah, we got good stuff there. It is tasty.
That's how you get to resolution. So, all right. So, Mr. Patterson, I have drafted about 120 completely interesting but inane questions for the Idle Chat series. And so we will give our cards a little shuffle and see what comes up.
Drum roll.
The big drum roll. Are you feeling the tension?
Yeah, this is cool.
Totally stressed out? All right, so our first question, what's the best sandwich?
I have a thing called the griddler. I have to admit, I'm kind of an inveterate kitchen tools, gadgets kind of person. It drives my wife crazy that I have to we overload the kitchen with, but I have a thing called the griddler, which it's what it sounds like. It's griddles things, but it's got two heated sides and you press together. So my favorite sandwich tends to be, I like a sharp cheese, and I'm vegetarian, so I get like a meatless meat and some spices and spicy cheese, and put it on the griddler with a little bit of butter and get that toasted feeling. So it's so you kind of get the savory flavor, but also a little bit of the kind of the heat and the crunch to it. That's my favorite. So pick your favorite fillings, but the griddler is what makes for an awesome sandwich.
Right. That sounds like the perfect comfort food. All right. Mark, next question. What was super cool when you were young, but is definitely not at all cool now?
Well, I'll go with not a huge surprise, the old mullet. When I was in high school, I didn't have really long, but I did have kind of hair halfway down the back of my neck. And it wasn't really short on the side, so it was not like, the classic mullet, but definitely longer in the back. It was a cool enough thing when this was, the early 80s, to be able to even just like do anything other than feathering your hair down the middle. So, this was kind of a way to be a little bit rebellious, and it felt especially, cool. A girl that I had a crush on had a seat behind me in class and would sometimes like play with a mullet in the back, and like, oh man, that felt like I was the king. I was cool stuff. Of course, now, the mullet is like, a meme, a classic, oh my gosh kind of thing. And I think all those pictures of me in high school have been destroyed. So, my kids aren't laughing at it, or at least they're buried somewhere in my parents' basement. But that was the thing, right? To have that, kind of sexy hair in a way that you look at now and think, oh no.
I had the big bangs.
Oh yeah.
Lot of hairspray. I feel your pain. Yeah, I feel your pain. But the mullet, that's a good one. All right. The next question is, what is the hardest you've ever worked?
There's so many different kinds of work, but I guess I'll go with what first comes to mind. And it's one of the things I often go back to as getting through hard times. So when I was in college, I had never even seen this before, but I started the sport of rowing, of crew. And crew is the kind of sport where the more smooth and clean it looks, the more agony that the rowers are in. And it's also a sport where people are depending on you. You feel like, I can't do anymore. You're going to get hit in the back with an oar. You got to keep going. And the intensity, it kind of combines the intensity of all-out sprint. In fact, it starts off with a sprint that you then have to basically just carry through for 6 to 8 more minutes of a typical race of explosive as well as endurance type energy. And so I can vividly remember before some intense races, it felt like my whole life was focusing in on that 6 minutes that was up ahead. And I can vividly remember times where I thought, I'm not going to make it. I am literally going to collapse in the middle of this race because the intensity, anaerobic demands on the body were so hard. And yet I never did. I made it through those races and it was incredibly painful. And yet I can look at that and say, not only was it, something I survived, but survived together with other people who were similarly in agony and feel those rare moments, and they have to admit they were rare, where everything was kind of swinging together. If you listen to read the book, The Boys in the Boat, it talks about the swing. And it's that feeling where despite the pain and agony, that you can almost feel the boat lifting out of the water and all the oars are moving together. And that feeling was magic, even in pain. So I kind of looked at it, was that intensity of that suffering in the boat was kind of matched with those unique moments of working together and creating some kind of special moment. So I think that's it for me.
And I can see that there was great poetry in those moments of brutal work.
Yeah, it is something kind of poetic about the whole movement. It's unlike any other sport that it's both the ultimate team sport. No one person wins a race, but it's also very individual, and that you have to get into yourself to keep moving and to be not just getting through it, but balancing your body. Every movement you make has an impact on everybody else and how the boat moves. So it's control.
Okay, next question, Mark. If you were given $10 million to open a new museum, anything that you want to open, what kind of museum would you create for yourself?
Kind of like the boundaries are off. I like anything you can do. Of course, we talked before in Southern California, lots of neat, unique little neighborhoods too, and a good environment for my idea would be, maybe I'm drawing upon, what we're doing now, a storytelling museum. A museum that captures the best of people who are gifted, and maybe interactive options too, like how to build a good story. And I'm thinking stories not in nothing against the written word. I love literature, but this is like the kind of, like the moth, like get up on a stage or a TED talk, microphone and nothing in between you and the audience. People, celebrating people who are just gifted at building a story, as well as helping people tell their stories themselves. I think that would be a kind of a cool museum, a storytelling museum.
All right, Mr. Patterson, the rubber hits the road with this one. Coffee or tea?
I have become, I'm going to riff a little bit on this, a big fan of kombucha. Kombucha made from tea. It's a fermented probiotic drink. So about, I guess 5 years ago now, I broke my ankle, had surgery, we got an infection and had to use some heavy duty antibiotics to take care of the infection that had gotten rooted in the surgical implant. And after that, I just started having a lot of digestion problems, like burping and things that just would kind of come upon me. And somebody suggested kombucha, a probiotic drink, as a means of helping maybe restore some gut health. And so since then, I've become like and I literally just finished one before we're talking, and make my own, and it's kind of creepy looking because a kombucha comes from it's fermented through a symbiotic culture of bacteria and yeast, the SCOBY. So you have a tea, sugared tea, and you put the SCOBY in with it, and over the course of a week, it kind of ferments and creates a powerful probiotic mixture. And then I will add a little fizz to it by giving it some additional sugar, and I usually put fruit and other things in there. So not a coffee or tea drinker, but I am a kombucha lover, and even make my own kombucha, which the kids.
All right.
It looks gross, but it tastes great.
If that works for you, I think that's great. I'm going to stick with my, good old fashioned Italian espresso machine.
No kombuchas for you yet, huh?
your version sounds like a lot of effort for somebody who needs a little jump start in the morning. All right. Now, this one is admittedly one of the more divisive questions that I drafted for the series, and that is whether or not pineapple has any place on a pizza.
Well, to answer this question, I have to say I am glad my middle child is a big fan of pineapple. But she doesn't like pineapple ham, which is the Hawaiian pizza. She likes pineapple pepperoni, but it's got to be fresh. So I would want to honor that choice. But for me, oh, no way, no way. I do like some vegetables unusual. Like when we lived in Korea, particularly, Koreans love all kinds of amazing, interesting things. Like sweet potato was one of the favorite toppings of pizza in Korea, but not for me. I like a little salt, and I like a little bit of spice, but pineapple, no.
Not on board.
I won't say it's forbidden, because I want to honor my daughter's choices, but I ain't touching it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You probably would not like what I like then. I like pineapple and jalapeno pizza.
I might possibly make an exception, because I do like a little jalapeno on. Usually that's with jalapeno and tomato or mushroom. But maybe if you had a really good thin crust New York style pizza, I'm with jalapeno and pineapple. I'd taste it.
Yeah, the sweet and the spicy. That's where I like to live.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Mark, if you don't want to share this answer, that is fine. We won't tell your employer. But if there were any other profession that you could practice, so you're no longer an alms bud, you're not, or an alms buddy, or an ombud person, or an alms buddy. If you weren't that, what do you think you'd be doing? What other job do you think you might like to try?
Well, Natalie, I think, maybe having been now in Southern California for just a couple of years, but it's starting to get into my imagination.
You want to be a player on the Dodgers?
No, my baseball skills have never been solid enough, even for much backyard or no, it would be of a screenwriter. It kind of comes back to the story thing. I like the idea, but somehow turning one kind of story into a format, a template for a visual presentation. I don't think I could necessarily make money at it, but I listen to a song and I imagine how would that fit with a scene, or I listen to an audiobook or read a book and I imagine how would I visually block that out, or how would I create something that can be translated to a different format. So I like the creativity aspect and the story aspect. So I think I would imagine being a playwright or a script writer.
Very nice. Very, very nice. I like that one. And after all these years in ombuds work, probably have some pretty good stories to share.
There was a TV show, I think, that was pitched, and Amazon had picked it up. It was going to be the ombuds, and I think it kind of died in the pandemic. But the idea that somebody who is helping others get through conflict without, and all the kind of weird things that come up without necessarily being in the middle of it, is kind of a unique perspective. And I do, that's one thing I like about the work, is it's kind of like, as a lawyer, it's not your money, it's the client's money. So some of the, I don't know, the personal anxiety is off.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's good work. Good work. Good. Absolutely good. Well, it's been a pleasure. I hope that if you're watching this video, you enjoyed my conversation with Mark, and check out another video. Thanks very much.
Thanks, y'all.
Hi, where do I live? I live in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, which is in Durban, in South Africa. The scariest animal or insect. Growing up, I was petrified of the household lizards and geckos. Not so much now, I must say, triumphantly, that I've gotten over most of my fear for those animals. Do I have a good luck charm? No, but I am a believer in serendipity, I think. I don't believe in coincidences, so if two related events happen simultaneously or round about the same time, I believe that something can be read into that. What food do I crave most often? I honestly don't have a craving, but my all-time favorite, if I could eat it 3 times a day, 7 days a week, it would have to be toast, buttered toast with grated cheese on top, with a cup of either tea or coffee. If I were to perform in a talent show, what would I do? I've always preferred performing as a singer, so I would say singing. What do I like most about the place I grew up in? It'll have to be the weather. Durban has spectacular weather in summer and in winter, so you can do most activities mostly all year round, and that includes going to the beach, which I think is a huge plus. What do I like most about myself? I think my very cut and dried approach to most things, and being a straight shooter, and being a clear communicator. I think all those things are related, and I expect the same of others, and I do get frustrated when there's a lot of confusion or too much of words used in trying to get something across. What do I like most about the dispute resolution industry and the work I do? For me, a huge win is for people to come away as better people, having had their motivations and their fears and their drivers for conflict, put out into the open, that they can come away with skills to manage those triggers better and even to avoid conflict in future. So for me, helping the people as well as solving the problem makes this field very attractive and definitely one that I want to stay in.
Hello, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin. I appreciate that you've joined me for another in the Idle Chat series for the American Bar Association's section of dispute resolution. Today, I get to have an idle chat with colleague and fellow volunteer for the ABA's DR section, Jaya. Hi, Jaya, how are you?
Very well, thank you. Nice to be here with you.
Well, thanks very much for joining us. So Jaya, you know how the game goes. I've got a whole bunch of questions here on the cards. We give the cards a shuffle and see what you and I are going to be talking about. All up to the cards, my friend.
Okay.
All right. Jaya, the first question, do you play any instruments?
I used to play guitar when I was very young, but I never really pursued it. And my guitar is sitting gathering dust somewhere. I don't know where. But
all right, guitar's that's a good one to start with. Jaya, what is the best holiday in your house? What holiday is the most fun?
I like Thanksgiving. That's my most favorite holiday of the year. It's a relaxed time with relatives and friends, and there's no pressure at all. You don't have to buy gifts for everybody. You don't know, you're not worried that the gifts you buy for somebody, maybe they might not like it, or somebody else may have bought it for them. There's no pressure whatsoever. And it's a very relaxed time with family and friends. So I just really enjoy Thanksgiving. My favorite holiday.
Yeah, good choice. I like that. Jaya, what is the worst job you've ever had?
Oh my God, I have to think about this one. All the jobs I've had, I enjoyed. Maybe it was stressful. I even waitressed while I was putting myself through university. And I can't say I hated it because it brought me enough money to pay my bills and also enabled me to pay my tuition. So I will not say that. So I really can't tell you. I think I may get tired, but I just move on then and do something else. So I can't say I found a job or I hated a job.
No worst job. Aren't you a lucky one? Jaya, which way is the right way? And there is only one right way. Which way is the right way for the toilet paper to hang? Over or under?
Over.
Over. Over.
I'm an over person.
Because that's the right answer.
Yeah, okay.
Jaya, if you could know the truth behind every conspiracy theory, but you would die if you even hinted that you know the truth, would you want to know anyway?
Yes, I would still like to know the truth.
You're a curious cat?
I am very curious. I think that's why I've been a professional student my entire life. I've always had this desire to know more and to learn. So I tell everybody, till recently, they asked me, what do you do? I said, I'm a professional student, just trying to learn. So I want to know.
You want to know? Okay. Well, I promise I wouldn't ask you. Let's see. If you have the opportunity to design a new banknote, whose face would you put on it?
And for which country?
You choose. Any banknote, any design.
Okay. I don't know. I just think that maybe instead of having a person displayed on the banknote, I would like to have maybe some either flowers or some, geographical landmark for that particular country that everyone sort of just looking at it would know, oh, okay, they're talking about Canada or they're talking about the United States. I believe that it's caused so much controversy recently with having historical figures, faces or the pictures on the banknotes, that it just causes divisiveness. But when you have a state flower or something from nature, everyone can relate to it and there's no controversy.
Right. How could you have a march against a butterfly?
Yeah, exactly.
All right. I think that's a good choice. Jaya, which languages do you speak?
I speak English, I speak Hindi, and a smattering of Punjabi, which is a regional dialect in India, spoken primarily in the north of India in Punjab. But it's getting rusty because I don't get an opportunity to speak that often.
So in Hindi, how would you translate idle chat? How do you say idle chat in Hindi, do you think?
Oh my God. Chat would be baat or talk, right? Idle would be, I don't know. You know, there's a term in Hindi when you just sit around shooting the breeze, right? They say, what are you doing? The literal translation is, I'm eating air. You know what I mean? So it would be something along those lines. You're just sitting there, not, you know, you're just shooting the breeze, right?
Right. So in Hindi, how do I say that you and I are just eating the air?
Natalie or मैं, Natalie is you, मैं is me. हम दोनों, both of us, हम दोनों हवा खा रहे हैं. That means we're eating air. Both of us are eating air.
I like
So
that.
I guess that's what we would say if you're doing idle chat. हवा खा रहे हैं. That means we're sitting there just, you know, talking.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you for sharing that with me. Jaya, what outdoor activity have you yet to try but would like to?
Maybe parasailing. I'm petrified of, I don't like large bodies of water. I think in my previous life, I probably died by drowning because when I see large bodies of water, I just get a little bit anxious, particularly if I'm on a ship or on a boat. I get a little bit anxious. So I joke with everybody that, you know, I come from India where they believe in past lives. So, okay, perhaps I died by drowning in one of my lives. That's why when I see large bodies of water, I get a little nervous. So I've been to, you know, on vacation many times. I went to Cancun and they were parasailing and I thought that would be really cool to do, but I never had the nerve.
I think that would be a really fun thing to do, and I would go with you.
Okay, good.
I will be your moral support.
Have you done it?
I have not.
Okay, then we both will do it together.
It's a date, my friend.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes.
Jaya, can you, or do you rather, do you possess the recessive gene that allows you to do the Vulcan hand greeting from Star Trek? Live long and prosper.
Okay.
Nailed it. Jaya, what is the most recent show that you binge watched?
Oh my God. So this was it's on Acorn TV, right? I subscribe to it and it's a British production and it's called The Doctor. Okay, and it's set in 1960s Wales. And it's about an Indian doctor and his wife, who his wife comes from a very wealthy family. And she and her husband leave India and they come to London. They're there. And they also have connections with the then Prime Minister, Enoch Powell. And he's a trained physician and he's trying to get a job. But they need a doctor in some little small mining town in Wales. So he and his wife head out there. It's a very, very interesting show because it's set in the 60s and, you know, it shows how they won over the people of that town and how there was all this conspiracy occurring in the town because there was a lot of environmental issues related to mining that was causing severe health conditions. So I thought I would just watch the first episode. I ended up binge watching it, finished the entire season, and now the second season is still on. I need to watch a few more. So, but that was during the heart of the pandemic.
I think we all succumbed to binge watching something during our lockdown versions. Let's see, Jaya, How many hours per day do you spend online?
Oh my God, good question. Perhaps about, with my phone and the computer, I get a message telling me what my screen time has been on my phone for the week. And it'll tell me, oh, you spent 10% less time this week compared to last week, or so many hours more this week than last week, something like that. So I think probably about 8 hours, because sometimes now I read my news feed on the phone. And if I'm doing work, then I'm on my computer. So about, I would say like a day, 8 hours. Either, the first thing I do when I get up is let's look at the news feed. Let's see what's happening in the world.
8 hours, I think that's not bad. Actually, I think that's not bad at all. Jaya, what always cheers you up?
What cheers me up? Seeing a beautiful, some nature, basically. Nature really makes me happy. It calms me down. I look at, if I can't go out and just walk around, I look at pictures of, fields or nature. That makes me always perks up my mood if I'm in a dejected mood. And the other thing also is, if I can't do that, picking up the phone and calling a loved one does it for me.
Good answer.
Sharing with them. And I guess I'm one person, I'm very extroverted. If I'm feeling pain, I talk about it. I don't know how some people can internalize it and not talk about it. I know friends who do that, but I can't. If I wear my heart on my sleeve, so if I'm not really happy, I will let people know, hey, I'm just in a bad space today.
Which is totally fair. Some days I wish everybody would just have a neon sign.
Yeah,
says,
I'm in a bad space. Help me, or understand me. Try and help.
Right. Or don't try today.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that would help us all out. So Jaya, I'll ask you the same question I ask everybody as the last question in Idle Chat, and that is, what do you love most about the work that you do in the resolution industry?
It's trying to resolve, differences that people have. And particularly when I was an advocate for claimants who had filed a discrimination claim, or if they had any issues related to, the inability actually to get this dispute resolved. I'm always looking for the help, trying to help the underdog. Like, okay, they don't have the money. There have been so many instances where I've done so much pro bono work that I just tell myself, okay, enough is enough now, just move on. And I get very involved and try to help them. So for me, the most satisfying aspect of dispute resolution is when you try and resolve a complaint that a person may have against an employer or against a business owner, when they have no other recourse and you're able to settle it amicably for them.
Right.
That's for me, that's why I keep doing it.
You do have a good heart. Well, Jaya Sharma, thank you so much for joining me for an Idle Chat for the American Bar Association section of Dispute Resolution. It was a great pleasure to eat air with you.
Yes, thank you. Same here. And I hope to cross paths with you soon.
As do I. We'll go parasailing.
Yes, we have to go parasailing.
All right. Take care, my friend.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. We'll talk again.
All
Bye.
right. Bye-bye.
Hello, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin. Welcome to another in the series of idle chat conversations with resolutionists around the world on behalf of the ABA's Section for Dispute Resolution. Today I get to talk to not only a colleague, but a friend of mine, which is always so much fun. I'd like to introduce Joyce Mitchell. Hi, Joyce. How are you today?
Hi, Natalie. How are you? Thank you so much for asking me to do this. As I said, it's always a beautiful day in my neighborhood when I get a chance to talk with you.
You're so lovely. So lovely. So, Miss Joyce, I promised you that during our idle chat, you didn't have to answer any question that made you uncomfortable or give pause. So we will be as gentle as we possibly can, one with the other. But let's get started. The first question, I don't think you'll have a problem answering, and that is, what is the best ice cream flavor?
Chocolate.
Just like that.
Vanilla, strawberry, you name it, ice cream.
D, all of the above.
All of the above.
Good answer. Yay on you. Miss Joyce, do you happen to remember the first concert that you attended?
The first concert, it was a Gladys night, and I attended with my husband. And for some reason, it just evoked all kinds of emotions in us. I've never seen my husband be so sensuous as he was there.
Well, way to go, Gladys Knight and the Pips. I can still do the.
Oh, yes, yeah. And the midnight train to Georgia, help me with that. Yes, yes, yes.
Woo, good concert. Joyce Mitchell, if you never needed to sleep again, what would you do with all the extra time?
I would probably travel to Fiji, to Hawaii. I would travel to Italy, to Spain. I'd even go to Alaska to see the whales breaching. I would get out and see the world.
You might come to France and visit your friend Natalie.
Yes, absolutely. That's the deal.
You're always invited. Joyce, this is maybe a question of, I don't know, some divisiveness in the world. When you're flying on an airplane, does the person in the middle seat get to lay claim to both armrests?
I've tried that. It doesn't work. So I try to choose one early. I go early if I have the middle seat and choose one and hope that the person on the opposite side of me will go along with that. But I find that sometimes as the flight goes on, we change. And I'm amenable to that because I'd like all of us to be comfortable.
Miss Joyce, next burning question. Do you have a green thumb?
No. I just looked at my plants that are absolutely having a difficult time as we go into the fall, and I answered for them.
I appreciate that you sought the visual verification of your capabilities.
I'd hate for someone to visit me and ask me about that question and look at my plants, because an explanation would be needed.
Yeah, it's just sad.
Mm-hmm.
It's sad. All right. All right. Miss Joyce, next question. What is something that was common for you as a child that to your grandchildren and great-grandchildren is going to seem just bizarre or out of place?
Something that was common to me as a child that to my grandchildren would now seem out of place.
Yeah.
The most common thing would be the mixing of the races now. I grew up in the southern part of the United States in a very segregated community. My grandchildren are biracial. And so I didn't see that as a child, and so it wasn't common. And now it's so great that they can see it. They can see it with their aunt's children, with themselves. There are two of them. And I think it's just wonderful that they don't have to see what I saw.
That, yeah, that's a really, really good
I
example.
hope that's the response that I would want you to have from me.
I think that's a fantastic thing that yes, and that should not be common. It should not be common that we are segregated. It should not be common that we're separate one from the other. It should be the common thing that everybody's invited to the party.
Yes, yes, we get a chance to celebrate Christian and Jewish holidays, traditions. One of my brother-in-laws is married to a lady from Baghdad, so we get a chance to talk about Muslim traditions, and she's teaching me different words to talk to her child with. So it is just marvelous when I go to their homes and we have gatherings, and that did not happen when I was a kid. As a matter of fact, we only went to the homes of the people on our street and in our neighborhood.
This family life that you have is remarkable.
I think this expansion of my own experience is probably the reason why I enjoy working as a mediator and working with different people, because I get a chance to see it in real time as opposed to pretend time. So when I show up at a table and there are different people there with all differences, all kinds of differences, it's of no importance to me. The thing is, what is it that they want to talk about with each other that I can be a part of and help them work through?
Exactly right. Yes, absolutely. Oh my gosh, yes. Yes, a million times over. Miss Joyce, cake or pie?
Did you say or?
Would you like to change that to cake and pie, ma'am?
Well, since we're being recorded, I will just say cake.
You can have it any way you want.
Cake and pie.
We'll just keep that between you and me.
Oh, I would love that.
Do you have a favorite noise or sound?
No, I don't have a favorite, but music was part of my undergrad major, so I'm triggered by sounds in music. Last night I was listening to the Black Eyed Peas, and it's going to be a great day, and I could hear the thumping, I could hear the joy. So those kinds of sounds help me. I love hearing the giggling of my grandchildren when they're playing and enjoying each other, and when the dog is chasing them. In the mornings, I want a very subtle sound of probably wind, water, rain. I like that sound, and I get it through my Alexa. And I love to hear Pavarotti sing. That's one of my favorite songs. When he sings, the three tenors too. So those are some of my favorites. But let's not forget my other song is James Brown. When any song with James Brown that starts out with him, you got me.
Is there any film that you can just watch over and over and over again and never get tired of it?
Okay. No, I don't understand The Big Lebowski, and I've tried to watch it for about 3 times to try to understand it, only because one year it was a favorite song of my students at my law school class. And so I have to watch things that I don't understand over and over again, but I don't have a favorite that I actually go to. And I'm trying to think, what could I just watch over and over again? The answer is, I don't know right now. I mean, this old film of Casablanca comes to us because, the romanticism of it and how it ends, and they're out there on the tarmac and saying goodbye, and the drama of it all. And it's well choreographed with regard to what's happening. And so I'm listening to what they're saying to each other and trying to sense it. That's something that I enjoy and I watch. Oh, Jurassic Park. I forgot. I must tell you, I must have watched every Jurassic Park 2 or 3 times, because the first time I had no idea what was going on, because the promos had me thinking it was going to be something different. And I was upset when I got in the theater and it wasn't what I thought it was. So I had to watch it a second and third time to catch everything. And then I followed all the sequences to Jurassic Park, because I can watch it without having to think about anything anymore. I mean, it's just so illogical. And it just takes you away, and then you can get up, turn it off, and come back to reality and say, okay, so the world's not so bad after all.
I love talking to you so much. That is not the movie series that I thought you would say.
What did you think I might like?
Well, I guess I always think that, you are so well cultured, and you've experienced such myriad things that I suppose I thought you would say something, a little more highbrow, something that Dr. Zhivago. I thought you'd say, oh, every year on the anniversary of my first date with my husband, we watched Dr. Zhivago, or I don't know.
And To Russia with Love. I've watched all of those, but you said that I could just watch and watch. But Jurassic Park is.
So my last question, always in the series of Idle Chat videos, is what do you love most about working in the resolution industry? What do you love most about doing the work that we do?
Meeting different people and being a source of movement for them in their lives, and being there to help them move or transition from one place to another. And also just to be a part of life, because sometimes I feel I'm in the stream of life when I'm working.
Well, to quote the Big Lebowski, the dude abides.
See there? Now I got to go watch it and see if I can get it right. Maybe that's why I'm watching it. And I think he's sick right now. I think I read something that he's not doing so well right now. Jeff Bridges.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, I thought I saw something the other day. I'm going to go back and look and see what I read about him.
Right, he and his brother are so talented. Their father was too.
Oh, so. He's very talented, and it's probably he's so talented. That's probably why I want to watch it more and more.
Yeah, he's really good. Well, Joyce Mitchell, thank you so much for joining me for an Idle Chat. I really appreciate your time. I wish you nothing but the best, my friend.
Thank you so much, and the best to you. And I appreciate this invitation to just chat with you. All right. Call me again sometimes.
Yes, ma'am, I will.
All right. Bye now.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin, and I'm talking today in an Idle Chat with Judith Starr for the American Bar Association's Section for Dispute Resolution. Hi, Judith, how are you?
Hi, I'm great. Florida's beautiful in the fall.
Oh man, that is a good place to be. Good for you. All right, Judith, I know you know the lay of the land, but let me explain quickly for the viewer that I've put together about 120, not necessarily mainstream questions on these cards. We're going to give them a shuffle, and then you and I will have an idle chat, all right?
All righty.
All right. Oof, right out of the gate, we're going for it. Judith, apples or oranges?
Apples.
Good girl. All right. Judith, what do you like most about the place that you grew up?
There's a problem. I grew up in about 8 different places. I was an Army brat. You want me to just pick one or try and do an amalgam answer?
What you choose. This is your idle chat.
Being on the coast, being near the beach.
All right. And what beaches did you get to live near?
Well, let's see. In Hawaii, we lived near the various beaches in Oahu, and in Panama, we had a couple of different beaches we could go to. One that you could just climb on the rocks, you could walk there from home, and another you would drive over a causeway. And we had a shark net at the end of the beach because there are sharks off the coast of Panama. So when the tide really rolled out, you could walk all the way to the shark net, and it would be about ankle deep. And then when it was high tide, it would be above your head. But it was really a fun beach.
Oh my goodness. I'm not sure I would go on that walk with you, Judith. You're a brave soul. All right. Miss Judith, are you a fan of film?
Yes.
Movies? Yes. Do you have any preferred movie quotes that you like to use in day-to-day conversation?
Unfortunately, they're probably horrible cliches, but I always like the one from Casablanca by Louis, which is, I'm shocked to find gambling going on. As a former civil fraud prosecutor, this was something that tended to be apt a lot in my business.
That's a really good one. I'm shocked. All right. Next question. If money and practicality were not a problem, what would be the most interesting way for us to get around town?
My town or yours?
As you wish.
Mm-hmm. Well, where I am, we have water everywhere. I live on the Florida Gulf Coast, and boating is the best way to do it. But if you want to go really out to the Gulf to be able to see, amazing fish, wildlife, you want a wonderful big yacht. So the yacht could not park in my little canal. So we'd probably have to take a helicopter out to where it was in the deep water. And then you could have a wonderful tour of the Gulf Coast.
Oh yeah, that'd be so hard that you have to take a helicopter to your yacht. That sounds painful.
Oh, you said dream big. So
I did. I said there were no limits. No limits. All right. Judith, let's imagine that there's an epic feast held in your honor. What would we be having laid out for us on the table?
We would be having Korean barbecue.
There's the choice. Yeah, Korean barbecue.
My sons introduced us to that a couple of years ago. And we used to go when I was living in the DC area. You would go to a Korean barbecue, and they have something. It's convex, and it's like a convex little barbecue thing that you put on the table, and then they throw all the food on it. It just heats up, and you just grab it, and it's wonderful because the Koreans it's a very fusion cuisine. So in addition to a lot of the good East Asian stuff, they've borrowed things from here and there. So you'll see things like cheese and all sorts of things that you don't normally see. So I've been teaching myself to cook Korean since I moved to Florida because there isn't a whole lot of it here.
But all good things, all good things. Oh, that's a good choice. All right, Judith, this is the next question. Now, you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but the question is, do you happen to remember, and would you share with us, the last photograph that you took on your phone? What was it?
It's my sister's new puppy a couple days ago, day before yesterday. She got a Doberman puppy, and he's just utterly adorable.
That's really cute. All right. All right. Now, this next question, I warn you, it's divisive. Pineapple. Does it have any business being on pizza?
Absolutely not.
No hesitation. Judith says
not
no,
at all. I mean,
not.
Absolutely not. I have been won over to some things. Like Thai pizzas are okay. Barbecue chicken pizza is okay. I've lost my orthodoxy on some, but I draw the line at pineapple pizza.
So everybody's got to have a limit. That's yours. Judith, what do you like most about yourself?
I think that I'm an idea person, and I like to sit down and solve problems and come up with creative ways to attack it. And I usually, if I'm sitting in a group, I end up feeding people ideas. And I like the fact that I could generate that. It keeps me interesting to myself.
That's a really good quality to have. Really good quality to have. Judith, coffee or tea?
Oh, definitely coffee. Total addict.
Definitely coffee. Definitely coffee. That's you and I could be friends. I'm on team coffee as well. Let's see.
That was the worst thing about being pregnant, was being off of coffee.
Oh gosh, I
I
didn't know.
was just in total withdrawal.
See, yeah, that's, yeah. I will admit now, of course, it's a couple decades late, but I did cheat. Absolutely. Cannot go cold turkey on some things. Judith, are you a sports fan by any chance?
I more like to do them than watch them.
All right. What's your favorite sport?
I'm a runner. I've been a runner for a long time.
Like cross country running, jogging?
Jogging. I usually try to do at least a 5K every morning. Since I got what I call my running dog, we do more than that now. We had a hiatus for a couple of months because Florida is hot, but we started again last week and we did 5 miles this morning.
That's really good for you and a little bit nuts. Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's gorgeous here. We were by the river.
5K a day. Yeah. This was not built for running. If Judith, you were given an unlimited budget to build a museum, what kind of museum would you build?
I think it would be interesting to have kind of a human rights and rule of law sort of museum. I don't think people know that much about it. And, maybe showcasing constitutions from around the world. I think that the dialogue that we have in this country shows that people really don't know very much about either the Constitution or American constitutionalism and some of the animating principles. And it would be really great to be able to just, set some, set some, I guess, guidance for people to have discussions on, to understand more about not just the history, but the history of the ideas of our country that made our country what it is.
Right. I think that's a really good idea. I wonder how many Americans realize that there is more than one constitution in the United States, that with 486 sovereign Indian nations residing within our borders of the US, and most of them have their own constitution, it would be fun to put together just a list of all of those various constitutions to see how they, set about being a human body.
And state constitutions are very, very different too. I mean, there are some of the early, some of the states that were the original colonies, their constitutions were the basis for a lot of the American Constitution, such as Virginia, which was, very, very much a model. And then you have a state like California, where I lived and practiced law for 5 years. And, everybody amends that constitution every couple of years by referendum. And so it is a huge constitution. I don't know how anybody keeps track of it. So it is a very different model than the federal one.
Isn't that, yeah, I think you're right. I think that would be a lot of fun, wouldn't it? That would be a lot of fun. Good idea. Very clever. Good for you. And then my last question for you, Judith, is the same question that I ask all of the Idle Chat participants, and that is, what do you love most about the resolution industry?
I think that it practices what it preaches. I mean, one thing I really noticed when I joined it and started networking, meeting people, is that it's highly collaborative and that people really support each other. And most other areas of the law, people tend to be much more competitive. They're all competing for clients, or they're competing for, getting the top byline or whatever it is. And I feel like in ADR that people are really trying to bring the practice up, to inculcate the principles more into our society by helping each other. And I got so much help when I, joined the dispute resolution section and started meeting people and networking and talking to people. I was amazed at the difference. I'd never had an experience like that before, and I am really happy to carry it forward.
So, well, Judith, thank you so much for joining me for an Idle Chat. I look forward to staying in touch.
Thank you. It was my pleasure.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin, and I appreciate that you're joining me for another in the series of idle chats for the American Bar Association's section of dispute resolution. And I get to talk to a colleague in the United States. I'd like for you all to meet Jason Rosen. How are you, Jason?
I'm great, Natalie. Thanks. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Thanks very much for signing up to have an idle chat with me. I look forward to getting to know you a little bit better.
It's my pleasure. Happy to do it. Thank you.
All right. So, Jason, you've seen the other idle chats. You know what's coming your way. We're going to give the cards a shuffle and find out what you and I will be talking about. All right, my friend. All right. I have to take my glasses off. Jason, what is the best ice cream?
Natalie, that's an unfair question. There's so many great ice creams. Pistachio.
Pistachio, best.
My
That, yeah, I can see
grandfather's
that
favorite.
one. I can see that one is best. If you have to have another best, a second best, what's on your list?
Something chocolate and peanut butter.
Now you're that's just plucking away at my heartstrings right there. Good on you, sir. Good on you. Jason, what is your least favorite household chore?
Emptying the dishwasher. It was something that my sister and I always had to share growing up, and neither of us liked doing it, and so I think that's just stuck.
Just classically conditioned to hate that chore.
Pretty much.
Totally fair. So who does it in your house? You?
I do.
Of course. Of course. That's always the way it works, right?
You've got to overcome those obstacles.
That's right. You got to stand up and fight for yourself, don't you?
That's right.
All right. Jason, what is the best place to take a leisure stroll?
Anywhere along the water, whether it's a beach or harbor side or I think, the water's calming. So a leisurely stroll along the water is the best place.
Yeah, kind of washes things away.
Exactly. Well said.
All right. Are you a big fan of the Netflix or the Prime Video channels?
I do a little streaming, a little binging even sometimes.
All right. What's the last thing you binge watched?
The last thing I binge watched, Better Call Saul.
I do not know that one.
It's the prequel to Breaking Bad, which I have to admit I have not watched, but I heard since it's a prequel, you can do Better Call Saul on its own. I'm in season 1 still, but it's pretty engaging.
I will have to look for that. I've not watched either of those. Mea culpa, but yeah.
And if you're an attorney or former attorney or in that field, I think you'll find it extra interesting.
Okay, good to know. I will have to see if I can find Better Call Saul. Thanks for the tip. I like it a lot. Jason, this next question, you don't have to answer if it makes you uncomfortable, but I'm curious to know, can you do the Vulcan hand greeting?
Yes.
There you go. There you go.
I also roll my tongue, but I'm not going to demonstrate that.
I appreciate that very much, but something to be said for recessive genes. All right. How many languages do you speak?
Languages and music are my brain just doesn't work that way. So while I've studied both, and I've studied 4 different languages to certain extents, I really only just speak English.
All right. Well, what other 3 languages have you studied?
Hebrew, French, and Italian.
I can get myself into trouble in Hebrew. I speak French fluently, and I speak Italian just enough to get arrested on a Roman street. All right. Jason, if you had the opportunity to design a new banknote, whose face would you put on it?
Oh, that's a good question. Albert Einstein.
I have not had that response before. Why Albert?
It just popped into my head, and I think, he's just got a great image, and it's just sort of popped into my head.
Right. Would you use the Andy Warhol portrait of him with the tongue out and the hair all crazy?
Potentially, maybe a reverso.
That's money I would spend. That is money I would spend. Jason, you said that music was a language you don't speak, but is there a song that if nobody's around, you feel totally free to just belt out?
It's Kryptonite, that Three Doors Down song. I think that's one. If nothing else, I belt it out in my head.
That's a good one. The Superman song, very good.
Yeah, Superman
choice.
song.
Yeah, yeah. I can see a little Bohemian Rhapsody in you.
Maybe that too.
No Bohemian Rhapsody. I think that you'd be good for that. Oh, now this one, I don't know. Jason, ketchup or mustard?
Mustard.
You can't put ketchup on a pretzel.
That's an excellent point.
You have to have standards. You have to prioritize.
That's right. And I like fries Belgian style too. Either a little mayo or tartar sauce. Aioli. Yeah.
Yeah. Double fried, dip it in a really high-end aioli. All right. Jason, who's the most creative person you've ever met?
Wow, that's a tough one too. The most creative person I've ever met. I don't know, pass.
Pass.
Or I'll come, it'll come to me. Let's try another question while I mull that in the background.
When it comes to you tomorrow or the next day, you can send me a text message, and so I'm always curious. Jason, what is the worst job you've ever had?
The worst job I ever had, well, might be a tie between newspaper delivery and working at a camp on the East Coast one summer. I made it about 3 weeks. It was not fun.
Like,
I didn't have a great role. I was basically had to serve the campers. Had to clean up the new mess hall that they had built, and these kids were messy. Ice cream and candy left everywhere, and had to basically mop up sticky soda every day. So not great.
Gosh, I went to summer camp. We didn't have ice cream or candy or soda. You were in a much nicer place than I was.
This was a really high-end camp, unlike the ones that I went to here on the West Coast. Back there, yeah, it was more like the movie Meatballs with a lot of spoiled kids.
All right. Well, and Jason, I'm going to ask you the same question that I always leave to the very last, and that is, what do you love most about the resolution industry and being a member of it?
Yeah, absolutely. Helping people, helping people resolve problems. For the most lawsuits and the ones that I'm involved in, personal injury and civil rights type cases. I mean, they're problems at their core. And so helping people figure out how to communicate effectively to just solve a problem and move on is what I love.
Yeah, it's powerful stuff, isn't it?
It sure is. Sure
It
is.
is.
Hey, I'm
All right,
going to answer. I'm going to answer the question that I skipped as well.
All
I'm
right.
going to say that the most creative person that I've ever met is my nephew, who's 5, and he's creative and brilliant, and so that's my answer for that.
Good answer. Nephew, we'll be showing this portion of this video at your bar mitzvah and maybe even wedding. So this is your Uncle Jason giving you props for being creative. My name is Natalie. I'm not a member of your family, but I totally support your creativity, my friend. All right, Jason.
Hi, Zachary.
Hi, Zachary. All right. Jason, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate you having an idle chat with me. Wish you all the best, my friend.
Thank you, Natalie. This was great.